Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 10 hours of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach... Let's go for 1,200 likes on this one. Let's see if we can get there. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. You know, I also watch YouTube, and whenever a creator asks the audience to subscribe, I just kind of think to myself, like, don't tell me what to do. I would subscribe if I wanted to. Or I think to myself, like, I've been watching this channel forever. I'm definitely already subscribed. And I'm surprised by the amount of times where I check and see that I'm not subscribed. So, if you would like to, and if you aren't already, I would really, really appreciate it. But yeah, this again is just 10 hours of the best horror stories from the past month with no mid-roll ads. I hope you all enjoy them. I always do my best to make sure that I'm not uploading slop. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to sit here for hours on end reading slop. That sounds awful. And I don't know. I don't want to disrespect all of you like that either. I'm going to stop rambling now. We're going to get into the stories. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the horror stories with no mid-roll ads right after the ad break after this intro. There won't be any more after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. This all began 3 weeks ago, after my almost year-long relationship with my ex ended. Things were amazing with Lily at first. She was hot, way out of my league, but what really made me fall for her was how well we meshed together, how seamlessly we understood each other. She met my every need, big or small. I'd have only just put my fork down to reach for the tomato sauce, and she'd already be passing it to me. I'd sink onto the couch, in the mood for a good horror movie, and before I could suggest the idea, she'd smile and say, "This feels like a horror movie night." I'd wake up from some pretty heated dreams, and she'd already be swinging her leg over me, ready to start the morning exactly how I imagined it. So after 5 months, I made the very smart, not at all too soon decision of asking her to move in with me. It was amazing, at first. She was the first girl I'd ever met who didn't care if I played video games for hours, because she'd just sit beside me the whole time watching me play. She didn't care what I did, as long as I was within reach. Always within reach. Her nails would trail circles on the back of my neck, glide along my arms, or she'd just rest her foot on top of mine. She constantly wanted me in touching distance. I loved it at first. I knew we were probably getting a bit too attached to each other. I stopped seeing my friends as much. I called my family less. Then one day after work, the guys invited me to the pub. It made me realize it had been way too long since I hung out with them. I didn't see the problem and texted Lily to let her know I'd be home late. Just a few pints. There was a skimpy at the bar, so I didn't stay long. I didn't even look at her. I averted my eyes out of respect for Lily. I was a good guy, a good boyfriend. When I got home, Lily was livid. "You went to a Skimpy's bar?" There wasn't a bar in our rural mining town without Skimpies, and I barely even stayed an hour, but I didn't argue. I felt guilty at the hurt in her eyes as she sobbed into my chest. I didn't realize she'd feel so hurt by it, but of course she would. I never should have gone. So I stopped going out to the pub with the guys. I thought it was the Skimpies that were the problem. So, when the guys invited me out to play golf, I thought it'd be no big deal. It was completely innocent. Wrong. She was livid at me again. "You don't even like golf," she cried out. "I just wanted to see my mates," I said carefully. "So you'd rather spend time with them than me?" "Babe." I was shocked seeing this insecure side of her I'd never seen before, and definitely a little put off. Was she being serious? "I am allowed to see my mates, right?" I said it slowly, hoping it'd make her understand how ridiculous she was being. And it did. She sighed, her anger dissipating, replaced by the sort of sadness that reminded me of a kicked puppy. It made my stomach clench in guilt. "I'm sorry. I just missed you," she said. After that, She stopped being livid whenever I went out without her. Instead, she punished me quietly. If I came home from playing pool at a mate's house, she'd barely look at me, barely speak. I'd feel sick with guilt even though I knew I'd done nothing wrong. The breaking point was lunch with my mom. I got home, and she gave me the exact same attitude she always did, acting all cold and distant and miserable, which in turn made me miserable. I'd had enough. I was sick of it. Are you serious, Lily? You're seriously going to make me feel bad about seeing my own mother, the woman who gave birth to me? I'm sorry, she said, tears in her eyes. I just get jealous. Of my mom? That's insane. She stepped closer. Well, maybe. Maybe I just want you all to myself. Is that really so bad? She murmured softly. For a moment, I was in a trance, forgetting why I was mad in the first place as she stared up at me from under her lashes. Her soft lips pressed into a little pout. I knew if she touched me, I'd cave, so I stepped back. I don't think I can do this anymore, I said quietly, refusing to meet her eyes. If I did, I wouldn't be able to say it. I think we need a break. A break? She scoffed. Or a break up. I didn't answer. Let me make the decision for you, she said. Good luck finding anyone else who understands you like I do. She packed her things and left. I stayed silent even though one word from me would have stopped her, even though I wanted to stop her. This was for the best, for me and for her. She was too attached. It wasn't healthy for either of us. The weekend was hell. I'd sit in front of my console, staring at the loading screen, remembering her fingers in my hair, her constant touch, her steady, comforting presence. And then the house would feel unbearably empty. When I went back to work, everyone could tell I was in a foul mood. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange about that day. Looking back now, I don't know how I missed it. Everything all right, mate? You and your missus have a fight? Greg, my older manager, asked. He was a good bloke. Always had been. I messed it all up, I mumbled without thinking. It was the only sentence my brain seemed capable of forming. Oh, you're both doing well then? That's great, mate. Must just be a bit hungover, hey? Greg said with a wink. I frowned at him, but I was too wrapped up in my own head to notice how little sense his response made. It wasn't until the next shift that I really started paying attention. Jerry and the boys are meeting at the pub later. Joining us, Harry? Lachlan asked. I blinked. My first instinct was to say no, that I wasn't in the mood. Then I realized there was nothing stopping me anymore. No one waiting at home, and a pint with the boys sounded better than going back to my empty apartment, where everything reminded me of her. Yeah, sure, I said. Ah, bummer. The missus still has a problem with those skimpies, does she? You really should tell her they've got nothing on her, and her banging body. Lachlan chuckled. Don't talk about her like that, I snapped. Then I frowned, the words catching up to me. I said I'll come. We broke up. Didn't Greg tell you? She don't get what she's doing with a guy like you. You're what, a 4? Nah, like a 3.5. Lily is a solid 10. I stared at him, annoyed as hell, but more confused than anything. Why wasn't he listening? We broke up, I said slowly. Honestly, I get why you don't hang out with the lads anymore. If I had a woman like that waiting for me in my bed, you boys would never see me again. Lachlan laughed. I just looked at him wondering if he was deliberately messing with me, and briefly imagining my fist connecting with his acne-scarred face. Just shut the hell up, I said. Tell her hi from me later on, he smirked. Tell her I could show her what a real man is. I was seconds away from punching him when Greg called us over. That night, I joined the lads at the bar. I still caught myself averting my eyes from the skimpy, even though I had no reason to anymore. It felt wrong, like muscle memory I couldn't shake, and irritatingly, Lachlan was right. No one compared to Lily. The boys looked genuinely shocked when they saw me. "What are you doing here, mate? Isn't it you and your missus' anniversary today?" Greg asked. It was, 1 year exactly, but we weren't together anymore, and I was past exhausted with this. "Guys, we broke up. Are you messing with me or something? It isn't funny. It's kinda messed up, actually." "You just left her at the house? That's low, bro. Who would leave a girl like that at home?" "We broke up." It was pointless. They were purposely ignoring me, and I couldn't understand why. For the next half hour, they kept shooting me weird, dirty looks. Judgmental ones. Lachlan just smirked. Like this meant it was finally his chance with Lily. But Lily wasn't here. Why did they think she was still around? What the hell was wrong with them? "Your pale ale," the waitress said, setting a beer in front of me. I ordered a Guinness. I frowned. Normally, I'd just accept it. I hated making a fuss, but between the boys and the constant misunderstandings, something in me snapped. "Yes, this is your pale ale," she said slowly, like I was stupid. "I know, but I ordered a Guinness." "Sir, this is a pale ale," she said again, irritation creeping into her voice. "I know." I was seething. Why did she look annoyed? "I ordered a Guinness." "I already told you, this is your pale ale," she snapped, crossing her arms before storming off. I stared after her, completely disoriented. What the hell is her problem? I asked. No one answered. I turned back to the boys, searching their faces for anything that'd back me up, but they were all glaring at me. "What's the matter with you?" Greg demanded. "Have you gone mad?" My chest tightened. Was I going mad? Or had everyone else? "I'm sorry," I said instead. "I've been a mess since Lily left me, alright?" "You didn't even buy her roses?" Greg's eyebrows shot up. "On your anniversary? Go back home to your missus, mate. Go make things right." What the hell? I stood up, my head pounding, and left the bar. My thoughts were spiraling. What is going on? At home, I called my mom. I needed to be grounded. I needed something familiar. Her voice had always been able to pull me back when everything else felt wrong. "Hey Mom, I really need someone to talk to," I said. "I'm good, honey. What about yourself?" she replied. The answer immediately put me on edge. It didn't match what I'd just said at all. Still, I told myself she hadn't heard me properly. Mom's hearing wasn't always the best. Not great, honestly. Lily and I broke up a few days ago. My throat tightened as I said it. Tears stung my eyes. The first time I'd felt close to crying since she left. Talking to my mom always did that, like I could finally let my guard down. "Did she like the flowers? What flowers did you get her? I hope you cooked her a good dinner, too. You've got a good one there, Harry," Mom said cheerfully. My body went cold. No, there was no way she was ignoring me, too. My mom wouldn't do that. She'd never be that cruel. I tried again, slower this time. "Mom, we broke up. Lily and I broke up." "That's wonderful. I'm so happy you found such a beautiful relationship. You better put a ring on it soon." She laughed. I hurled my phone across the room. My chest rose and fell as I paced. Why didn't anyone understand what I was saying? Lily's voice echoed in my head. "Good luck finding anyone else who understands you like I do." My thoughts raced. It was ridiculous. Impossible, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was somehow her doing. Had she told the boys to mess with me, to make me feel crazy as some kind of punishment? I was sure most of them would do anything if she smiled at them. But my mom, too? That didn't make sense. Needing answers, I rushed back to my phone, relieved to see it hadn't cracked. The call was still connected. "Harry, are you there?" "Yeah, I've gotta go, Mom. Love you," I said. "Yes, I am looking forward to lunch next week," she replied pleasantly. Even that didn't line up with what I'd said. I ended the call with a shaky breath and dialed Lily's number, only hesitating for a moment. She picked up on the first ring, just like she always used to. Lily had always been within reach, always there when I needed her. Harry? Her voice was soft, sad. My chest tightened instantly. I'd missed her voice more than I wanted to admit. I forced myself to stay focused. Did you tell everyone to mess with me? Mess with you? She repeated. Relief flooded through me so sharply it almost made me dizzy. For the first time in days, someone had responded in a way that actually made sense. She wasn't ignoring me. She wasn't twisting my words. She was listening. She was understanding me. Harry, what are you talking about? I hesitated, suddenly aware of how insane I sounded. Still, I couldn't let it go. It's just, everyone is ignoring me. They're not listening to a thing I'm saying. They're making me feel crazy, and I remember the last thing you said to me was, "Good luck finding anyone else who understands me like I do." She went quiet. The silence stretched unbearably. My heart hammered in my chest. I said that because I was hurt, she said finally, her voice low. Guilt stabbed straight through me. I'd never wanted to hurt her. That had never been my intention. What do you mean everyone is ignoring you? She asked. She sounded genuinely confused, concerned even. I dragged a hand down my face. It's like they're pranking me. I'll say one thing, and they'll respond with something that makes no sense. I can't get through to anyone. Saying it out loud only made it feel worse. Unreal. Like I was describing someone else's breakdown. I understand, she said. My head snapped up. You do? Yeah, since coming back to live with my parents, seeing my friends again, I don't know. It's like no one's on the same wavelength as me. I can't connect with anyone either, Harry, she said quietly. Not since you. My chest ached. This wasn't what I meant, was it? I miss you. The words tumbled from my mouth before I could stop them. They felt right to say. I did miss her. I miss you too, but you're right. This is for the best. When I moved out there, all I had was you. I guess I got pretty attached. It was hard to make friends. I was jealous you had so many people, and all I had was you. She sighed, and the sound twisted something deep in me. I remembered those moments clearly now. Her jealousy, her insecurity. I'd always brushed it off, but I'd lived in this town my whole life. She'd left everything behind for me. Family, friends, her entire support system. Of course she'd clung to me. Why had that ever felt like a problem? Why hadn't I just brought her along more, instead of insisting on doing my own thing? The more I thought about it, the less sense our breakup made. The unease I'd felt around her dissolved, replaced by regret, so sharp it made my chest hurt. I want you back, Lily. I'm so sorry for neglecting your feelings. I was a shit boyfriend, I said. I want you back too. Hope surged through me, but I think we need a little more space. It's nice being around friends and family again. I am remembering who I was before you. Something inside me cracked. I didn't want her to remember who she was before me. I didn't want her to be okay without me. I wasn't okay without her. Give it another week, then I'll come visit and see if we still have something, she suggested. The thought of another week without her made my chest ache, but I swallowed it down. Okay. That whole week, the only thing keeping me sane was knowing I'd see her again soon. The insanity never stopped. People continued misunderstanding every word I said. Everyone still acted like Lily and I were together, like nothing was wrong. I'd order a chicken parmy at a restaurant and get spaghetti instead. And then finally, she came back. I picked her up from the train station and scooped her into my arms. She was just as stunning as ever, smelling amazing despite being in a stuffy train for 7 hours. Her laughter was like music in my ears. I'd never been more ecstatic in my life. We spent most of the evening in bed, and when we were physically exhausted, I rolled over to look at her and said, "I'm never letting you out of my sight again." "Finally, you know how I feel." She smiled, rolling her eyes. She moved back in. At work, I was in a better mood than I'd been in for 2 weeks. Greg noticed. "Someone's happy." "Yeah," I said, accepting that people were going to misinterpret everything I said these days. I didn't care anymore. I had my beautiful girl back. "I got her back," I said with a happy sigh. Greg frowned. "Who? Lily?" His eyes widened. "Did you two break up?" "Yeah, man." I paused. He understood what I said. He actually replied with something that made sense for once. I narrowed my eyes. "So you were messing with me?" Greg looked at me like I was an idiot. "Messing with you? Man, what are you talking about?" "All those times I told you we'd broken up, you did hear what I said, didn't you?" I accused. "Mate, He paused, furrowing his brows like he was confused now. "Huh, that's weird." "What?" I scoffed. "You did tell us," he said in a sudden, shocked realization. "You said it to Jerry 5 times in a row. We broke up. That was when I had decided to just mess with them back a few days ago." I'd stared at Jerry with a flat look and repeated it robotically, and he just chuckled and said, "Yeah, I guess the weather is nice today, man." "Weird. I swore you were going on about some other thing," Greg said. "Wait, you said to me you pooped your pants." I almost laughed. "That was also when I was messing with them." I just looked Greg directly in the eye and said, "I pooped myself," to see how far he'd take this weird prank. But he just clapped me on the shoulder and said, "That's great news, man." I stared at Greg, a cold, uncomfortable feeling washing over me, at the genuine confusion on his face. "Dude, we thought you were losing your mind. Why did I think it was normal for you to say, 'Let's go golfing'? You hate golfing. You'd never suggest that. What the hell?" He stepped back, looking like he wanted to vomit. "I feel weird, man," he said. "Are you okay?" I asked, genuinely concerned. "Yeah." He furrowed his brows and gave me a weird look. "Let's, get back to work." It stuck with me all afternoon. They had all been genuinely hearing things I wasn't saying. The other guys started understanding me again too. Even they seemed creeped out by something. "It's like some voodoo stuff," I heard Jerry mutter to Lachlan. Lachlan almost looked scared when he looked at me now. I didn't let it spoil my mood. I was a little weirded out, sure, but I had my beautiful girl back. Everything felt right again. "How was your day?" Billy asked when I came home. I hugged her immediately and breathed her in. She was like a drug. Her scent, her warmth, her entire body relaxed. "Good, but a lot better now." Over the week, the boys invited me out more than usual. They were persistent, but I refused every time. All I wanted was to be with Lily. I canceled plans with Mom. I wanted to spend every minute with her. I even started thinking about quitting my well-paying job for a remote one so I could stay home. Anything to be surrounded by her. Until one day, the boys cornered me at work. They all looked worried, even Lachlan. "Something's happening to you, man," Jerry said. "And it's because of Lily." "What?" I laughed, shaking my head. He stayed serious. "What do you even know about her?" The question hit me like a punch. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what does she do? Does she work? Where does her family live? How did you meet?" Greg asked. My mind went blank. I didn't have answers to any of it, but that wasn't the worst part. A strange part of me, something old and buried, screamed that something was wrong, like a threat hovering just out of sight. "She doesn't work," I said. "Does she?" I wasn't sure. "I make more than enough to support us both," I shrugged. "Besides, she's easy to provide for, and she catches the train to see her family, so obviously they must live in the city." You don't know where her parents live? Jerry demanded. Have you ever even met them? Of course I had. Had I? My stomach twisted. When did you pick her up from the train? Lachlan suddenly asked. I frowned. Why would he ask that? On Saturday, I said, all their faces drained of color. Seriously, what is wrong with you guys? I asked. The train doesn't run on Saturdays, Harry, Greg said, looking sick again. So, what are you saying? I folded my arms. She's been lying to you, and she's doing something really weird to you, and us. We didn't understand what you were saying for a full week, Harry. Do you know how freaky that is? And now, when we think back on that week, it's like there was an evil presence with us. Something controlling us. Something wrong with that chick. Don't talk about her like that, I spat. How did you meet her, Harry? Greg repeated. I don't know, I snapped. They all looked at each other like I'd just confirmed something for them. You need to get away from her. She's some sort of... Jerry trailed off, like he knew the word he was about to say sounded ridiculous even to him. Screw this. I'm leaving early. I turned away from them. We've never even met her, Harry. I could have sworn we had, but we haven't. Has your mom even met her? I kept walking because I didn't want to admit the truth. I don't know. I was desperate to be back with her. At home, she opened her arms and I melted into them. The guys were saying some weird stuff today. I mumbled into her hair. Just ignore them, baby. They'll never understand what we have. She hummed. I took a few days off work. The boys blew up my phone, but I told them to leave me alone. One night, I was looking for my hoodie. My favorite hoodie. It was cold and I needed it. I wondered where it could be when I noticed, for the first time, the room. It was just a normal room at the end of the hallway, but I'd never seen it before in my life. I blinked. How could I not know there was a whole room in my own apartment? I went inside. It was small, a basic spare room, with a bed, a desk, a wardrobe. But in the middle of the floor, a triangle of candles was laid out, and in the center of it sat my hoodie. My favorite book, the one I'd been missing for months, and my toothbrush, also missing for weeks. I stared at them in shock, stepping closer. Don't touch anything. Come back to bed, baby, her voice said behind me. I turned, and even though unease crept in, I couldn't help but smile at her cute, sleepy face. What is all this? I asked slowly in some sort of haze. She shrugged. My eyes flicked back to the bed, and a strange thought hit me, almost funny. Lily, when you left, I began, did you ever actually leave? She chuckled. Of course I didn't, Harry. I'd never leave you. You'll always be within my reach. I went back to bed, and now as she sleeps beside me, I'm typing this out on my phone. There's a part of me that knows something is wrong, that I'm under some kind of spell. I can feel the small voice in my head telling me to get out, but it's getting quieter. Maybe the boys are right. Maybe I know they are. But has she really done anything I don't want? She wants me forever. I want her forever. I suppose the only reason I'm writing this at all is because I'm afraid I'll forget I ever felt differently. Because I feel really forgetful these days, and maybe I just want to see what other people think. If a beautiful girl wants me all to herself, every day for the rest of my life, is that really so bad? It's what I want, isn't it? Every night at exactly 8:35, my father would secure the front door, the lock on the knob, 2 locks up top, one with a chain, another a latch, a child-proof doorknob cover, and last of all, a door stopper was wedged as far beneath it as he could manage. No minute too late, no minute too early. It was a ritualistic chore, one my mother used to just shrug off with a, "Your father just likes being safe." I remember the first time I'd caught him doing it. It was 8:35, and I was just about to drift off to sleep when I heard shouting from down the hall. "What have I always told you, woman? 8:35. Jim, please. I let you do this idiotic ritual every night for 9 years. Don't you dare yell at me." "Well, I wouldn't have to if you'd listen. It needs to be done at 35, not 33. Undo that goddamn lock." A huff of frustration was quickly followed by the jingle of various locks before the door creaked open. "I just can't with you tonight." The shuffle of fabric. "I'm going out for a walk." "Irene, do not go out there. They'll come after you, and I won't go out there to save you." "I'll take my chances." "Irene." The door slammed shut behind my mother just as I crept out from the hallway. I saw my father give the door an angry stare before he whipped around with a grumble about needing a drink. He began to stomp away to the kitchen before noticing me in the shadows. The anger from before drained instantly. "Hey buddy, you're supposed to be sleeping." My arms tightened around the stuffed toy in them. I heard yelling. "Is mommy okay?" My father sighed. "Your mother just... she needed some time to herself." "Is she going to be okay?" "She..." A pause. I watched his face sadden. "I don't know, buddy." My face paled. The toy fell from my arms. My father seemed to sense the shift in the air, and quickly dropped to one knee so his hands could wrap over my shoulders. "Hey, it's going to be okay. Your mom's a fighter. If anyone can survive out there, it's her." "Survive?" Lips pulled back in a grimace. His hands tightened for only a moment before falling away as he rose to his feet. "Did I say survive? No, I meant, The words died on my father's tongue as a melody began to play from his back pocket. I watched as his face went white as a sheet, before heavy footsteps barreled in the direction of the front door. Each lock clicked into place, at rapid speed thanks to muscle memory. I walked up to my father just as he was starting to kick the door stopper into place. "Daddy, what's going on? Isn't mommy still outside?" "Not now, buddy." After one last kick, he began to run around the house, shutting off every light and pulling closed every curtain. When the house was well secured, my father scooped me into his arms and carried me to the couch where he dropped onto it with a grunt. "Dad?" A large hand covered my mouth before I could try to say anything else. Frustrated, I tried to lift my arms, but they were bound against my sides by my father's own, which held me securely against his chest. My head strained to look back, my legs kicked at the air. I opened my mouth to scream just against his palm when I heard it. Rattle, click, rattle. My father held me tighter as prayers fell from his mouth. "Heavenly Father, I come to you in the name of Jesus, acknowledging your power and sovereignty." Rattle, rattle. "I pray for your divine protection over me and my loved ones. Surround us with your angels and create a hedge of safety around us." A knock. "Jim?" I felt my father shift from behind me, felt the hand over my mouth loosen. "Jim, this isn't funny. Open this door right now." "Mommy?" As soon as the word left my mouth, the hand was back against it. My father shuffled us further against the back of the couch. "Guard us from harm, both seen and unseen, and keep us secure in your loving care." "Jim!" My mother knocked angrily at the door. "Won't you just... oh, hello. Hi. Could you help me?" I could feel tears wetting the back of my neck. "I trust in your promise that no weapon formed against us shall prosper." "My husband locked me out of the house. If you could just... wait. No, stop, get away from me." "In Jesus' name I pray. I pray." The door shook like something had been thrown against it. The world fell silent as my mother's screams and begs for mercy echoed into the night, mixing with the soft sound of my father crying into my hair. I was in shock. What sort of monster was currently taking my mother from me? Why wasn't anyone helping? Why weren't we helping? Amen, 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 amen. We held her funeral 2 weeks later. It was a small thing. My aunts and uncles, a few cousins, and my grandparents who babysat me while my father attended to everything. There was no body to put in the casket, so we placed a few of my mom's most precious possessions in her place. An old music box from her parents, a pair of shoes from when I was a baby, and a framed photo of our family. I remember small parts of the event, mainly how people yelled and scolded my father for not doing something, for hiding like a coward while my mom was out there all alone. He didn't fight back. He just sat in one of the foldable chairs with the most defeated look on his face. That was 15 years ago. Since then, my father has been different, quiet and skittish, like a baby deer. I was pulled out of school and was taught exclusively at home. I didn't have many friends, and the few I had could only come to my house. I couldn't go to theirs. But no one wants to come to the house of the kid whose dad checks on him every half hour, whose dad has over 20 locks on the front door, and just as many on the windows, whose dad insisted every bedroom door be open at all times, so if anything happened he could get there as soon as possible, whose dad was afraid of losing what little family he had left. But I'm 24 now. I have a girlfriend, somehow. One who understands my father to the best of her abilities. She never questioned our small practices, and always respected his 3 house rules. 1. Always come over before 8 p.m. 2. Never unlock the doors or windows until at least 9 in the morning. 3. Always say nightly prayers before bed. We were supposed to meet for lunch, but something had happened at her job, so we postponed it until later that night. My father was more than happy to have her over, and spent a good few hours preparing dinner. I could see him giving the clock a glance every time he walked past it. Could see the way his hands began to twitch with nervousness the closer the clock's hands got to 7, and when they finally reached 8:15, he was in full panic mode. "Maybe you two should reschedule for tomorrow," he said while pulling back the window curtain to peek out at the street. "Dad, it's okay. Elowen sent me a text that she was on her way like 5 minutes ago." "But the building is at least 20 minutes away. What if there's traffic? An accident? You have to call her and tell her to go straight home." "Dad." "Son, please." He turned to me, eyes wide with terror. Trembling hands grasped the front of my shirt. "Call her." I hadn't heard my father talk like that in a long time. The way his words trembled like he was on the verge of tears. The layer of fear that clung to him like barbed wire. I hadn't heard him speak like that since the night my mother passed. So I nodded, took out my phone and called Elowen. The phone rang 3 times before her voice crackled to life on the other end. "Charlie?" "Elowen, how far are you from my house?" "I don't know, like maybe 13 minutes. Why, what's wrong?" "Okay, I need you to get over here now, or try to get to your parents' place. Just race over to either one." "What, like go over the speed limit?" "If you have to." "Charlie, I'm not breaking the law." "I don't care about the law, just..." I felt my father tug the phone from my hand and turned just in time to see him put it to his ear. "Elowen, you listen to me right now. No, you are gonna shut up and listen." He glared briefly in my direction before looking at the floor. "This isn't a game. It's life or death. Now, you are gonna put your foot on the pedal and get over to a house." I tried to reach for the phone, but my father pressed his hand to my chest to keep me back. I could hear Elowen's voice on the other end shout briefly in anger before it settled. Another minute passed before he finally relaxed. "Thank you. Now, I'm serious. You hurry over here, and if you can't get here in time, just lock the car and lay on the floor in the back. I'll pray for you." She said something, probably a thank you or a goodbye, before he hung up and tossed the phone onto the nearby couch. He let out a heavy sigh and ran a hand through graying hair. She's on her way. A beat of silence. His smile was weak. Come on, let's get something in our bellies before she gets here. I made a good pot roast. It's 8:34 now. She's not here. I was pacing around the living room, pinky nail caught between teeth. My eyes kept drifting to the front door where my father stood, waiting for the alarm on his phone to chime. But we couldn't do the locks. We just couldn't. Not with Elowen still out there. I grabbed my coat and walked to the door, but my hand was smacked just as it reached for the knob. Ow, Dad, what the hell? Don't even think about it. It's 1 minute till 35. Yeah, and Elowen's still out there. I have to go get her. No, you don't. If she's smart, she'll do what I said and stay in the car. All we can do is wait until morning. Like hell, I'm going to get her. I tried to push past him, but my father elbowed me in the chest and knocked me onto my butt. I barely had time to register what happened before that familiar melody began to play, and he started shifting the locks into place. I was able to reach out and grab onto his pant leg before he could start kicking in the door stopper. Dad, please, we can't leave her out there. I could barely make out the shift in his expression, the way his brows met and his lips pulled downwards. He didn't want to leave her to the beast outside. He didn't want to risk her having the same fate as my mother. I know he wanted to go out there, but he didn't. Instead, he placed a gentle hand to the top of my head and pushed. My back hit the floor as the sounds of him kicking the doorstop echoed off the walls. My chest felt hollow. My body felt like it was made of steel. I prayed silently in my head for Elowen's protection and for forgiveness. I know I didn't deserve it. I was leaving her like a sheep in a den full of wolves. But I knew the dangers. My father knew the dangers. I could only hope that she understood it too. Charlie? My father bent at my side. Let's go say our prayers. I don't remember how he got me off the floor and to the table, but suddenly I was sitting across from him and watching him light a lavender-scented candle. My favorite. Once the candle was lit, he set the lighter down and brought his hands together over the table. A few seconds passed before he gave an encouraging smile. Do you want to do the prayer today? I didn't say anything. I just put my hands together and closed my eyes. Lord, we pray for the safety and protection of our family members. Keep us safe from harm and lead us. Rattle. My father's chair squeaked as he moved. I cleared my throat. Lead us in the paths of righteousness. Knock, knock. Charlie. The chair fell over as I stood, eyes opening to stare in the direction of the front door. Elowen? I heard my father stand up. Charlie, I'm here. Open the door. I'm coming. Just hold on. I made a run for the door, but my father was quick to grab the back of my shirt. Limbs flailed as I fell back. Let go of me. Elowen. His hands covered my mouth as I tried to scream out to her, to let her know that I hadn't forgotten her, that I wouldn't let anything happen to her. Charlie, stop. He hissed as I threw myself around in an attempt to loosen his grip. He only held on tighter. You can't. Charlie, please. I know I'm late. I'm sorry, but let me... Oh, hello. We both froze, listening in as Elowen spoke to whatever was out there with her. I could hear the fear in her words growing stronger as she knocked desperately on the door one last time. When her scream broke, though, I panicked. My head reeled back to uncover my mouth before it opened to bite down against my father's thumb. He yelped in pain as I bit down harder, enough to draw blood. The metallic taste coated my tongue as he dropped me to clutch his hand in pain. Me? I bolted to the door. I'm coming, Elowen. I shouted while kicking at the door stopper, until it came loose and skidded across the floor. I pulled back each lock and cupped the cover with both hands to throw open the door. I was going to run out in some heroic act of bravery, but one foot was barely out the door before I froze in place. Out on the porch was Elowen, cornered against the railing with a pocket knife in her hand. One of her eyes was squeezed shut and bleeding, 5 long scratches running along it to her jaw. She looked in my direction and whimpered, mouthing the words, "Help me." The person, no, monster above her, slowly turned to me. It was human-shaped, but wrong. Its knees were bent backwards, and the arms went all the way down to the floor. Its body was entirely black, like you were looking into a void. It was also entirely naked, though it wasn't like you were able to see anything because, again, it was black. But it had a mask, a plastic one where you could only see the eyes, which seemed to glow an ominous red, and they were looking right at me. The creature made a soft clicking noise as its body turned fully, clawed hands dragging along the porch, its head cocked to the side like a curious bird as I took a step back into the house. I could hear my father somewhere behind me running to the other end, probably to get a weapon, hopefully to get a weapon. Meanwhile, I was stuck with this thing that was slowly coming towards me. In a panic, my hands shot out in a stop motion. "Get out of here," I shouted, stomping my foot once like I was trying to scare away a wild animal. "Stay away from us." To be fair, it did stop for about 5 seconds. Then it lunged, knocking me onto the ground so hard I could feel the breath in my lungs give out. It didn't attack, though. It hovered over me like a beast, letting out short clicks as its mask twitched and pressed against the sides of my face, like it was searching for something. I tried to lift my arms to push it off, but it was quick to restrain them above my head. I tried to shout, but the words died in my throat. All I could do was watch as those horrid eyes met mine once more. It clicked. One hand dragged up to the mask and lifted it. Its face was just as empty as the rest of it, the only exception being the 2 beady red eyes that refused to look away. Another click. I leaned in and nudged its face against my mouth. I watched as those same eyes grew wider in horrifying delight. It smelled blood. My dad's blood. The blood currently drying on my chin. My eyes widened in fear as I watched it sit up above me, its clicks making a melody that almost sounded like laughter. A line formed on its face and slowly opened. A mouth, one filled with razor-sharp teeth and a split tongue that danced in the air. My body trembled as it freed my arms to grab my face. My hands shot out to press against its chest as my mouth was forced open. I tried to scream, but it was blocked out by the monster's tongue, forcing into my mouth and down my throat. They worked to slide along every crevice, making sure no speck of blood was left unnoticed. I could only thrash beneath it, kicking and clawing at skin that felt like cold metal. My eyes burned with salty tears, and I could feel bile working its way up just to be stopped by the appendages in its way. I started growing limbs. My muscles burned and my mouth tasted like sulfur. I'm sure it had gotten it all, that I had nothing left to give, but it persisted, claws digging into the side of my head as it forced my mouth to open wider. My eyes started to shut. I gave up. "Hey." The monster stilled. I felt its tongues slowly retract. "Get the hell off my boy." A gun cocked. Bang. My body lurched as the monster was thrown off me. I heard it hit the opposite wall. It gave one last click, then fell silent. My eyes opened to find my father hovering above me with a shotgun in his hands. Charlie, can you hear me, buddy?" I groaned, rolling onto my back. "Dad, you own a gun?" "Of course I do." He chuckled and shifted the gun into one hand so the other could reach down. My own hand lifted, fingers barely brushing his before a light clicking came from the side. Our heads turned just in time to see the creature rising on bent legs. Its claws scratched against the mask laying on the floor, one finger hooking against the string on the back to lift it in the air. Red eyes locked onto my father, who was already reloading the shotgun. "Do your worst, you son of a bitch." He cocked the gun, aimed, and fired. A short screech left the creature as it knocked back against the wall for a second time. It recovered quickly, though, pulling the mask over its face before rushing at my father, who was trying to get another shot in. I scrambled to my feet as it knocked him down, claws sinking into forearm. He screamed in pain, fist pounding against the side of its face as he cursed at it. I ran for the shotgun. My fingers managed to brush the handle before I was knocked back by a clawed hand, the same hand that came around my throat as I hit the wall, lifting me so my feet dangled. It hissed from behind the mask, pulling me forward before slamming me back against the wall. It pulled for a second time before it screeched as Elowen drove her knife into its shoulder. It threw me as it turned and my head hit the corner at the hallway. I could hear my name being shouted as everything went black. The sun was barely cresting over the horizon when I finally woke up. My head throbbed as I forced myself onto my feet, eyes scanning the living room. Dad? I forced myself down the hallway, peeking into rooms and switching on lights that made my eyes feel like they were bleeding. Elowen? No response. I made my way back to the living room where the front door was wide open and barely hanging on to the hinges. The porch was covered with scratch marks and streaks of blood. But that's where it ended. No trail, no sign, just 2 abandoned cars in the driveway. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to drive myself to the hospital before I could pass out a second time. The doctor said I was lucky to have survived such an attack. Most people didn't. I asked if they could contact the police. I needed to put out a watch for my dad and girlfriend. They could still be out there, and that thing needed to be killed. She refused. She just patted me on the shoulder with an unconvincing look of sympathy and told me to move on. I tried to argue, tried to say that they could still be alive, but she brushed me off. She said she'd seen lots of people like me, people that refused to believe it, refused to let those monsters get away with snatching up the ones they loved. After an hour of begging, she finally called the cops, but not for my family. For me. She said they had a program for victims of attacks, a home where we could live with similar folk, recount our stories, and learn to be ones with society again. She even gave me this dumb brochure, but I tore it up when she left. I don't need a brochure or some kind of rehab center. I need my family. So I left. I slipped out when she went to go check on another patient and bolted to the bus station. From what I've heard, the cops completely blocked off my house, which leaves me with nothing but my bloody clothes from last night, and enough bus money to get me across town. I don't know where I'm going to go, but I know that I'm going to look for my family. My dad spent my whole life protecting me from that monster, and if there's even a chance they're still alive, I'm going to do the same. Keep your doors locked, and if you're stupid enough not to, then you better learn how to fight. You'll lose, but at least you won't make it easy. I used to work nights at the 24-hour shell on the edge of Elmwood. Flickering sodium lights, the diesel stench that never quite left your clothes. The clock above the register, stuck 3 minutes behind. Like even time was too tired to move. A typical shift was nothing. Count the same pack of Marlboros for the 3rd time at 4 a.m. Listen to the coffee machine gurgle like it was dying. Watch moths spiral into the bug zapper outside until the pop 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 sounded like distant gunfire. Sometimes a regular drunk, old Ray would stumble in. By a tall boy and a single scratch-off he never won. He'd scratch it with his thumbnail, mutter next time, and shuffle back into the dark. Routine. Safe. Boring enough to make you forget how empty the streets sounded at 3 a.m. The scratch-off machine sat in the corner like it had always been there. Bulky, beige, older than me. Customers started calling it Lucky after the first few big hits. Mr. Harlem came in every Tuesday like clockwork. Always the same. Marlboros, 1 ticket, scratched slow and deliberate with a nickel he kept in his pocket. Purposely stored. He'd hum tunelessly while he worked the foil, like he was coaxing the win out. One night he hit $50, tipped me a 10, said, "See? Patience wins." Next week, $100. He started scratching slower each time, eyes fixed like he was afraid to miss a silver flake. Harlan stopped coming by after he won a few more times. Odd for a routine-driven guy like him. Sheriff Rowland stopped by now and then, always for a blue raspberry slushie mid-shift. "This stuff never gets old," he said with a blue smile. I asked him about Mr. Harlan, given that this was the second Tuesday he didn't show. "Mind if I ask you something, Sheriff?" He set the slushie on the counter, adjusted his glasses. "Long as it's not about parking tickets." Harlan used to come in every Tuesday, always the same time. I haven't seen him since he won a bunch of scratch-off tickets. This is the third week in a row. Roland watched the machine while I talked. Didn't look at me once. Trailer was empty when his employer reported him missing, he finally said. The lights in the house were all burning, and the fridge door open. "That's weird. Anything out of the ordinary?" I asked. His jaw tightened, just a little. "Winning tickets on the dining room table," he said, like somebody left in a hurry. I pointed toward the corner where the machine rested. "They came from that machine." He took a long pull from the straw, eyes still on the screen with his spectacles reflecting the light it emitted. "People who catch a break don't always leave a forwarding address," he said. "Some folks take the chance to disappear." He picked up the slushie and headed for the door. "You worry too much," he added. "This town does that to people." I watched him go. But the problem was, Mr. Harlan wasn't the only one who'd caught a break, and he wasn't the only one who'd stopped coming back. Tammy from the diner across the street used to come in after her graveyard shift, still in her uniform, smelling of grease and cheap cigarettes. She'd buy a ticket, scratch it fast like it owed her money, laugh when she lost. After her $200 win, she started showing up later and later, alone, eyes glassy. "This machine knows me," she told me once. Voice low. Quit her job the next day. No one saw her after that. Another case was Jake, the mechanic. Loud enough that you always heard him before you saw him. A loud guy. Always mentioned about how he just needed one more win to finally fix the shop for good. One night he hit $500, the biggest payout I ever saw from that machine. A week later, Jake was dead. His truck went straight off the ravine on Dew Pass. The news spread through town like the flu. People whispered about it. No skid marks. No swerve. Just tire tracks. Arrow straight. Disappearing over the edge. Most folks settled on the obvious explanation. That he was drunk, blacked out. Another senseless accident. But anyone who knew Jake knew better. He loved two things more than anything else. His truck and his work. Mr. Jones loved it. Sales tripled. He hung a little handwritten sign above the machine. "Our lucky scratchers," with a winking emoji sticker. When I mentioned how many winners had vanished, he smiled that small, polite smile and said, "People win. They move on. Life changes. You should play too, Night Boy. Maybe your luck is waiting." He said it the same way someone offers you a mint after they've already slipped something in your drink. I thought about it longer than I should have. Tried to line things up. Still came up with loose ends. 3 people. Same routine. Same machine. All of it breaking the same way after they won. I told myself there were explanations. People change. People make bad decisions when money shows up. That's what everyone says. But Jake loved that truck. Loved it enough that he wouldn't even drink if he planned on driving it home. He lived 2 blocks from his shop, close enough to walk, so why did he drive up the mountain? I knew that there was only one way to find out what the hell was going on. I started testing tickets on slow shifts. First time I hesitated, stood there staring at the dispenser like it might bite. Just one. I told myself. See if it's really lucky. Use the same quarter every time. Same spot at the counter, same slow scratch. The wind felt like a tiny electric kiss. Sharp, a rush, followed immediately by cold nausea crawling up my throat. It was the same feeling you get when you deliberately do something you're not supposed to. After the rush, it felt like the foil was scraping something inside my skull. My hands started shaking the way Tammy's hands shook. Convinced myself it was the energy drink. One slow night I tried to warn a guy, middle-aged, quiet, buying a stack for his wife's birthday. "Hey man," I said, keeping my voice casual. "Maybe skip these tonight. Weird stuff's been happening with winners." He laughed. "You trying to scare off business?" Mr. Jones appeared from the back, calm as ever. "He's joking. Play if you want. Luck's luck." The guy bought them anyway. Never saw him or his family again. The machine started acting in a way that it wanted to be observed. Screen lagging on animations, like it was thinking. Dispenser clicking when no one was near it. Soft, expectant. Every time when I turned my back to stock shelves, my skin prickled like someone was staring, as if a shadow was lurking behind me, a felt presence from a specific direction. My spatial awareness sharpened to a painful clarity. The bug zapper outside fell into sync with my breathing. Pop on the inhale, pop on the exhale. Each crack of electricity landed somewhere deep in my chest. Every sound and smell, arriving, amplified, distorted, wrong. I could feel each electrical impulse firing through my synapses, as if my nerves were no longer my own but part of the current itself. One night, the power dipped. Everything died except the machine. Its screen stayed bright, cycling slower. I leaned close. For half a second, the text changed. "I win." Then back to normal. I would never forget the time a kid, maybe 19, came in around 3 a.m. He bought 10 tickets with crumpled 20s, scratched them one after another at the counter. The sound was intimate, slow scrape, scrape, scrape of coin on foil, each layer peeling back with a faint metallic sigh. The smell of fresh scratch-off film filled the air, powdery, chemical, distinctive. He won every single one. Laughed so hard he started coughing. Bought more tickets, then continued scratching, like he couldn't stop. His fingers sped up, then slowed again, careful, deliberate. I knew something was wrong before his eyes went empty. He was smiling. He never stopped smiling. By the time I followed him outside, he was sitting in his Civic with the engine running, just staring down at the tickets spread across his lap. The smile was still there, pulled wider than it should have been, like his face had forgotten how to relax, or how to look normal. I watched the clock over the register roll forward and back again. He didn't move for almost an hour. I tapped the window. Nothing. His mouth moved, stretching soundlessly, working at words that never came, mucus pouring out of his mouth, dilated pupils which can only be associated with the effect some kind of extreme drug. I called for an ambulance. They didn't arrive for 3 hours. By then his hands were locked around the tickets, fingers curled like tight claws. The paramedics had to peel them loose one by one. After the incident, I couldn't sleep without dreaming about his face. Not screaming, not in pain, just that euphoric, vacant expression. I kept thinking about it afterwards. He was fine before he bought the tickets. I broke in on my night off. I still had the spare key from closing. The store was pitch black except for the machine's haze. Its glow pulsed softly, slow and inconsistent, like it was breathing. I stood there longer than I meant to, weighing consequences I already knew I would ignore. I was drawn to it, to the light, to the smell of freshly printed hard paper, to the shimmer of silver foil, and the dry whisper it made when peeled away. My mouth watered. The hair along my arms and neck stood on end. Tears pooled in my eye sockets as the urge to scratch and win swelled until it filled every inch of me. I acknowledged it, communicated with it without words. I wanted to obey it. Then a moment slipped past. What felt like a trance, a waking daydream where my body simply took over. My arm reached out on its own, fingers closing in on the print button. I tore myself away and yanked the plug from the wall, heart hammering. The cord came free cleanly. The screen stayed lit. "The hell?" I whispered. I grabbed the broom from the storeroom and struck the screen. It answered with a dull, hollow thump. Something sounded back. A voice. Very close. Very patient. What came out of the machine could only be described as a distorted grunt. It spoke my name. First, middle, last. Slowly. Like it was reading from an old report card. Then it said my mother's name. The way she used to when I was little and in trouble. Soft, disappointed. The air thickened with the smell of it. Powdery, metallic scratch-off foil. Undercut by something wetter. Like coins left too long in a corpse's pocket. I froze. I clamped my hands over my ears, desperate to shut out the lie. It didn't sound like her, but I recognized it. Her. It. The noise swelled anyway, forcing its way through the gaps between my fingers. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for something terrible. Light burned through my eyelids, searing white. I gave in to the weight of my body and folded forward, burying my head between my knees. This was it. Then it stopped. The light, the sound. I opened my eyes slowly. The store was full of cops. Mr. Jones told the cops I'd had an episode. He showed them the footage, me standing alone in the dark, perfectly still, eyes fixed on something that wasn't there, whispering for 20 minutes straight. I didn't remember any of it. Not the words, not the time missing. Nothing. The cops gave me a warning and left it at that. No charges, no paperwork, just looks. Mr. Jones stood beside them the whole time, calm, smiling softly. When they turned to go, he gave me a little wink, like we shared something. I told myself I was grateful. Word spread fast. It always does in towns like this. Night Boy lost it. People started asking if I was okay. The way you ask someone with a rash if it's contagious. Mr. Jones stayed too calm. Customers complained about the missing machine. He told them it was under repair. It never came back. A few days later I drove past the Shell at 2 a.m. Again, lights off except the corner window. A faint glow leaked out. The kind that doesn't come from fluorescent tubes. The silhouette inside was wrong. Too still, too patient. A new machine, maybe. Or the same one, just rolled to the next stop on the line. Someone stood at the counter, scratching, slow, methodical. The coin moved in tiny, deliberate circles, like they had all the time in the world. Behind them the shadow was taller now. Not moving, just taller. I was drawn by it. I accelerated, didn't look back. But every gas station I pass, my fingers twitch for foil. Every time I blink, I see hands, dozens, hundreds, peeling silver in perfect unison. Faces stretched wide, grinning the way winners grin when the numbers finally line up. Mouths open too far, eyes too bright. They're still winning, still scratching, still whispering the names back to each other like a prayer they can't stop saying. The glow moves, follows me. Late at night I catch myself murmuring their names. Not mine, theirs. Curious of what I escaped, and why they failed. If you drive past one of those machines someday, you'll feel the pull. Just one ticket, just to see. And when your fingers close around the foil, when the first silver flake curls away, you'll hear it. Your name. You won't win it. It will win you. Jack's Falls isn't the kind of town that gets written about in travel magazines. Population hovering around 3,000. One main street with a hardware store and a diner that closes at 6, and a coastline so rocky and unwelcoming that even the seagulls seem pissed off about it. The town's claim to fame is its name, which comes from Captain Jack Morgan, a pirate who supposedly fled British naval ships in 1699 and vanished somewhere along our stretch of coast. Local legend says he and his crew made it to shore with their plunder but were never seen again. Most people assume they got away in a rowboat or died in the surf. I assumed that too, until 3 months ago. Mark had been obsessed with the Captain Jack story since we were kids. He'd grown up on tales his grandfather told him about hidden treasure and secret caves. The kind of thing that sounds awesome when you're 10 and pathetic when you're 27. But Mark never let it go. He'd spent years researching old naval records, studying tide patterns, hiking every inch of coastline looking for cave entrances that matched historical descriptions. His girlfriend Sarah enabled him, mostly because she found his enthusiasm charming, and because she liked hiking. Me? I just went along because Mark was my best friend, and I didn't have much else going on. When Mark called me that October morning, I could hear the tremor in his voice before he even said hello. "I found it, John. I actually found it." He'd been exploring a section of cliff face about 2 miles north of town, somewhere we'd passed dozens of times without noticing anything unusual, but the recent storm had caused a minor rock slide, and Mark had spotted something that made him scramble down to investigate. A small opening, partially concealed by centuries of erosion and debris, but unmistakably man-made around the edges. He'd taken photos, measurements, and coordinates. He wanted to go back with proper equipment. "It's this weekend or never," he said. "Tide patterns won't be this favorable again until next year, and you know the county's been talking about putting up fencing along the whole stretch. This is it, John. This is actually it." I should have said no. I had a dozen good reasons. My knees weren't what they used to be. I had work on Monday. Cave diving, or spelunking, or whatever the hell you wanted to call crawling around in tight, dark spaces, had never been my idea of fun. But Mark had that tone in his voice, the one that meant he was going with or without me. Unfortunately, I'd known him since we were 10. I couldn't let my best friend do something that stupid alone. Sarah picked me up Saturday morning in Mark's truck, the bed already loaded with gear, helmets with mounted lights, ropes, carabiners, a first aid kit that looked military grade, energy bars, water bottles, and what looked like a small sledgehammer, in case we need to widen anything. Sarah explained when she caught me staring. She was tall, athletic. From what Mark told me, she ran marathons for fun and had opinions about specific hydration packs. She worked as a physical therapist and approached Mark's treasure hunting with the same practical enthusiasm she brought to helping people recover from knee surgery. Mark's already down there doing a preliminary scout. He's been up since 4. The drive took 20 minutes. The last 5 on a dirt road that barely qualified as a path. We parked where the trees gave way to scrub grass and jagged rocks, the ocean visible as a gray-blue line in the distance. The wind coming off the water was cold enough to sting. Mark was waiting by the cliff edge, practically vibrating with excitement. He'd rigged a rope system to make the descent easier, and he walked us through it twice before we started down. The climb down wasn't terrible, maybe 30 feet of careful scrambling, but it was enough to get my heart rate up. The cave entrance was exactly as unimpressive as I'd feared. A crack in the rock face, maybe 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. Mark had cleared away some of the smaller debris, but it still looked like the Earth's butthole. "You're sure about this?" I asked. "The historical records are clear," Mark said, pulling out his phone to show me a photo of a yellow document. British naval logs from HMS Dartmouth, dated November 1699. They chased Morgan's crew to this exact stretch of coast. The pirates made it to shore but never came back out. The naval captain assumed they had a ship waiting on the other side of the peninsula, but there's no record of Morgan or his crew ever surfacing again. 18 men, John. 18 men, and a cargo hold worth of Spanish silver just vanished. Maybe they drowned, I said. Then where are the bodies? Mark's eyes had that gleam I recognized, the one that meant he'd already made up his mind, and was just going through the motions of conversation. The cave goes somewhere. I can feel the air moving. There's space in there. Sarah was already putting on her helmet, checking her light. We stick together. We stay in radio contact, and if anything feels wrong, we turn back. Deal? I wanted to say no. I wanted to suggest we call someone official, get proper permits, and do this the right way, but I could see the desperation in Mark's face, the way his hands kept clenching and unclenching. This was his white whale. His one shot at proving all those years of research weren't wasted. Sarah was already checking her gear. Her opening was right there, and I was already putting on my helmet. We went in single file, Mark first with the biggest light, then Sarah, then me bringing up the rear. Now, I'm not a big guy, but the entrance was still a tight squeeze. I had to turn my shoulders and exhale to fit through. Rock scraped against my back and chest simultaneously. For about 10 feet, it felt like I was being swallowed. The walls pressed in from all sides, and then suddenly, it opened up. The first chamber was about the size of a large bedroom, the ceiling high enough to stand in most places. Our lights cut through the darkness, revealing stone walls and a floor that sloped gently downward. The air was cool, but not cold, with a faint smell I couldn't quite place. Mineral, maybe. Salt. Yet there was something organic underneath it all. See? Mark's voice echoed slightly. This is definitely man-made. Look at the walls. He was right. In places you could see tool marks, spots where someone had deliberately widened the passage or smoothed away irregularities. It wasn't obvious. Not unless you were looking for it, but once Mark pointed it out, I couldn't unsee it. We moved deeper. The cave branched twice, but Mark seemed confident about which way to go, consulting a hand-drawn map he'd made based on his research. He'd overlaid British naval charts with geological surveys and local folklore, creating a composite that supposedly showed the most likely route the pirates would have taken. I didn't understand half of it, but Sarah seemed convinced enough to keep following. The temperature stayed consistent, that cool but not cold feeling, and the faint smell grew stronger, not quite mineral anymore. Something else. Copper, pennies, maybe. Old metal. I caught myself breathing through my mouth to avoid it, which was stupid because then I could taste it instead. About 40 minutes in, we stopped to drink water and check our bearings. Mark's excitement was palpable, but I noticed Sarah was quieter than usual. When I asked if she was okay, she just nodded and said the smell was getting to her too. We agreed to give it another hour before turning back, regardless of what we found. The passage narrowed and widened in irregular patterns, sometimes forcing us to crouch, other times opening into spaces where our lights couldn't quite reach the ceiling. In one large chamber, we found the remains of old torches, just charred bits of wood that crumbled when Mark tried to pick one up. Evidence someone had been here before, which made sense given the pirate story, but also made the place feel more oppressive somehow. It was as if we were following in the footsteps of doomed men. There, Sarah said suddenly, pointing her light at the wall. Scratched into the stone, barely visible were marks. Not random scratches, but deliberate cuts. Symbols that might have been letters worn smooth by time. Mark ran his fingers over them, his breath coming faster. He pulled out his phone and took several photos from different angles. "This is it," he whispered. "This is actually it. This is 17th century script. I'm sure of it. Look at the way the R's are formed, and the long S. That looks like an F. This is period accurate. He was nearly trembling as he traced the letters, his academic background in colonial history finally paying off in the most literal way possible. The passage narrowed again, forcing us to crouch and then crawl. My knees immediately regretted every decision that had led me here. The walls felt closer now, and I became acutely aware of the tons of rock above us, the ocean somewhere beyond that, the very real possibility of getting stuck or lost or worse. After maybe 20 minutes of crawling, my hands were scraped raw, even through my gloves, and my knees felt like they'd been beaten with a hammer. The passage opened into another chamber, this one larger than the first, maybe 15 feet across and 10 feet high. Our lights played across the walls, revealing more tool marks and what looked like old scorch marks from torches. Then Mark swept his light around and froze. Holy. The skeleton was slumped against the far wall, still wearing the rotted remains of what might have been a coat. The fabric had long since degraded to brown tatters, but you could still make out what might have been brass buttons scattered on the ground nearby. The skull head tipped forward, jaw hanging open in a silent scream, and one arm was extended as if reaching for something. Around the bones were scraps of leather, a rusted knife that had corroded almost completely away, and what looked like the remains of a small barrel. The wooden staves collapsed inward. Sarah yelped like she'd been punched. Mark just stood there staring, his light steady on the corpse. Is this real? Sarah asked. It's real. Mark's voice was barely above a whisper. He moved closer, careful not to disturb anything, playing his light over the remains. Look at the clothing, the style of the coat, the buttons. This is late 17th century. I'd bet my life on it. This is one of them, one of Morgan's crew. But what made us all stop and really stare was the wall behind the skeleton. Someone had carved words into the stone. Not just a few marks, but entire paragraphs. The letters crude but deliberate, clearly done with something small and sharp. Probably that knife. Over what must have been days or weeks. The text started high up on the wall and descended into ragged columns, getting harder to read as it went down. Mark moved closer, playing his light over the text, and began to read aloud. His voice shook slightly. November 15th, 1699. We are 12 now. The cave goes deeper than we thought. Captain says there's a way through to the other side of the peninsula. But Davies and Mockton went looking 2 days past and haven't returned. We hear them sometimes, calling from below, but we search and find nothing. The handwriting was rough, the spelling inconsistent in the way of men who'd learned their letters late in life, but the message was clear. Mark moved his light down, finding more text carved in shaking lines. November 18th. The food is running low. Captain has ordered rationing. We dare not to go back the way we came. The Navy dogs are surely waiting at the entrance. James swears he heard Davies calling from somewhere below, but we search and find nothing. The air tastes wrong down here. Thomas says it's the damp, but I know better. Something's not right. Jesus, Sarah breathed. She moved closer to me, and I realized she was shaking. More text, the letters growing more cramped and erratic as they descended the wall, like the writer had been running out of space or time or sanity. November 22nd. 5 more are gone. They went deeper, seeking another way out, seeking fresh air, seeking anything but this tomb. The captain is changing. He speaks of voices in the dark. William says the treasure is cursed and we should leave it, abandon it in the deepest hole we can find, but the captain will not hear of it. He guards it like a dragon guards gold in the old stories of Mother used to tell. The walls feel warm to the touch now, which makes no sense in this deep. We are far below the sun's reach. The water that drips from above is thick and sticky, not clean like it should be. It leaves stains on our clothes. Jacob drank some yesterday despite warnings and has been sick ever since. He cannot stop crapping himself. The smell is awful. I reached out and touched the wall where the writer had mentioned warmth. The corpse was right. It was warm. Not hot, but distinctly warmer than it should be this far underground. At least 10 degrees warmer than the air around it. I pulled my hand back and found my fingertips slightly damp with that same sticky residue. "Keep reading," I said. Mark continued, his light moving to text that was barely legible now. The letters scratched so hard and fast, they'd gouged the stone in places, leaving deep furrows that our lights cast shadows in. November 27th. 3 of us remain. Jacob died yesterday. We buried him in the tunnel, but this morning he was gone, as if the cave swallowed him whole. The captain has taken the treasure and Thomas deeper into the cave. He says the voices told him where to go. He is mad. We are all mad. The cave breathes, I swear it. At night I hear it. A great bellowing sound like a whale. The walls pulse. Yesterday I saw John Carver embedded in the rock up to his waist. Still alive but unable to move, his eyes following me as I passed. He was begging me for help, but I did not know what to do. I tried to dig him out, but the rock was soft like clay, and it only made him sink deeper. When I returned hours later, he was gone, only a stain remaining like someone had spilled wine. The thing in the caves, it hungers. It feeds slowly. It savors. "Okay," I said. "Okay, we should go back." "Are you kidding?" Mark's eyes were wild in the light of his headlamp. "This is it, John. This is the actual historical record of what happened to them, and the treasure. He says the captain took it deeper. It's still down here." "Mark, this is clearly a man losing his mind," Sarah said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "Walls that breathe? People embedded in rock?" "He was starving and dehydrated." "Then explain this." Mark pointed to a spot on the wall where the text ended. There, carved with what must have been the last of the writer's strength, were final words. "It took them all. It will not let us leave." Below that, a date, December 3rd, 1699. And below that, scratched so deep the stone had cracked, "It beats." The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of our breathing and a faint dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond our lights. "There's another passage," Mark said, pointing to a gap in the far wall. "If the captain went deeper, that's where he'd have gone. The treasure is down there." "Mark, no," I said. "This is insane. We should document this. Come back with professionals. By the time we do that, the county will have sealed the cave. You know they will. This is our chance." He was already moving toward the gap, Sarah following after a moment's hesitation. I looked at the skeleton one more time, at those empty eye sockets and that reaching hand, and then I followed my friends deeper into the earth. The passage was tighter than anything we'd encountered so far, a squeeze that required moving our packs and pushing them ahead of us while we crawled on our bellies. The rock pressed in from all sides, and for one horrible moment, I was certain I'd gotten stuck. My chest too large for the gap, my hips wedged between unyielding stone. Then something gave way, and I popped through into a larger space where Mark and Sarah were waiting. "You okay?" Sarah asked. I nodded, not trusting my voice. My hands were shaking. This chamber was different from the others. The walls had a strange texture, less like rock and more like something else. Coral, maybe. Or cartilage. And the smell was stronger here. That copper penny scent mixed with something organic and faintly rotten. Mark ran his hand along the wall and frowned. "This doesn't feel like limestone." "What does it feel like?" Sarah asked. "I don't know. It's softer and warm. Really warm." I touched the wall myself and immediately regretted it. He was right. It was warm, almost body temperature, and the surface had a slightly yielding quality, like pressing on firm rubber. When I pulled my hand away, my fingertips came back damp with something that wasn't quite water. It was thicker, slightly viscous. When I rubbed my fingers together, it felt like alkaline, like the slick you get from dissolving soap. "We should turn back," I said again. "Look." Mark's light had found something embedded in the wall. A coin. A gold coin. Its surface tarnished green but unmistakable. Spanish doubloon. Has to be. "Sarah, take a photo." She did. Her camera flashed momentarily, blinding us all. Mark pulled out a small pry bar from his pack and began working at the coin. "Mark, don't!" The coin came free with a wet, sucking sound. Mark held it up triumphantly, turning it in the light. Then Sarah made a sound, and we both looked to where she was pointing. The wall where the coin had been was bleeding. I wish it was stained water or some mineral seepage. But it was blood. Thick, dark blood that welled up from the hole and began to run down the wall in slow rivulets. "What the?" Mark whispered. The wall around the wound began to pulse, slowly at first, then faster, a rhythmic motion that spread outward in ripples, and somewhere in the distance, deep in the cave, we heard it. A sound like thunder, like drums, like a heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. "Okay," Sarah said, her voice tight. "Okay, maybe we should." The wall bled faster, the blood now flowing freely, and more of those pulsing ripples spread outward. In my peripheral vision, I saw movement, other areas of the wall beginning to shift and flex. "We need to go," Sarah said. "Now." But Mark was already moving forward, his light catching something in the passage ahead. "Wait, do you see that?" More coins. Dozens of them, embedded in the walls and floor like metal studs and leather, and beyond them, a larger space. A chamber. Against every instinct I had, we moved forward. The walls here were unmistakably organic. The texture was wrong. The color was wrong. It had shifted from gray stone to something redder, mottled with darker patches that looked disturbingly like bruises. The floor was wet, covered in a thin film of that same viscous fluid, and our boots made soft squelching sounds with each step. The heartbeat sound was louder now, no longer distant. It echoed from all directions, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Thump, 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 thump. The chamber opened before us, and Mark's light found the treasure. It wasn't the pile of gold I think we'd all imagined. Instead, the coins and silver pieces were embedded in the walls and floor. Hundreds, maybe, all partially absorbed into the red organic tissue that made up the chamber. Some were still visible as distinct objects. Others were half dissolved, their edges blurred and melted into the flesh. And in the center of it all, surrounded by the treasure, were the bodies. They should have been skeletons after 300 years, but they weren't. They were corpses, preserved in various states of decay, their clothing rotted to rags, but their flesh still clinging to their bones. Some were embedded in the floor, sunken halfway into the tissue, as if the cave had been slowly digesting them. Others stood upright, held in place by growths of that red tissue that wrapped around their limbs, and torsos like vines. One wore what might have once been a captain's coat. His jaw hung open, and in the empty socket of his mouth, something glistened wetly. "This isn't real," Sarah said, but her voice carried no conviction. "This can't be real." The heartbeat was so loud now, it made my ribs vibrate. Thump, 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 and as I watched, one of the corpses moved. It was subtle at first, just a twitch of the fingers, a slight turn of the head. Then the jaw began to work. opening and closing slowly, and those empty eye sockets seemed to fix on us. Another corpse moved, then another. The tissue that held them in place began to pulse and contract, pushing them forward, helping them move. They pulled free from the walls with wet tearing sounds, leaving dark cavities behind that immediately began to close. "Run!" I yelled. "Run!" We turned and fled back the way we'd come, but the passage was changing. The walls were contracting, the space narrowing with each pulse of that massive heartbeat. Behind us, I could hear shuffling, scraping sounds as those things pulled themselves from their resting places and began to follow. Mark reached the squeeze point first and threw himself into it, his pack scraping against the walls. Sarah went next, and I could see her struggling, the space tighter than it had been just minutes ago. The walls were warm and wet and moving, contracting slowly like the throat of something swallowing. I glanced back and saw them coming, moving with horrible purpose. Their movements were jerky and wrong, limbs bending in directions they shouldn't. The captain was in front, and as I watched, he opened his mouth and that wet, gleaming thing inside flexed and reached forward. I threw myself into the squeeze and immediately realized I was in trouble. The space was too tight now, the walls pressing in from all sides. I could hear Sarah ahead of me, could see Mark's light on the other side, but I couldn't move forward. The tissue around me pulsed and contracted, and I felt something give way beneath my stomach, the floor softening and beginning to pull me down. "John!" Mark's voice, distant and panicked. "John, move!" I pushed with everything I had, my pack catching on something, my helmet scraping rock. Behind me, one of those things reached the squeeze and began to force its way in, its body compressing and bending in ways that made my stomach turn. I could smell it now, that rotting copper smell, and I could feel its breath on the back of my neck. The floor beneath me softened further, and with horror I realized it wasn't just soft, it was dissolving. I could feel the fabric of my pants beginning to stick to it, fibers pulling free, the material weakening. The tissue was digesting me, slowly but surely, breaking me down. With a final desperate heave, I pushed forward, felt something in my chest pop, and when I was through, tumbling, Mark grabbed me and hauled me to my feet. "Go, go, go!" Sarah yelled. We ran. The walls pulsed with each heartbeat, narrowing and widening, trying to slow us down. More of those things were appearing, pulling themselves from the walls like hatching insects, their movements growing more coordinated as we watched. The tissue responded to them differently, helping them rather than hindering them, pushing them forward while trying to hold us back. We reached the skeleton and the writing, and I thought we might make it. The entrance was just beyond. Daylight would be just beyond that. We just had to reach the rope, climb up, get in the truck, and leave this nightmare behind. Mark screamed. I turned in time to see him go down hard. The first skeleton we saw latched onto his ankle with a grip that made him cry out in pain. His helmet flew off, the light spinning across the floor. More of them were pouring through the passage behind us. At least 5 or 6 that I could see, and more beyond them. Mark was on his stomach, kicking frantically with his free leg, trying to break loose. The thing that had him wasn't letting go. Its fingers had sunk into his jeans, and where they gripped, I could see dark stains spreading, the fabric dissolving under its touch. Sarah dove for him without hesitation, grabbing his arms, trying to pull him free. Her face was twisted with effort and terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. I've got you, Mark. Just hold on." But the thing was winning, dragging him backward inch by inch toward the others. Mark's fingers scraped against the stone floor, leaving streaks of blood. His eyes found mine, and in them, I saw absolute terror. "John, help me." I took a step forward, my hands clenched into fists. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to help them, to grab Mark's other arm, to fight those things off with whatever I had left. Then I saw what was behind Mark. More of them. At least a dozen, shambling forward from the deeper tunnels with those jerky movements. Their bodies bent at wrong angles. The captain was among them. That rotted captain's coat still hanging from his shoulders, and his jaw was working slowly like he was trying to speak. Behind them, the passage itself was closing, the walls contracting in visible waves, the organic tissue flexing and pulsing as it moved. The opening was already half the size it had been, and getting smaller with each heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. Sarah looked up at me, still holding on to Mark, and in her eyes I saw the same realization I'd just had. There wasn't time. Even if we got Mark free right now, even if we somehow got past those things, the passage was collapsing and we had seconds. Maybe 30 seconds. Maybe less. Before we were sealed in here forever with these things, and this breathing, digesting nightmare. The passage contracted further. 20 seconds maybe. John, please. Mark's voice was breaking, cracking with fear and pain and desperation. His free leg was kicking at the thing's face, but it didn't seem to notice. Please don't leave me. Sarah, don't let him. I saw the passage ahead constricting further. The opening now barely 3 feet wide. 15 seconds. I saw the things closing in, their hands reaching, their mouths working silently. 10 seconds. I saw Sarah straining to hold on to Mark, her boots losing purchase on the floor as it began to soften beneath her weight. The tissue was responding to her, starting to digest her too. In a few more seconds, she'd be stuck, and then she'd be trapped too, and then we'd all die here. 5 seconds. And I ran. Not toward them. Away. Toward the entrance passage. Toward daylight. Toward escape. Toward being the only one who survived. John! Sarah's scream echoed after me, filled with betrayal and rage and terror and disbelief. John, you coward! Come back! I kept running. My boots pounded against stone that was rapidly becoming flesh, each step sinking slightly before I pushed off again. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. If I looked back, I would stop, and if I stopped, I would die. Some animal part of my brain had decided that my life was worth more than theirs. No, no, John, please. Mark. Sarah's voice was receding now, but I could still hear her sobbing. Mark, hold on. I won't leave you. I won't. The passage was narrowing fast now, the organic tissue contracting in waves that chased me up toward the surface. Behind me I could hear Sarah crying, could hear Mark begging, could hear the wet sounds of the cave responding to them. The things must have reached them. I heard Sarah scream again. I heard Mark cry out. Heard sounds I will never be able to forget, and can never describe. I kept running. The guilt hit me like a physical blow, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. My legs were moving on their own now. Pure animal panic overriding everything else. Friendship, loyalty, basic human decency. I was going to survive, and they were going to die, and that was just how it was going to be. I reached the next chamber, the one we'd passed through on the way in, and I could hear footsteps behind me. Not the shuffling of those corpse things, but the running footsteps of someone alive. I risked a glance back and saw Sarah. She'd let go of Mark. She made the same choice I had. Her face was streaked with tears and blood, her own blood, from where one of those things had touched her. She was sobbing as she ran, her breathing ragged and desperate. When she saw me looking back, she screamed something I couldn't make out over the sound of my own heartbeat, and the cave's heartbeat and the wet sliding sounds of those things pursuing us both. We ran together toward the entrance passage, the tunnel that would take us up and out and back to daylight, an air that didn't taste like copper and stone that was actually stone. I could see the opening ahead, that blessed crack of gray light. and then I saw what was between us and it. The passage was contracting, but not evenly. About 15 feet ahead, the walls were pulling together and apart in a rhythmic motion, opening and closing like a sphincter valve, like the cave was swallowing. The opening would dilate to maybe 4 feet wide, then contract down to less than 2 feet, then open again. Thump, thump, open. Thump, thump, closed. If we timed it right, we could slide through it when opened. If we timed it wrong, we'd be caught when it closed. I put on a burst of speed, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. Sarah was right behind me. I could hear her gasping for air. I could hear her boots on the stone that was now flesh. "On 3, she shouted. "We go on 3. I reached the sphincter first. It was open, the passage wide enough to crawl through, but as I approached it began to close, the walls contracting with muscular force. I waited, counted the rhythm. Open for about 3 seconds, closed for 2. Open, closed, open. "Now," Sarah yelled. I threw myself forward and slid through on my stomach, the walls brushing my back and chest as they contracted around me. For one horrible second, I thought I was stuck, thought the passage would close on me and cut me in half. Then I was through, tumbling into the larger space beyond. I turned back to help Sarah. She was halfway through when the passage spasmed. It wasn't the regular contraction I'd been expecting, but a violent convulsion, like the cave had suddenly clenched every muscle at once. The walls slammed together and caught Sarah's left leg below the knee. She screamed, a sound so full of agony it barely sounded human. "Help me, John! Help me!" I crawled forward, grabbed her outstretched hands, and pulled. She screamed louder, her fingers digging into my wrists hard enough to leave bruises I'd find later. But I couldn't move her. The passage had her leg and it wasn't letting go. When I looked down, I saw why. The floor beneath her was softening, turning from flesh-textured stone into actual flesh. Her caught leg was sinking into it, the fabric of her jeans dissolving where it touched the tissue, and the tissue was moving up her leg, climbing higher, beginning to absorb her. I could see it spreading, see her pants disintegrating, see her skin starting to blister and melt where the flesh touched it. "Pull harder," she screamed. "John, pull!" I pulled. I braced my feet against the wall and pulled with everything I had. Sarah's hands were slipping in my grip, slick with sweat and that viscous fluid that was everywhere now. Behind her, I could hear movement in the tunnel, could hear those things shambling closer. The passage spasmed again, and Sarah shrieked as it crushed her leg further. I heard bone break, saw her knee bend in a direction it shouldn't. It had her up to mid-thigh now, and it was spreading faster. Her shirt was starting to stick to the ground, the fabric pulling apart, threads separating and dissolving. She looked up at me with eyes that were somehow still fighting, still refusing to accept what was happening to her. "Don't you dare leave me. Don't you dare." Behind her, one of those things reached the sphincter. The captain, his rotted face passing through the wall of flesh, pulling into something that might have been a smile. He reached an arm through the flesh, fingers stretching towards Sarah's back. The passage spasmed again, and this time when it clenched I saw Sarah's eyes go wide with a different kind of pain. The tissue was inside her now. I realized. It had absorbed through her skin and was working on her organs, her blood, everything that made her, her. And the captain's hand was 6 inches from her head. I looked at Sarah. I looked at that hand. I looked at the opening beyond that was starting to close. The exit that would trap me here if I didn't move in the next 5 seconds. Sarah saw it in my face, saw the calculation, saw the decision I was making. "John, no, don't you dare. Don't." I let go of her hands. She reached for me, fingers grasping, face twisted with betrayal and desperation. "John." I backed up, just out of her reach. The captain's hand was almost on her now. Sarah's hand stretched toward me, fingers splayed. One last desperate attempt to grab me and pull me back into this nightmare with her, to make me share her fate since I'd chosen to abandon her. I kicked her hand away. It wasn't a hard kick. It didn't need to be. Just enough force to knock her arm aside, to give me the extra second I needed to turn and throw myself at the closing gap. Her scream followed me. "You coward! I hope it finds you. I hope it never lets you go." I squeezed through the narrowing space, felt tissue close around me, felt it begin to pull and digest and absorb. For one terrible moment I was certain I would die here, stuck halfway between chambers while the cave slowly consumed me, and Sarah's screams echoed in my ears. Then my fingers found purchase on harder stone, real stone, and I pulled with strength born of absolute terror. The tissue tore as I ripped free, leaving strips of my clothes and skin behind, and then I was crawling toward light and air and escape, and then I was out, tumbling down the cliff face, the rope Mark had rigged catching me after a short fall. I hung there, gasping, my entire body shaking, and I heard it. From inside the cave, muffled by rock but still audible, John, please, it's got Sarah. It's Mark's voice, still alive, still conscious, still begging me to come back. I hauled myself up the rope, ignoring the scream, scrambled to the top of the cliff and ran for Mark's truck. The keys were still in Sarah's pocket, but Mark had hidden a spare under the wheel, like he always did. I started the engine with shaking hands and drove away without looking back. I told the police I'd gone alone, that Mark and Sarah had stayed behind planning a different hike, that I'd suggested they check the caves, but they'd seemed more interested in the coastal trail. I lied to their parents, to their friends, to the search and rescue teams that spent 2 weeks looking for them. I lied to everyone. The cave entrance had sealed itself. When the rescuers finally found it 3 days later, it looked like it had been closed for centuries. Just another crack in the rock face that led nowhere. They went in with equipment and cameras and found only stone. The chambers were gone. The passages collapsed. The organic tissue vanished like it had never existed. But I know the truth. I know what's down there, breathing in the dark, digesting my friends slowly over years or decades or centuries. I know that somewhere in that living rock, Mark and Sarah are still conscious, still aware, their bodies breaking down cell by cell while the cave savors them like fine wine. And I know I left them there. I moved away from Jack's Falls 3 weeks after they were declared missing. I couldn't take the looks from their families, couldn't sleep in that apartment knowing they'd helped me move in. Couldn't walk past the diner where Sarah used to order extra hash browns and Mark would make fun of her for it. I thought distance would help. It didn't. 3 days after I escaped, I found something in my pocket. The gold coin. The one Mark had pried from the wall. The one that had made it bleed. I don't remember picking it up. I don't remember putting it in my pocket, but there it was, crusted with dried blood that wasn't mine. I threw it in a dumpster 6 blocks from my new apartment. The next morning it was on my nightstand. I drove it 2 hours into the countryside and hurled it into a lake. I watched it sink into dark water. That night I woke up with it clutched in my fist. My hand closed so tight around it that the edges had cut into my palm. My sheets were soaked with sweat and that same sticky residue. My pillow smelled like copper. I tried putting it in a safety deposit box. The bank called me the next day saying there'd been some kind of mistake with my box number, and when I went to check, the box was empty and the coin was in my car's cup holder. So now I keep it. I carry it with me everywhere because I've learned that fighting it only makes things worse. And every day it gets a little warmer. Every day I can feel it pulse a little stronger. That rhythmic beat that matches what I heard in the cave. Sometimes when I hold it, I can hear them. Not voices, exactly, but something like voices. A distant screaming that might be wind in a tunnel, or might be something else. And buried under that sound, two words repeated over and over in Sarah's voice. Come back. Come back. Last week I caught myself looking up driving directions to Jack's Falls. I don't remember opening my phone. I don't remember typing anything. But there it was. Route calculated. Estimated arrival time 3:47 a.m. The coin is getting hotter. Last night it burned my palm when I held it, leaving a mark that looks disturbingly like a mouth. And when I sleep I dream of tunnels, of warm, wet walls that pulse with life, of my friends embedded in red tissue, their eyes following me as I walk past. And the worst part? The part that keeps me up at night? Staring at the ceiling, unable to escape what I've done? Sometimes when I hold the coin, I can hear the heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. And I know with absolute certainty that it's waiting for me to come back. The cave remembers me. It tasted me when I tore free, got a sample of what I am, and now it wants the rest. It's patient. This thing that's been alive since before humans learned to make fire, since before the pirates stumbled into its mouth and became just another meal to be savored over centuries. It can wait. It has time. And eventually, whether from guilt or curiosity or some pull I can't even begin to understand, I know I'll go back. The cave is patient and it hungers. If you're reading this and you live near Jack's Falls, stay away from the cliffs north of town. Don't go looking for cave entrances or pirate treasure. Don't investigate if you hear sounds coming from the rock face. And if you do go, despite this warning, despite everything I've told you, if you find yourself in tunnels that feel too warm, if you see coins embedded in flesh-like walls, if you hear a heartbeat echoing through the dark, run. Don't look back. Don't try to save anyone. Don't hesitate. Just run. And pray it lets you go. I worked at the post office 2 weeks ago. That's not a euphemism, and it's not meant to sound mysterious. I've been there since I was 21, sorting, scanning, moving things from one place to another so other people can forget about them. It's stable work, quiet work, the kind of job where nothing interesting is supposed to happen. Every year around mid-November, I get rotated into a seasonal role. Officially, I'm assigned to the no response division. Unofficially, I'm the person who sorts the letters addressed to Santa that will never receive an answer. Most people don't realize how many of those come in. Kids still write physical letters. Parents still encourage it. Schools still make it an activity. By the time those envelopes reach us, they're already dead ends. Addresses that don't exist, names that aren't real, return labels written in blocky pencil handwriting. The machinery flags them automatically. They get pulled before routing and dropped into our department. We don't respond to them. We don't forward them to charities. We don't read them in full. That last part is the rule. It's been a rule since the late 90s, according to my supervisor. Long before I started, long before she did. The explanation they gave during training is simple and rehearsed. Children sometimes write about personal matters in their letters, family issues, home situations. It's not our place to read private information that was not meant for us. So we skim. We confirm it's addressed to Santa, stamp it as no response, log it, and file it away. You're allowed to read the opening line, maybe two. You're not allowed to finish it. Ever. People joke about it the first year. They think it's superstition, or some old HR leftover nobody bothered to remove. Somebody always asks what happens if you do finish one. The supervisor never answers directly. She just says it results in immediate termination. I believe that was all it meant for a long time. I stopped finding the rule funny 3 Christmases ago. That was when I learned what happens after termination. It's a tight-knit secret among the people who get roped into it, and you're only told after everyone thinks they won't say anything to anyone. They don't escort you out with security. They don't make a scene. You're just told to gather your things and leave the building. Your credentials are deactivated sometime later that day. Your access to internal systems disappears. To everyone else, it looks like you quit or got fired for something mundane. What happens next isn't in any handbook. It starts the same way every time. Within a day or two, the person mentions they feel watched. Maybe they laugh it off at first and blame stress. Then they describe something taller than it should be, standing too far away to make sense. A shape, a silhouette that doesn't move when they move. By the fourth or fifth day, they stop laughing. They all describe it the same way. A black figure, at least 12 feet tall, proportioned wrong, hands stretched to its shins, standing upright like it's pretending to be human. It wears a Santa hat, a real one, red, white trim, cheap felt. The hat never changes. It never falls. It never reacts to weather. It doesn't chase them. It doesn't speak. Every day it's a little closer. It can stand across the streets, at the end of a grocery aisle, on a sidewalk in full daylight. Other people walk through it like it isn't there. Nobody notices it. Nobody reacts. That's how they know it's meant only for them. The stalking lasts 12 days. On the 13th, they die. The post office doesn't acknowledge the connection. Officially, those people suffer unrelated accidents or medical emergencies. Unofficially, nobody in no response breaks the rule anymore. Except I did, because some of the letters aren't normal. Every once in a while, rare but often enough that we dread it, you find a crumpled envelope sealed with red wax instead of glue. No postage, no return address, just a name written carefully in pencil, as if the writer didn't want to risk spelling it wrong. Those letters are the reason the rule exists. We're meant to set them aside in a locked drawer and alert supervision immediately. No logging, no scanning. They are taken at the end of the month. Every single one of them is addressed to Santa. I'd seen 11 in my entire career before last week. The 12th had my nephew's name on it. Same first name, same last name. Even the way the pencil curved on the first letter looked wrong in a familiar way. My brother has a 7-year-old son. He writes his name the same way on birthday cards. Too big at the front, trailing smaller letters like he gets tired halfway through. I didn't open it right away. I stood there for a long time, staring at the seal, telling myself coincidences happen and kids share names. I told myself that red wax meant nothing, that plenty of children have uncles who work at the post office. I used a sick day and left immediately and drove straight to my brother's house. He laughed when I told him the envelope, told me I was overthinking it, said his kid probably found his wax stamp he used for work, and wanted to be fancy. When I asked if his son had written a letter to Santa recently, his smile faded just a little. He said yes, but he didn't see anything alarming, just the usual stuff. Toys, candy, video games. He asked why I cared so much. I didn't have an answer that didn't sound insane. That night, I dreamed about the drawer at work. It was open, and the letter was gone. The next morning, I broke the rule. I told myself I'd only read enough to confirm it wasn't really his. I told myself I'd stop if it got personal. I told myself I wouldn't finish it. I was wrong. The letter was written in pencil, neat but deliberate. No spelling mistakes, no childish phrasing. It thanked Santa. It thanked him for the last gift, not for toys or games, but for a piece of candy that had made Mommy stop crying. It said Santa had been right, that doing the bad thing worked, and nobody knew. It promised that this time would be even better, that stealing wouldn't be enough, and hurting animals felt too small now that he understood what Santa really wanted. It listed sins like chores. It ended by asking what Santa wanted next, because Christmas was coming and he wanted to be a good boy. I don't remember putting the letter down. I only remember my supervisor standing behind me, telling me to hand over my badge. She didn't argue. She didn't yell. She looked tired, like she'd seen this exact situation before and hated it every time. She told me I was terminated for violating confidentiality policy, and that I needed to leave the building immediately. She didn't warn me about anything else. I didn't leave work right away. I sat in my car in the parking lot for almost an hour with the letter in my lap. I kept expecting someone to knock on the window and tell me this had gone far enough, that whatever point they were trying to make had landed, and I could come back inside. No one did. People clocked out as time went on, walked past my car without looking twice. I drove to my brother's house because there wasn't anywhere else it made sense to go. He answered the door with his son still awake behind him, cartoon voices echoing down the hallway. The normalcy of it made what I was holding feel obscene, like I'd brought something diseased into a clean room. I asked if we could talk privately. He hesitated, then stepped outside with me, shutting the door behind him. "Why are you holding Lucas's letter?" We were standing on the porch. The light above us flickered every few seconds. I hadn't noticed it doing that before. "It came to my work," I said. "I need you to read it." "You open my kid's mail?" "Yes, but you'll understand when you open it." That made it worse somehow. He took the envelope from my hand and turned it over, frowning at the wax seal. "What is this? Some kind of joke?" "Seriously, read it." He broke the seal with his thumb and started scanning the page. I watched his eyes move, line by line. When he stopped, he stared at the paper like he'd lost his place. "This isn't funny," he said. "I know." He folded the letter once. "Did you write this?" "No." "Did you put him up to this?" "No." "You really expect me to believe this came from a real—" He stopped himself, laughed once, sharp and humorless. "You can't be serious, Matt." "I got fired today. I wouldn't risk my job for something like this." "That doesn't help." I tried not to read it. I wasn't supposed to. But when I saw his name— "You're talking about rules again," he said. "That stupid Santa rule you're always on about this time of year." "It's not stupid," I said. "It's a thing for a reason." "So now my son is the reason?" His voice was louder now. Behind him, the TV laughed on cue. "You think my son is hurting people?" "No," I said quickly. "I think someone is asking him to." He stared at me, waiting for a grin that didn't come. "You're sick, man," he said finally after staring daggers at me. "It's been happening to other people. Co-workers. Once you finish one of these letters I took—" "This is enough. You don't get to come into my house and say ridiculous stuff like this." "Just listen to me. Just for once, can you—" "You need help, Matt? Seriously, you're crazy." "There's a thing." My voice dropped without me meaning it to. "It starts watching you. Tall. Wears a Santa hat. 12 days and then— Get out. Don't talk about my son like that. Don't talk to me unless you get your stuff together." "I'm not talking about him," I said. "I'm talking about what's coming." He opened the door behind him. "Stay out of my house, and don't come back until you can admit you made this up." "But Christmas—" "Don't," he said. "Do not bring that BS into my home." I stepped back further onto the porch. He didn't hesitate before closing the door. The lock clicked. Behind the door, my nephew laughed at something on the TV. In the silence that followed, The flickering porch light finally went out. At the end of the street, something tall stood perfectly still, waiting. I left my brother's house, not taking my eyes off of it. When I got home, it stood across the street from my apartment, partially hidden by a lamppost that only reached its upper thigh. The Santa hat sat perfectly on its head, bright red against a body that swallowed light instead of reflecting it. I didn't see it move. I watched from my living room window until my eyes started to hurt, until my reflection layered itself over the dark glass and made me doubt the shape even existed. When I looked away and looked back again, it was still at the end of the street, standing just past the stop sign. Cars drove past it without slowing. Headlights cut through its legs and came out the other side unchanged. A woman jogged directly through the space it occupied. Earbuds in, breath fogging in the cold air. She never noticed the height of the thing she'd passed. That night, I didn't close the curtains. I wanted to know if it would approach while I slept, if it only moved when I wasn't looking. It didn't move. The Santa hat was the brightest thing on the street. On the second day, it was closer. It stood across from my building beneath a street lamp. The light didn't reveal anything, only traced its outline like something pasted onto the world. I left early, before sunrise, telling myself that if I passed it quickly enough, I could prove it couldn't interact with me. As I walked by, I felt pressure behind my eyes, like I was remembering something I'd forgotten. It lasted less than a second. When I turned, it was still behind me. That night, I dreamed of red wax softening in my hands. On the third day, it was in the parking lot. It stood between my car and the exit. I walked around it without stopping. I remember feeling angry more than afraid. Angry that it was allowed to exist like this, violating the basic rules of proximity and consequence. A man leaned against my car to tie his shoe. His shoulder passed through its leg without comment. For a moment, by habit, I drove toward the post office before remembering I no longer worked there. On the fourth day, it began appearing indoors. I saw it at the end of the frozen food aisle, its head nearly brushing the hanging signs. People pushed carts through it. A child ran past me laughing when the cold air hit their face. I left my groceries and walked out. That night, Christmas music started to feel like a warning. On the fifth day, it followed me to my brother's street. It stood on the sidewalk in front of his porch, feet almost touching the step. I watched my brother walk through that space later, holding his son's hand. Not slowing, not noticing. The porch light turned on. The door closed. The thing didn't leave. On the sixth day, I stopped trying to explain. I called the non-emergency line, a therapist, anyone who might give this a shape that wasn't fatal. I talked about stress, unemployment, anxiety. Everyone heard exactly what they needed to hear. That night, it stood at the edge of my building's lot, closer than before. I closed the curtains for the first time and still woke up convinced something brushed the walls. On the seventh day, it was in the elevator to my apartment. The doors opened and it was already there, folded just enough to fit. A woman stepped in beside me and leaned against its leg without realizing it, frowning slightly at the unexpected cold. I got off 2 floors early. The rest of the ride creaked like it was carrying more weight than it should. On the 8th day, it appeared in reflections first, in the dark screen of my phone, in the microwave door, always behind me. When I turned, it was in the room where it needed to be to remain just out of reach. I never heard it breathe. On the 9th day, it stopped giving me space. I turned corners and almost walked into it. I started holding my hands out in front of me, afraid of colliding with it like misplaced furniture. That night, it stood at the front of my bed and leaned forward just enough to make the Santa hat dip. I didn't sleep. On the 10th day, I tried to leave the city. I drove until the roads thinned and the lights fell away. I locked myself in a rest stop bathroom just to breathe. It waited by the sinks. I turned around and went home. On the 11th day, it no longer followed me. It waited in places before I arrived, positioned where it made sense, as if it had always been a part of the layout. If it has eyes, I never saw them. If it has a face, I don't think I would survive seeing it. On the 12th day, it stood in my bedroom. Not at the foot of the bed. Closer. It bent at the waist until its head filled my vision. I smelled wax. I smelled paper. The Santa hat slid forward just enough that I thought I might finally see what was underneath. Then it folded itself back into the corner, impossibly small, and waited with me until morning. Tomorrow is the 13th day. He's standing just a few feet in front of me now. I'm going to die tomorrow night. I need help. Anything. Please. There was a rule on our ship that everyone had to follow. Never go outside after midnight. Last night, we broke it. Working on a shipping vessel is tough. The physical labor, constant seasickness, and isolation from the outside world take a toll. Some men prefer solitude, but I'm not one of them. Back home, I have a wife and a small girl called Emily, whom I love dearly. I will never get used to seeing their sad faces when I have to leave. It's daunting, but the camaraderie here is something you'll hardly find anywhere else. I'm going off to sleep. Don't go walking around outside, all right? The captain said, smiling. Can't promise that, Cap, James said. They both laughed and the captain walked away. I looked at James in bewilderment. No one told you yet, huh? James said. Tell me what? You can't go outside the bridge area past midnight. What if the fog sets in and your radar stops working? Still ain't going out. Are you messing with me? No, sir. James looked dead serious. That makes no sense, I said. It ain't gotta make sense, but you gonna follow it. What if I have to go out? Then you ain't gonna come back. He bent forward and stared into my eyes. Look, we're in a deep part of the Atlantic. Strange things happen here. Decades before you were born, all the fishermen and crewmen here made a pact. I'm not gonna let you break it. He leaned back and kicked his feet on a chair. How about you tell me about your family? You got one? I tried to get more out of him, but he wouldn't answer. We got to talking about other things, but what he said still loomed in my head. And then I told him not even a whale could eat that much. I burst out laughing. James was slapping his leg, rocking back and forth with laughter. I looked out. The sun was coming up. Another beautiful day at the sea. The seagulls were flying by and the smell of sea salt was in the air. Is it safe to go out now, James? I said and chuckled. James' demeanor changed. The smile was gone from his face and he stared deep into my eyes. Billy, this ain't no laughing matter. He got up, collected his things, and walked to his cabin. The next shift I got there early, excited to spend another night talking with James. He was already sitting in his chair. Her name's Emily. She's just turned 3, I said, showing James my daughter's picture. Ain't she beautiful? Hey, Cap, come take a look. The captain walked over from the control panel and looked down. She really is. She definitely didn't get it from you, Bill. Both he and James started laughing loudly. I laughed too, although a little hurt. This was the first time the captain spoke to me informally. Young Billy here has been asking about the midnight rule. You think it's time you tell him? Why wouldn't I? He's stuck with us here for another 2 weeks. At least he won't do anything stupid. My eyes opened in excitement, and I leaned closer to the captain. James saw it and raised his eyebrow at me. Look, Bill, for a long time, ships that would fish in this part of the Atlantic would lose all their crewmen. The story was always the same. The communication would stop abruptly, and the ship would stay dead in its place. The Coast Guard would then venture out and find an empty vessel, almost as if no one had ever been on it. One day, a young seaman was found hidden inside one of them. He said that the night crew didn't come back the same, and soon murdered everyone. He was the sole survivor. The officers suspected him, but the young man hanged himself soon after. I looked at them in disbelief, but their expressions were ice cold. Do you believe all that? I don't know, Bill. No one knows if what he said was true, but since his story came out, all the ships that fish here stopped letting their crew out at night. It hasn't happened since. Hey, my pa told me the same story. He used to fish around here too. You don't have to believe it, Bill, but respect it. Sure will, Captain. Good. Now, where's that whiskey you got, James? That's what I like to hear, Cap. James walked away to the deck. You and your wife still together, Bill? Yes, Captain. Beautiful. I used to have a wife too. Unfortunately, things didn't work out. Life at sea doesn't help relationships. You're still young and smart, Bill. Get out while you have the chance. This, coming from the captain, startled me. James, meanwhile, returned with the whiskey and poured each of us a hefty dose. To Bill's family. The captain yelled and chugged down the drink. James quickly followed. The captain stayed with us through the night shift, drinking heavily. When the sun rose, I could barely stand. The captain and James were already waiting in their chairs with shots of whiskey when I came in the next night. Ready for another night, Bill? The captain asked and handed me a drink. Sure thing, Captain. Hey, Cap, Billy Boy is learning. James screamed out and slapped his knee. We were already a few drinks deep when the boat started moving around more. I looked out. My vision was blurred, but I could see storm clouds forming in the sky. Hell of a storm coming, gentlemen, James said. That's a big one, James. Don't you puke on me, Billy, if the boat starts rocking, James said. Only if you don't throw up at me first, I fired back. We all started laughing, but my chest tightened as I glanced out at the storm above the sea. Soon the boat was rocking violently back and forth. I was holding a bucket, throwing up all the whiskey I consumed, barely able to open my eyes. Good thing we got him that bucket, James laughed. But then a strange, loud sound came from outside, like steel being scraped around. Both the captain and James perked up. I could hear the captain mumble, "The gear is moving." They both looked at each other, their eyes wide with terror, and laughter had long left their faces. They both rushed to the window and looked out. James took off his hat and started crumpling it in his hands. "What's the time?" the captain whispered. 12:05, James said quietly. Who hired these incompetent fools? The captain yelled out and threw his hat across the room. He started pacing back and forth, looking down at the ground. Then the scraping again. The whole ship tilted the other way. There was genuine fear in their eyes. The captain looked at the clock again. "Bill, are you fit to operate?" "I guess so," I mumbled. "Okay, James, you and I will go out on the deck and reattach the chains. That should stop the equipment from moving." "Captain, but it's past 12. "I know," the captain screamed out. "But do we have a choice? If we don't do anything, the ship will go down." The captain walked over to the closet, pulled out the raincoats and harnesses, and threw them at James and me. "Let's go." He put on his coat and walked out. Outside, the weather was horrible. Hard, heavy rain with lightning in the distance. The waves crashed hard into the ship, spilling water onto the deck. I had to use all my willpower to hold the puke. We put the harnesses on and clipped in. The captain stayed back to watch and guide our process. Only now did I look at James. Terror was in his eyes. The captain yelled out to move the boxes of equipment to secure the gear, then to take the safety chains and reattach them. We quickly got to work. Each move on the deck felt like hell. Waves kept crashing into the ship, splashing water into our faces. The boxes were heavy. My body was so weak. But James pushed hard and we managed to block the gear for a while. "Get the chains now, the chains," the captain yelled. We took the chains and started reattaching the gear. The chains felt heavy, and reattaching them to the wet floor made it so much harder. I could feel my muscles slowly giving out. James had to rush over and help me attach them. I was so weak that he had to pull me off the ground. "It's done. Get out. Get out." James was already running back. I followed behind him. The captain unfastened the harness and we all walked back, locking the door behind us. We all stood in the hall panting. The air in the ship felt cold. Every piece of my clothing was wet. I slid down to the floor and put my head on my knees. The captain and James were looking at each other, then at me, and back at each other. "Maybe the things ain't like storms," James said. "Yeah, probably," the captain replied. James helped me back up, and we slowly walked towards the bridge area. Each stair felt like a mountain. I walked behind the captain. He now had a very fishy smell. When we got to the bridge area, I sat back in the chair. My mind was empty. The captain was walking around the room, looking at all the shelves and controls. James sat back into his chair, opened up the bottle, and took a chug out of it. "Sorry, couldn't wait." "No problem," the captain replied. James poured out some whiskey for all of us. He tried to hand me the glass, but I declined. My stomach was still recovering. He then gave one to the captain. The captain twirled the drink around, looking at the whiskey under the light, sniffing the glass. A chill ran down my spine. I looked closely at him. He kept examining the liquid. James wasn't paying attention anymore, pouring himself another shot. The captain took a sip and immediately spit it out. "What is this?" His face twisted in disgust. "It's some good whiskey, Cap. Ain't like it no more?" The captain looked at him with one eyebrow raised, then looked down at the ground. "Say, how many men are on this ship?" James' eyes widened and he dropped his glass. It shattered on the floor. We both looked at each other and started slowly backing away. "What's the matter?" the captain asked. James?" I whispered, my voice shaking. The captain looked deep into my eyes. His pupils had turned a dark red color. He flashed a smile and ran towards me. He put his hand on my neck and lifted me off the ground. I started choking, trying to fight his hand off, but he was too strong. I looked at James in desperation. He had walked over to the shelf and started frantically searching with his hand until he pulled out a gun. He slowly pointed it up at the captain, his hands shaking. He then pressed down the trigger, but nothing, just a click. James looked down under it. The gun wasn't loaded. Blood froze in my veins. The captain looked back, let out a blood-curdling scream, dropped me to the ground and ran towards James. He pushed him to the ground and started violently scratching and tearing into him with his teeth. My feet were rooted to the ground. Soon his screams turned into a low gurgling and then silence. Only when the thing looked up did I open the door and run down. I could hear the thing's screams echoing through the hall. I'm locked down in the vault of the engine room. The steel door is the only thing keeping me alive. In the first few hours, I had been hearing the screams of crewmates calling out in pain. When the last scream died down, the thing called out to me in the captain's voice, saying it was safe now. I didn't answer. It then started slamming into the door. The vault is shaking with each thud. I have no idea how long it will hold. I'm making this post for my wife and daughter. Even in these tense moments, I'm held up by the thought of them. Please don't forget your father, no matter what happens. I was on my third beer in a local bar. She must have noticed me before I noticed her, because when my eyes fell on her, she was already looking my way. There was passion in her eyes. She wore a short black dress, and her crimson hair complemented her emerald-colored eyes. A tattoo of a snake stretched across her arm. As soon as we made eye contact, I looked away. I've always been a nervous guy, and I don't want to make things awkward by staring at her. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her keeping a constant gaze on me. I pretended to be busy on my phone when the bartender put a beer in front of me. I didn't order this, I told him. Carl was the regular bartender and gave me a little wink. It's from the girl sitting at the bar. He walked away, and I looked at her dumbfounded, but gave a small nod to say thanks. She took this as an invitation and walked over to me. So you finally stopped avoiding my eye contact, huh? She took the seat right next to me and gave a playful smile. My nerves were acting up, and I felt sweat running down my back. This girl was beautiful, and she was talking to me. I decided to play it cool. Trying to catch my eye, were you? She looked at me as if she were expecting something more. Can I get you a drink? I offered. Something strong. I called over Carl and ordered her a vodka. She didn't complain. What's your name? I asked. It's Madeline. Well, Madeline, my name is Jack. So what made you sit down next to me? You have inviting eyes, and I was bored, she replied. If it wasn't for that second part of your sentence, I'd be flattered as hell. She laughed. Interesting choice of words. I didn't get the joke, but laughed anyway. Do you live close by? She asked. I noticed that every few minutes, she'd scooch her chair closer to mine. Yeah, it's a 10-minute drive from here to my place. Interesting. She took a sip of her vodka. Want to play a game of truth or dare? Sure, I said, trying not to break eye contact. You go first. How about we make it more interesting? If you win, you get to take me home tonight and do whatever you want. If I win, I get to take you home. So what will it be? Truth or dare? This sounded like a win-win in my opinion. My luck with girls had never been amazing. I'd been on a dry spell for over a year now, and here was my chance to take this lady home. I couldn't mess this up. Dare. My kind of guy, she said, giving me that flirtatious smile again. Let's see. What to make you do? Oh, I know. You have to steal something from this bar. I looked around, trying to find an easy steal. Okay, be right back, I told her and went to the bathroom. When I came back 2 minutes later, I showed her the roll of toilet paper I'd stolen. She laughed. Well, not exactly the great heist I was expecting, but I guess it'll do. I was starting to get tipsy. Your turn. Truth or dare? There was a malicious glance in her eyes. Dare me. Get a stranger to buy you a drink in this bar. She rolled her eyes. At least make it a challenge. She got up, pulled up her skirt slightly, and gave me a wink. Not 3 minutes later, she set down a vodka and a beer on the table. Got you something as well. Now tell me, boy, truth or dare? Okay, give me a truth, I replied. When's the last time you screwed someone? This caught me by surprise. I hesitated, wondering if I should tell her the truth or make up a wild sex story. I'm gonna be honest here. I wasn't exactly on my game this past year. She looked at me with surprise. Oh, well then. You just have to make sure that you win tonight. To be fair, I thought I was rocking this interaction, and I just thought of a dare she couldn't possibly go through with. This was going to be my victory move. Truth or dare? Dare. I took a deep breath. Okay, Madeline, take off an article of clothing. I knew she wouldn't be able to do this because she was only wearing that short black dress. She smiled. The gloves are coming off, huh? Finally. Let's play then. As she spoke, she reached under her skirt and pulled out her underwear. With a few easy movements of her legs, it was completely removed. I tried to look cool and casual, but I'm afraid I was just gaping at her. She laughed and, without saying anything, moved closer and slipped her underwear into my pocket. Truth or dare? I knew if I'd said dare, she'd pick something insane. I decided to play it safe. Truth, I blurted out. The beers were getting to my head. She looked at me. Her eyes went cold, all expression draining from her face. Do you still think about your brother a lot? My stomach turned. I went from almost drunk to stone cold sober in a second. What? What did you just say? I asked, do you still think about your brother? My heart sank. Who are you? Sweat ran down my back again, but this time it wasn't nerves. It was fear. It doesn't work that way. You have to answer, or you lose. For the first time that night, I felt genuinely scared. I thought about getting up and walking out, but something in my gut told me I needed answers. Every day, I said, trying to hide the sadness in my voice. She looked surprised, then laughed. Oh my, you really are someone special. I was sure you would have walked out after that one. I glanced around the bar. It was almost empty. The local drunk slumped in the corner, Carl chatting with a blonde, two guys murmuring at the far end. Well, don't you have anything to ask me? She said, clearly enjoying herself. Who are you? She frowned. No, that's not how this works. Second time. You get one more chance. Her eyes flashed red for a split second. Summoning all my courage, I asked, truth or dare? That's more like it. Truth. Who are you? I have been known by many names on many different planes. One of the names your people gave me was Apollyon. Others called me Abaddon, though the legends far outweigh my actions. This body isn't even mine. It belongs to someone who performed a ritual with her friends. Looking for cheap thrills, now she gets the privilege of being mine until I'm sick of her. She smiled sweetly, as if unaware of the weight of her words. I shook my head. This has to be some kind of sick joke. Truth or dare, Jack? She asked me. I chose truth. Do you believe what I'm telling you? No, this is too much to believe. Her only response was a faint smile. I felt trapped. Walking away crossed my mind, but fear kept me seated. She couldn't have known about my brother. He'd died over 7 years ago, before we moved states. Still, I kept playing. Truth or dare? Dare. Go away and leave me alone. She laughed. That's not how this works. Leaving is a forfeit, but I'll be kind and give you one more chance. We can't dare each other to go away, or to kill ourselves. Now give me a dare. Fine. Prove to me you are who you say you are. She smiled. That I can do. She grabbed my hand and images flew through my mind. I immediately knew she wasn't human. God, the things she made me see. I stood in an unfamiliar landscape with black fire burning everywhere. There were things walking around that couldn't have been real. Giant monstrosities with 2 snake-like heads and 6 legs. Almost humanoid creatures that must have been 4 meters long, with bat-like wings on their backs. It was painful to my eyes and sanity just to look at them. An eclipse loomed high in the sky. In the far distance stood enormous mountains. At least, that's what I thought, until those damned mountains started moving. At the center of it all was a pit. Thousands upon thousands of humans and other creatures lay inside it. I was shocked to see they were still alive. The sound of their screams and muffled moans were horrible, but the most awful thing of all, when I looked at those poor damned souls in that wretched pit, I saw his eyes. He was buried beneath others, and even after 7 years, I would never forget the eyes of my own brother. Jonathan was in that pit. I don't know what came over me, but suddenly my fear of that hell-like world faded away, and I ran toward the pit. I saw his eyes widen in response. I was getting him out. I blinked once, and when I opened my eyes, I was back in the bar. Madeline was next to me. That same smile plastered on her face. Don't make a scene, or this won't end well for the people here, she told me. My brother was stuck in hell, and this girl didn't want me to make a scene? Get him out of there. I said, trying to sound confident and intimidating. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Poor baby, she replied. I know it can't be easy facing this reality. She wiped a tear from my face, and I sat there in utter shock. God, I love that taste, she murmured, licking the tear from her finger. I'm afraid I can't get him out. The stakes of this game have already been set. I tried to stay calm and think rationally, but that was easier said than done. The only thought going through my mind was finding something sharp and stabbing her in the face. That wouldn't help, though. I had to save my brother. You told me if I won, I could tell you to do whatever I wanted. She chuckled. You sweet child. The deal was that you could do whatever you wanted to me, and I really mean that. You can torture me, or take me and work out every messed up fantasy you've ever had. Hell, you can do both at the same time. Sounds like a fun night, but you can't tell me what to do. The way she said it almost sounded like sympathy. Please, I said, no longer holding back my tears. Get him out. Truth or dare, Jack? I chose dare. Make yourself bleed. Wait, hold on. You said we couldn't ask each other to harm ourselves. She laughed. I said we couldn't tell each other to kill ourselves. I just want to see a little blood. I pulled out my pocket knife and held my hand under the table as I made a small cut in my finger. It hurt real bad. As soon as the blood welled up, she took my finger and licked it clean. Do you like that? She asked, licking the last of the blood from her lips. I didn't. Can we just ditch the small talk and play the game? I asked. That only seemed to excite her more as she leaned forward, eagerly waiting for the question we both knew was coming. Truth or dare? Truth. How can I get my brother out of there? I asked, wiping away the last of my tears. She tilted her head, studying me like a sick puppy. It disgusted me. You can't, Jack, she said. Your brother played a game, and he lost. It's that simple. Even if you manage to return, there's not a goddamn thing you could do. Those words devastated me. I had 1,000 more questions about Jonathan and that wretched world, but this horrible game wouldn't allow them. Truth or dare, Jack? I picked truth. There was no way I was choosing dare again. Would you take his place? If I gave you the option right now, would you go to the pit to free him? A soul for a soul. It's not a bad deal, right? The question caught me completely off guard. Everyone likes to believe they'd be the hero, the martyr who wouldn't hesitate to save someone they love. I thought about my parents, my friends, my colleagues, even my online gaming buddies. Tears welled in my eyes again as I realized what I had to do. Even if it meant being trapped in that world forever, I had to try. For Jonathan. I looked at her with disgust. Okay, take me there. I'll take his place. She burst into manic laughter. Oh, my dear Johnny boy. I just wanted to know if you would. The truth is, even if I wanted to, I can't get your brother out. He's property of that world now, and its inhabitants. Never in my life had I wanted to hurt someone so badly. I knew I couldn't lose this game. I couldn't bear the thought of my parents losing another child. It would destroy them. Then something clicked. It wasn't a good plan, and I didn't even know if it would work, but it was my only chance. Truth or dare, Madeline? As expected, she chose dare. I dare you to leave the body you're possessing right now. Her eye twitched, and her smile finally vanished. Well, well, clever boy, she said. If I'm not here, I can't play the game anymore. Of course you'll miss out on your prize. Or who knows? This girl might still be into you. Let's do this again sometime. She laughed. None of this meant a damn thing to her. She was just having fun, and that infuriated me most of all. Please, I said, exhausted. Just leave me alone. In an instant, her eyes changed. Confusion flickered across her face before she collapsed. It took me a moment to call out to Carl for help. The past half hour had felt like it was just the two of us in the world. I told him I thought she'd had too much to drink. He called an ambulance and told me to go home. On the way back, I replayed everything, tears streaming down my face. When I got home, I had a drink, then another, and another. I woke to birds chirping as sunlight spilled through the window. My head felt like it might explode. Relief washed over me. It had all been a dream, until I noticed I was still wearing yesterday's clothes. I reached into my pocket for my phone, and my body went cold when my fingers brushed against a piece of underwear. It was 4 p.m. on a Thursday when my phone buzzed with a notification. I had just returned from my last class of the day, and wanted nothing else than to lie on the lumpy dorm mattress and nap. I fumbled around, checking every pocket I might have placed the thing until I found it hiding in my sweatshirt. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the notification that filled the screen. "Hey, Silver." Those two words immediately took me back to the long days of high school, where a single girl kept me going, day after day, with the mere hope of talking to her. Lily. I stared at the message for a long time before my phone buzzed again with a new notification. "Wanna go on an adventure tonight? I need a friend right now." Hell yes. I deleted the text after typing it out, contemplating my next words extremely carefully. Eventually I settled on, "Yeah, sure, I'm down." Lily responded almost immediately. "Great, I knew I could count on you." Winky face. My heart thumped wildly in my chest. I had to pinch myself just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Before I could fantasize about her any longer, another text buzzed my phone. It was a location pin. Quickly inputting the address into Google Maps revealed the pin to be in Blackwater, a small, mostly abandoned town nestled in the hills and forests of southern Indiana. Nearly a 3-hour drive from my university. I had never heard of the place before, and, judging by the pictures online, it didn't seem like a place I would likely visit. Broken down homes, abandoned schools, old, crumbling factories. Not to mention the gas money alone would eat into what little savings I had. However, with the buzz of my phone, I was swiftly reminded why I was going. Can't wait to catch up tonight. It has been too long. That evening, as the sun began to set, I threw on my best pair of jeans, loaded up in my old, beat-up Honda Civic, and made the almost 3-hour drive east. I wish I could say I was at least a little skeptical or hesitant about that drive. But in reality, I was too distracted thinking about what I was going to say once I actually saw her. Our agreed meeting location was an old Waffle House just outside of Blackwater. Lily was already there, leaning against her car in all black, when I eventually pulled up around midnight. "Hey there, Silver," she said with a smile. I hated the nickname, but for her I made an exception. "Hey there," I said, getting out of my car. "How have you been?" "Oh, you know," she said, hugging me. I froze. We were friends in high school. Not that kind of friendly, though. The sudden change filled me with renewed hope. Before I could return the hug, she stepped back towards her car. "You ready?" she asked, bending over into the passenger side door. Her leggings left little to the imagination. I felt my face flush red. "Yeah, ready as I'll ever be. What's the plan?" "Oh, braking, entering, that sort of deal," she said, hauling out a large, cumbersome backpack from her car. "Wait, what now?" I asked. Lily chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm just kidding." She punched my arm. "But before that, you eat yet?" We ended up in a corner booth on the otherwise empty Waffle House, a plate of crispy bacon shared between us. Throughout high school, Lily and I were good friends, but never anything more. I was too much of a coward back then, so never got the chance to ask her out or tell her how I felt. By the time I gathered up the courage, she had already moved away for college. The old Lily was the kind of girl whose version of Crazy Night was a Star Wars movie marathon with popcorn. New Lily was someone completely different. Her blonde hair now had a streak of red, and she took great joy rolling up her shirt sleeve to show off the tattoos that now covered her left arm. The way she gleefully described each black spider and ram head reminded me of how much she had changed since I had last seen her. But her smile with the chipped tooth remained the same. Her enchanting green eyes were still the ones I struggled to hold eye contact with. And she was still a huge nerd. "So, what's with the backpack?" I asked, gesturing to the bag which took up half her booth. You know, just school textbooks, homework, that sort of thing. I'm a library science major now, so I get to see all the old basement books and..." Her hand struck the bag with a thwack. "Have to haul some around." An hour ticked by in the blink of an eye. It felt exhilarating to reminisce and joke with Lily again, but there was something nagging at the back of my thoughts the entire time. I started. "What's all this about?" "What's what about?" "You know." I gestured around. "This." Lily took a deep breath. I just need a good friend tonight," she finally admitted. Hesitating only for a moment, I reached across the table and scooped her hand in mine, giving it a gentle squeeze. "It's okay. You can tell me." "It's my mom." Her eyes watered, but she quickly blinked away any tears. "She passed away a year ago today." I was never good with comforting grief. "I'm sorry." Lily grasped my hand in both of hers and looked directly into my eyes. "I have a huge ask of you." Yeah," I said, blushing. "Whatever you need." "I need to go there, where she died, but I need you there with me." Cool night air whipped past us as we stepped outside, though my face still felt warm. "You mind if I drive?" Lily asked. "My car is making a weird noise and I could use your help." "Yeah, sure, but are you sure about this?" I asked. "Yes, I need to be there." It was not what I anticipated when she first texted me, although in all honesty, I don't know what I was expecting, but I was going to stick it out, not just because I had already driven all the way to Blackwater, but because Lily needed me. I remember meeting Lily's mother all those years ago. She was sweet and kind, and the two of them shared a bond that made most parents envious. Lily never mentioned how she passed and I didn't push. Blackwater was as dreary and run down as the pictures online portrayed. In the darkness of the overcast night, the buildings took on a haunted, accursed look, and feel that made me slightly uneasy. Lily didn't seem to mind, however. She had returned to her bubbly and energetic self. "Don't let my confession weigh you down," she said as we cruised through the derelict streets. "My mom wouldn't want us to be sad, remembering her." Her car never ended up making a noise, though I wrote it off, not thinking too much about it. Our destination came shortly after in the form of a long, overgrown driveway, disappearing into the trees and hills beyond. Lily turned onto the road. A tall, wrought iron fence greeted us with the gate sitting fully open. "Ah, crap," Lily muttered, seeing the gate. "What's wrong?" I asked. "The gate's open," Lily said. "Means there's a cop up there." "How do you know? What is this place?" Lily slouched back in the driver's seat and thought for a minute. "Lily, what is this place?" I repeated. "We'll drive a minute or so down the road and hike back on foot," she said, avoiding my question. The answer would soon present itself as Lily threw her car into reverse and the headbeam swept across the overgrown landscaping. A large sign hanging from the fence read, "Blackwater Regional Hospital." "A hospital? Are you sure that's a good idea?" "It's the hospital where my mom spent her last moments. Shut down not long after," she said before muttering, "There shouldn't be a cop here. Gonna make everything harder." We could go somewhere else. I don't want you getting hurt in there, I offered. I'll be fine. You're too sweet. We left the car on the side of the road about a half-mile past the gate. Lily insisted on bringing her backpack, despite its size. The wrought iron was easy enough to clamber over, and we were free to wander the grounds on our way to the hospital. There were several overgrown walking trails carved through the forest. Following those, we quickly reached the parking lot. The hospital was huge, 3 stories tall with a large clock tower above the main entrance. Thick ivy and sprawling vines scaled the walls and wormed in through cracked and broken windows. From the trees we could see the cruiser of the lone state trooper stationed on the opposite end of the parking lot. Its lights were off, and the trooper was likely asleep, or so I hoped. Lily patted me on the shoulder and led me around the back of the building where a shattered window on the first floor gave us free access to the inside. She threw her bag in before easily crawling in, using an empty trash can as a step stool. "Wow, you know your way around here," I joked as I hopped in through the window. "No, I haven't been here in a while." The corridors were an eerie mixture of peeling pastels and littered floors. Several of the walls were covered in graffiti, the spray cans responsible laying dejectedly underneath their masterpieces. I picked up one. It worked, surprisingly, although it was mostly empty. It was obvious the hospital had been abandoned suddenly. Gurneys still lined the hallways. Several doors sat wide open to operating rooms or recovery suites. I peered my head into one, only to see what looked like a red pentagram spray-painted on the wall with a list of names next to it, each crossed out. Eventually we reached the lobby. Despite the grandeur of the hospital, the lobby was comparatively small. A single check-in window with an overturned desk behind it, a handful of benches, 2 elevators, each crossed out with police tape, and a stairwell opposite the main entrance. Lily dropped her backpack onto one of the empty benches and pulled out 2 full cans of spray paint. She tossed me one, which I fumbled catching. It got a good laugh out of her, which made my heart flutter. "I'm never coming back here," Lily said, shaking her can. "Let's make it a worthy send-off." The next half hour was spent running up and down the hallways, doodling anything and everything we could imagine. My crude drawing of a purple appendage got a chuckle out of her. Her red star got a round of applause out of me. As far as first dates go, it was definitely unique. But I couldn't complain. "You're a natural artist," Lily commented as I put the finishing touches on my magnum opus. It was a large smiley face with its tongue sticking out. "Why, thank you," I said, my can finally coughing empty. "What shall—" A pair of heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor behind us. Lily hissed, grabbing me and diving for cover in a nearby room. Where we ended up was the floor of a janitor's supply closet, complete with mop buckets and large push brooms. We whispered apologies as we carefully wiggled our way into comfortable positions. The closet was too cramped to fully close the door. I had to hold it mostly shut and pray nobody would see us. Not a moment later, the beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness outside the door. The footsteps stopped. Lily and I squeezed together to peer through the narrow gap. Her body pressed into mine, and I hoped and prayed she couldn't feel my heartbeat racing. The scent of her vanilla perfume was intoxicating. It took everything I had not to wrap my arms around her and pull her in closer. It wasn't the time for that. "Got a 1076. A man's deep voice came from the other side of the door. A radio crackled to life. "Go ahead, Dutch," a female voice on the radio said. "I got some kids going through the old hospital in Backwater." A pause. 10-4, need backup? 10-10, the trooper said, walking past the supply closet. "But I'm thinking the same one is back. Found some more of those pentagrams." With that, the officer disappeared down the hallway and turned the corner. His voice continued to echo, but grew more distant until he walked through a door and his voice stopped with a metallic click. Several minutes after the officer left, Lily scooted around to look at me, our faces mere inches apart. We sat there for a long time, both of us breathing heavily in the small space. Being so close to Lily, not to mention the exhilaration of almost being caught, left me on a high of adrenaline and anxiety. A volatile concoction. For the first time I can remember, I held contact with those bright green eyes. Nothing else mattered more to me. Lily reached out and ran her fingers through my hair. She playfully tousled the strands. There was a slight pinch on the side of my head, and I flinched in response. Sorry, Lily said. I didn't think that would hurt. It's okay, I said, but the mood was dead. Eventually we left the closet and quietly continued on our adventure. This place took so much from me, Lily said. The least it could do is bring me one night of joy. So I made it my goal to make her happy. We played tag on the first floor, hide and seek on the second, all the while avoiding the trooper as he prowled the halls searching for us. There were several moments when I thought he would catch us, but luckily, we evaded him easily enough. It became a game in itself at one point. Lily vanished for a while, only to suddenly reappear and scare me half to death, claiming she had to use the restroom. It was 3 a.m. when we finally headed back towards the lobby. We were walking down the stairs when Lily stopped. I told you it would be an adventure, she said, smirking. You did warn me, I said with a chuckle. She grabbed my hand in both of hers and leaned in close, whispering into my ear. My turn to repay you for tonight. Her lips grazed my cheek and planted a wet kiss on my neck. My whole body froze, but my blood pressure spiked. There's more where that came from. Well, I wish there was a witty back and forth that followed. There wasn't. I stood there in absolute shock, barely processing her words. Seemingly pleased with the effect she had on me, Lily slowly stepped back. With a bite of her lip and a flick of her hair, she disappeared down the next flight of stairs. I stood there, listening to her footsteps echo through the stairwell. It took me longer than I would otherwise like to admit to fully compose myself. When it all finally processed, I chased after her, but the lobby was empty as I rounded the landing. Lily? I called. The response came from the flight of stairs leading to the basement, reverberating off the concrete walls. Down here, silly. No, Lily, come up here, I said. I walked to the edge of the stairs, looking down at the dark landing below where it turned and jutted deeper into the earth. Oh, Silver! Something small and dark sailed through the air and hit the top of the landing with a near-silent poof. It was Lily's black long-sleeved shirt. A blossom of warmth flushed across my face. I stuttered over my next words, struggling to pick the right ones. What if... No, please, can you just... Despite the buffering in my head, my feet remained planted. We stood there in that mental tug of war for a long moment before Lily sighed in defeat. Fine, she said. You're no fun. The small insult hurt, but the relief made it worth it. Wait, what? Lily whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. Lily? Oh my God, Lily shrieked. Oh my God, what is that? I heard nothing except her footsteps and screaming disappeared deeper into the basement. The human body is an incredible product of thousands of years of biological evolution. It is so incredible, in fact, that most of the human population have two distinct and independent brains, one in the chest and one in the head. And in a moment like that, and every moment leading up to it, I was thinking with the wrong one. My footsteps echoed through the hospital as I barreled down the stairwell, using the railing to swing myself around at the landing. A pipe laid across the floor, almost tripping me, but I grasped it and wielded it like a bat. I stopped as soon as I stepped onto the last flight of stairs. The corridor beyond was nearly pitch black. There was almost no light save for a faint orange hue flickering through an open door halfway down the hallway. The air was cold, frosty even, and stale, with a distinct tinge of rust, antiseptic, and vomit. I accidentally kicked a rattle can on the stairs, its metallic pangs making me flinch as they reverberated through the darkness. "Lily?" I called out. Nothing. Glass crunched under my shoe as I slowly reached the final step. The smell was stronger now, more forceful. Bile rose in my throat, but I forced it down. That was when my foot grazed against something on the floor. A shoe, then another. Socks after those, followed by a pair of jeans. Lily's stripped clothing led suggestively towards the room with the flickering light, though there remained no sign of Lily. I hesitantly followed the lure, noting that many of the doors were covered with police tape. Scratches dug into the floor like drag marks, although they were much older. Strange blotches of red and brown stains dotted the walls. I reached the glowing door. My hands ached as my grip on the pipe tightened till my knuckles turned white. The room beyond was a surgical clinic, a stretcher laid out in the middle, medical cabinets lining the walls. There was nothing that would have been out of place for a hospital. That was, except for the candles. There were hundreds, maybe even thousands, of red candles covering the floor and furniture. Their wicks sputtered as they burned, releasing a putrid smell that could best be described as rot, decay, and death. The bile returned with a heavy cough as my breath caught. Pulling my sweatshirt over my nose did little to mitigate the smell. I almost left right there, when something caught my attention. Lily's backpack sat on the gurney, books and tomes spilling out. "Lily," I hissed. No response. Carefully, I stepped deeper into the room. Small gaps between the candles gave me a slim walkway through the wax towards the gurney. The tomes splayed out on the stained sheets looked old and delicate. I dragged my fingers along one of the covers. It had the feel of a strange worn leather, not the familiarity of cow's hide. Several of the books had numerous colorful sticky notes peeking out from between yellowed pages. I opened one of the tomes. It sat center stage, the largest and most denoted. Upon its cover bore a simple image of an eye. Firelight danced across its aged pages like dancing demons. Each of the manuscripts were brimming with dense sprawls of strange text, accompanied by horrid, brutal portraits. One page depicted strange, cloaked figures, dragging bound swine, cattle, and humans towards a burning hole. A blue sticky note next to the illustration read, "Contract, question, question, question mark. 03/27/2010 through 03/27/2011. Then I reached the most denoted chapter and my blood ran cold. One of the pages folded out to be several times the tome's size. An enormous illustration of a grotesque, foul beast. An impossibly long and spiraling monster, with the body of a centipede. Its carapace was dotted with an infinite number of eyes. Legs like human arms, winding and winding, staring, judging, hunger and pride and wrath. Beneath the portrait read a single line of text. Pandemonium regnat resonat erigit. I went to close the book when something poked my palm. Two small white triangles stuck out from the bottom of the book, sharper and newer than one of the regular pages. I tugged at the white corners only for two photographs to slide free of the accursed tome. One I recognized to be Lily's mom. She sat in a recliner. A wide smile plastered on her face. A lock of hair similar to hers was taped to the top corner. But it was the second photograph that caused my hands to shake holding them. It was me. An older picture, likely from high school, but it was unmistakably me. And just like the previous picture, a small bundle of my hair was taped to the photo. I slammed the book shut, crumpling several of the pages between the covers. I whimpered, grabbing at my collar, suddenly feeling claustrophobic. What the? It was then I noticed something that had eluded me earlier. A single candle in the far corner of the room, partially obscured by some decrepit medical equipment. It was burned out, smoke wisping from the snuffed wick. I don't know why I found it so strange. For a couple seconds I stared at it. Another wick fizzled out, this one right next to the previous. Then another. Slowly, the candles began to die, emanating from that corner and making a direct path for me. I stumbled back, stepping on several of the candles as I did, only for the flames to begin dying faster. A heavy metal boom reverberated throughout the room. I spun around only to witness with dawning horror that the thick, reinforced door of the surgical room had been slammed shut. Careful not to step on any more candles, I rushed to the door and began pounding on the pressure-treated glass. "Lily!" I shouted. "Lily, are you there?" There was sobbing on the other side of the door, deep and guttural. "Sorry. I'm so sorry." Lily wept, her voice muffled through the heavily insulated walls. The metal pipe connected with the window. Nothing. Again, nothing. A third swing, then a fourth, followed by a fifth. With the sixth swing, the pipe fell to the ground with a metallic pang. The vibrations from the strikes painfully reverberated through my hands and fingers. "Sorry, sorry." I grabbed a nearby IV stand. With a swift kick, I separated the wheelbase from the pole and jabbed the broken end into a small gap between the door and wall. My shoes slid against the concoction of melted wax, dirt, and rust that covered the epoxy floors. It wouldn't matter as the IV stand quickly bent out of shape the second my feet gained purchase on the ground. A quick glance behind me almost made me whimper in defeat. The dead candles had made it to the gurney in the center of the room. The candle demon was drawing closer. It was only a matter of time now until it reached me. I planted my back against the door and slid down till my butt hit the floor, pulling my legs close to me. I buried my head in my arms and let the tears flow freely. Lily continued to sob on the other side, interspersed with repetitions of sorry. Then it stopped. There was silence on the other side of the door for what felt like an eternity, but just as a wick died only a few feet from me, I heard the distinct sound of heavy footsteps approaching the door. The door flew open, catching me by surprise and sending me tumbling backwards into the corridor. A flashlight immediately trained on my face. "Well, well, well," the trooper drawled. "Got you." The state trooper grasped me by my hood and hauled me to my feet. I struggled to keep my legs beneath me, a mixture of relief and fear causing them to feel like jelly. "Come on," the trooper said, pushing me towards the stairs. "Thank you," I managed in a weak voice. "You won't be thanking me for long. You're going straight to—" "No!" A blood-curdling scream echoed from behind us. We both turned to see Lily, there in the middle of the hallway. She stood at the end of the corridor, past the glowing door, just barely within the flashlight's illumination. She was stripped down to her underwear, revealing the lattice and cross patches of scars and fresh cuts that covered her right arm and chest. Her cheeks shimmered with fresh tears. Something metallic glinted in the light. She held a large, ornate knife in one hand, the blade freshly stained red. "Jesus Christ," the trooper muttered under his breath. "What the hell did you do to her?" "Lily, no, I stammered. "Shut up," he hissed, shoving me down hard onto the last step and handcuffing one of my wrists to the railing. "No, I didn't do anything to her," I protested. "I said shut it." The trooper jabbed a finger at me before turning to Lily. "Ma'am, put the knife down. I'm here to help." The trooper held out one hand while the other hovered near his taser. He slowly crept down the hallway, only sparing a quick glance into the glowing room as he reached it. Before the trooper could open his mouth to say anything more, The candle closest to the open surgical room door died. What happened next occurred in the blink of an eye. A fraction of a second, the state trooper, standing in the middle of the corridor, was suddenly and violently propelled into the wall. His body struck the surface with such an immense and terrible force. The sickening sound of bones snapping and crushing, of his skin, muscles, and organs bursting. What was once a 6-foot 1-inch man was reduced to a thick, coagulate sludge of human debris and tattered clothing no more than a few inches thick. It stayed on the wall for a few seconds before slowly sliding down into a horrid mess on the floor. I couldn't breathe. The shock had stolen my breath and blurred my vision. It was impossible to steal my gaze away from the grotesque remains on the floor. The trooper's flashlight had been torn from his grip when he fell and now lay dejectedly pointing at the wall opposite. Bare footsteps smacked against the epoxy floors as Lily swiftly began towards me from the darkness. Hey, wait! I put up my free hand as I reached behind me for anything I could defend myself with. Lily passed through the beam of the flashlight. Her soulless, tear-filled eyes stared at me like a mechanic would a tool. The ornate blade still firmly in her grip. Lily, wait! Just as Lily began to reach for me, my fingers finally gained purchase on the lip of a rattle can. I whipped the can around and sprayed it directly in her face, orange paint going everywhere. She sputtered and coughed, holding her hands out as a barrier as she stumbled backwards. I continued spraying until the cans wheezed empty. I threw it at her before groping around blindly behind me for another. Lily slipped on the growing pool of red and gray fluid emerging from the remains of the state trooper. She fell backward into one of the nearby door frames. There was a hollow pop followed by an ear-piercing wail. Lily screamed, grasping her wrist. I pulled at my cuffs, but to no avail. Lily wiped at her face, orange paint coming off in streaks. She began to cry and moan, alternating between rubbing her eyes and cradling her wrist. A glint from the pile of flesh near my feet stole my attention. A key. I scrambled down as far as the cuffs would let me and stretched for it, kicking around blindly with my shoe. Lily groaned in pain, propping herself against the doorframe as she slowly stood. Her bloodshot eyes narrowed on me. What have you done?" she muttered. With sloppy, uneasy steps, Lily staggered towards me, wrath and hatred plastered on her face as her lips curled downwards into a scowl. You were supposed to die." For an instant, something flashed on Lily's face. The rage was replaced with something else, a familiar recognition and knowing terror. Suddenly, just as the trooper before her, Lily was propelled backwards into the darkness of the hallway at a horrific speed. Her scream choked out as the sudden thrash stole her breath. A wet thumping sound came from the darkness ahead of me. "Please," Lily shrilled. I continued to blindly kick around, praying with all my might that the keys would present themselves. "Please don't." Crack. "I'm sorry." Pop. "Mommy, I just want..." Snap. Tears streamed down my face, hot and fast and free. The keys skitter across the floor towards me. A miracle it was that they did not slide farther away. I quickly loosened the cuffs and scrambled up the stairs on my hands and knees. I crashed through the lobby. Through my panic, I found the front door. Throwing my whole body weight into it proved fruitless, especially after seeing the chain and padlock on the inside. Likely the trooper's doing. Cursing the dead man, I continued on, trying every door and window I stumbled upon. Each find deflated my hope more and more. Nearly every entrance point was covered by plywood or locked. After a few minutes of frantically searching the now ominous and unfamiliar corridors, I stopped to catch my breath. My heart thumped against my chest with such force, I feared I was having a heart attack. It was the only sound I could hear in the hauntingly silent hospital. There was not even the comforting whisper of a soft breeze. Then I had an idea. I felt around, checking my pockets until I found my phone in the back of my jeans. Withdrawing it proved fruitless, as I was met with a spiderweb of white cracks covering the black screen. I threw it down the hallway in frustration. The broken device skidded across the floor. Doom. I glanced down the hallway, thinking the phone had knocked something over. The ground shook slightly. A chill ran down my spine. Thoom, thoom, thoom. I barreled through the hospital. My only hope was the lone open window on the first floor. The ground increasingly shook with my every step. Hoarse, high-pitched wailing bellowed somewhere behind me. These were not the sounds of mourning and grief, but of exultation and feverish joy. It was getting closer. I dared not turn around, afraid of what might be staring back. My shoes slipped as I rounded the corner, almost sending me tumbling to the ground, for a glimpse of hope presented itself. The window. I put what little strength I still had remaining into the final sprint. A hot, foul breath percolated on the back of my neck. Slight tugs pulled at the ends of my clothes, as if 1,000 hands just out of reach were grasping for me. I could not stop, not that close to the window. With one last push, I vaulted through the small opening, but not before the foul beast behind me dug its long, sharp nails into my ankle as I jumped. The cold, rough ground greeted me with a hard embrace as I landed shoulder first into the dirt. The candle demon violently crashed into the window right after me, causing large, deep cracks to burst open across the exterior wall. But it did not follow. A scream bellowed from my lips, blending with the unholy sobs which echoed from the hospital. I gripped my ankle. It was warm and sticky and hurt so bad I didn't even care about the pain blossoming in my shoulder. It was weak under weight, but I would not sit there a minute longer. I glimpsed towards the window as I stood. A swirl of 12 eyes stared back at me. The beast thrashed about against the walls of the hospital as I hobbled through the forest. I could hear the thunderous crashes of immense weight against crumbling concrete and brick. Lily's car remained where we had left it. It made sense now why she wanted to drive us. I was never meant to leave this place. Her window shattered with a swift elbow to the middle of the pane. I clambered in and popped the cover of the steering wheel. Wires popped and hissed, but the car refused to cling to life. A warm orange light suddenly illuminated through the woods. I couldn't see what it was, but the smell of smoke quickly confirmed my worst fears. Outside, a tree toppled over, the groan of its collapse accompanied by a distant hoarse wail. "Please, please," I begged, sparking the wires off each other. It took several more tries for the engine to finally turn over. Once the straight six coughed to life, I immediately threw it into drive. Tires screeched on asphalt as the car jumped the curve, almost going off into the trees again. As I sped away, I looked again at the growing fire through the woods, past the rows and rows of trees. A long, dark shape was moving through the thicket, backlit by the roaring flames. It was free. Oh God, it was free. I didn't stop as I floored it out of town, almost hitting the decrepit "Welcome to Blackwater" sign as I did. The sun was starting to rise when I made it back to the university. I had no idea where else to go. I considered going to the police, but that would likely not end well for me. It wouldn't take much for them to tie me to the deaths and fire. It has been several weeks now since Lily and I's adventure. At first, I tried to act like everything was normal. I went to dinner with friends, played video games, attended my classes, but that night still haunts me. I see a dark, coiling figure in the corner of my vision, a multitude of eyes staring at me from the shadowy corners of rooms. My roommates have complained several times of me screaming and thrashing in the night. I awake covered in sweat with my ankle throbbing with pain. The wounds have refused to heal no matter how much time has passed. In those final moments at the hospital, When that hand dug into the flesh around my ankle, it left a deep gouge around the joint in the shape of a human hand. But it was all wrong. Too many digits. Too many knuckles. It occasionally flares with a crippling pain that will leave me on the verge of unconsciousness. I don't know what to do. I'm scared and alone. The beast is getting closer. It has to be. Last night, I laid in my bed staring at the ceiling. Sleep came fitfully, if at all, since that night. A bare branch knocked against my window like a bone against stone. Knock, 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 knock. My breathing became erratic as I heard something walk through my bedroom. Its steps like fingernails on wood. Knock, 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 knock. From my head to my feet, my body shivered and shook uncontrollably. The bed frame creaked as something put weight on it at the other end. I slowly raised my head, my movements jerky and uncertain. An inky darkness had settled in my bedroom, coating and covering everything within. The pale moonlight streaking through the window did little to pierce into void, but it managed just enough to catch in the eyes staring at me from the foot of my bed. I hadn't been back to my grandmother's house since I was a teenager. I didn't realize how long it had been until my mom mentioned it over the phone. Back then, she still made me go with her. Long drives and long nights in a house that always felt like it was swallowed by the swamp. Somewhere along the way, the visits just stopped. Life got in the way. My mom called me on a Tuesday evening. She's still living out there by herself, she said, and she isn't doing like she used to. Grandma had been widowed for 10 years. Grandpa passed quietly in his sleep, and she never left that house after. Neighbors came by to check on her, bring groceries, help with chores, but she wouldn't move. "The land won't let me," she told my mom once, and I never really understood what she meant. "She's been asking about you," my mom said. "You should go see her." So I did. The drive from New Orleans took longer than I remembered. Street lights got fewer and fewer until they disappeared. The paved roads turned into dirt roads that got narrower the farther I went. The swamp felt like it was pressing close on both sides. Spanish moss hung from the trees, heavy and still. Water puddled in the low spots. The smell of mud and wet plants stuck to the air and my clothes. I had to park my car about half a mile from her house. The road past that point had turned into mud so soft it would have swallowed my car. I grabbed my bag and started walking. My shoes sank a little with each step, and the wet smell of the swamp stayed in my nose. Her house was at the edge of the water, lifted on cinder blocks so it looked like it was floating above the swamp. A narrow wooden dock stretched out from the porch into the dark water. I could hear it creak under the wind. The house itself looked smaller than I remembered, like it had been settling into the swamp for decades. She opened the door herself. She was thinner than I remembered and bent in ways that made me worry, but her eyes were still sharp. She leaned on the door frame and reached for me. She stood long enough to hug me, her hands gripping my shirt like she needed to make sure I was real. "Lord, child, you done let the years slip by," she said, her tone in that classic grandma nag. "I didn't forget," I told her. She laughed softly. That's what they all say." Inside, the house smelled like old wood and dried herbs, with something sharp underneath it all. The curtains were drawn even though it was still daylight. I noticed little things without really thinking about them. White lines near the door frame, a small cloth bundle pinned high on the wall where only the eyes could reach it. I didn't ask about them. Something told me not to. That night, after the neighbors had gone and the swamp swallowed the sun, the sounds came alive. Frogs called across the water, insects buzzed thick in the air. Somewhere deep in the distance an alligator bellowed, long and low. the sound rolling through the ground like it was alive under my feet. Grandma sat in her chair, listening. "They stirred up tonight," she said. "It's just noise," I said. "Same as always." She looked at me for a long moment. "Baby," she said, "you ain't been here long enough to know what always sound like." I laughed lightly. I thought she was just teasing me like she used to. I'm not laughing about it now. That night I couldn't sleep. The heat from the day hadn't left, and the air was thick with cicadas, screaming so loud it felt like it was shaking the walls. Somewhere in the swamp, water splashed against something. Maybe a branch, maybe a fish. I kept turning over in bed, listening, but the sounds only made it worse. I got up to grab a glass of water, hoping it would settle me. The hallway was dark, the floorboards creaking under my weight. I stepped out onto the porch, the night thick around me. The deck smelled like wet wood and moss, the swamp smelling sharper than it had during the day. I leaned against the railing and tried to breathe. That's when I saw it, a little glint of light, far out in the water reflecting the moon. I squinted. It was down there at the bottom, just barely visible through the dark water. I leaned closer, curiosity winning over caution. It looked like some kind of pendant, maybe old and made of brass or silver, tangled in weeds. I reached for it, and then I froze. A low bellow rolled out from the water, deep and menacing. My heart jumped. I whipped my head toward the sound. From the far edge of the swamp, something massive moved through the dark water. A bull gator, thick and huge, pushed itself into the shallow part near the deck. Its head broke the surface. Glinting eyes catching the moonlight, the water rippled as it moved, slow and deliberate, like it knew I was there. I tried to step back, planning to get away from the edge, but one of the deck planks groaned and gave out under me. I fell through. Water hit me fast and cold. I was never a good swimmer. I kept thinking about that gator, just below me somewhere, waiting. Somehow I was able to grab the deck and pull myself up. I looked down at the hole where the plank had broken. The bull gator slid past slowly, scales glinting under the moon, just where I had fallen. My hands shook and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I went back inside, dripping and shivering. Grandma was in the kitchen calling out my name. "You all right, baby?" she said. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp when she saw me. Yeah, I'm fine," I said, dripping water onto the floor. She shook her head, a little smile on her lips. "Those planks are going to give out someday anyway. It's all right. Go get yourself changed." I did as she said, but I didn't sleep much after that. Every sound from the swamp kept me awake. The cicadas, the water, something moving just beyond sight. I kept thinking about that pendant at the bottom and the bull gator, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had only just begun to notice how alive the swamp really was. The next morning, Grandma sent me into town. She gave me a short list written in shaky handwriting: milk, bread, her blood pressure medicine, and the kind of coffee she liked, even though the doctor told her not to drink it anymore. The town was small, just a single grocery store, a gas station, and a few buildings that looked like they had been there longer than anyone alive. The drive was quiet. Trees crowded the road on both sides, and the swamp followed me most of the way, water flashing between trunks. I felt better being away from the house, like I could finally breathe again. The city had taught me to trust noise. Silence always made me uneasy. The grocery store was cool inside, the air smelling like old fruit and cleaner. There were only a few people shopping, all of them quiet, moving slow. I grabbed what was on Grandma's list and headed to the counter. That's when I noticed the clerk's necklace. It was small, hanging on a thin chain, but I knew it right away. The shape was the same as the pendant I had seen in the swamp. Same curves, same strange markings carved into it. My stomach dropped. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "That necklace, where'd you get it?" The clerk stopped moving. He didn't look up at first. Then his eyes lifted and locked onto mine. They were flat, empty, like he was looking through me instead of at me. For a second I thought maybe he hadn't heard me. I opened my mouth to repeat myself, but before I could, he rang up my items and said my total. His voice was normal, calm, like nothing had happened. I paid and took my bags, my hands sweating. As I turned to leave, I felt it. That crawling feeling on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I glanced back over my shoulder. The clerk was still staring at me. I pushed the door open and stepped outside, the heat hitting me hard. Even then, I didn't feel alone. I walked to my car with that same feeling following me. That night is when things really started to feel wrong. The sun went down, bleeding through the trees before the swamp swallowed it whole. Grandma went to bed early. She always did. I could hear her radio murmuring through the thin walls, gospel low enough to feel more like a hum than music. Outside, the cicadas had been loud all evening, screaming like they were trying to tear the night open. I sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling on my phone, trying to ignore how tight my chest felt. Then, all at once, the noise stopped. Not faded, not slowed down, just gone. I froze. I grew up in Louisiana. I knew the swamp never went quiet unless something was very wrong. Even the city had its sounds at night. Sirens, cars, people. Silence like that felt heavy, like pressure on my ears. I got up and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. My hands were shaking and I told myself it was just nerves. Long day. Not enough sleep. That's what city life teaches you to say when things don't make sense. I stepped out onto the deck for air. The moon was high, shining down on the water. The swamp looked flat and still, like black glass. No frogs, no insects, nothing moving. That's when I heard the whispering. It wasn't loud. It sounded like voices carried underwater, soft and layered, like a crowd speaking all at once but too far away to understand. My skin prickled. I turned around. They were standing at the edge of the yard, where the grass gave way to mud. At least 5 of them, maybe more. They wore old clothes, the kind you see in history books. Long coats, dresses hanging loose and heavy with wet. Everything about them was dark and soaked, like they had climbed straight out of the swamp. Their heads weren't human. Each one wore the rotted head of a gator, skin peeling, teeth showing through torn flesh. Mud dripped from their jaws. Around their necks, every single one of them wore the same pendant I had seen in the water, the same one the clerk had worn. It caught the moonlight and gleamed. They didn't move. They didn't speak. Then, all at once, they raised their arms and pointed at me. That's the last thing I remember. I woke up in my bed like nothing had happened. Morning light was coming through the thin curtains, pale and gray. For a second, I thought maybe I was back home in the city. Then I heard the swamp, water shifting, a bird calling far off. The house creaking the way it always did. My clothes were dry, my body felt sore like I had slept wrong, but there was no mud, no water, no sign I had ever been outside. Grandma was already up. I could hear her in the kitchen moving slow, dishes clinking together. When I came out, she was standing at the sink, leaning heavy on the counter. "You up now?" she said without turning around. "Good. These joints ain't what they used to be." I took her place and started washing. The water was cold. Everything was too normal. I kept replaying the night in my head, every detail sharp like it had just happened. "I had a dream," I said finally. She hummed like she already knew. "A bad one," I added. "Real bad. Felt real." She didn't answer right away. I scrubbed the plate harder than I needed to. I told her about the silence, about the people. I didn't say gator heads at first, but the words came out anyway. I told her how they pointed at me, how I woke up shaking. She set a dish towel down slow and looked at me. Her eyes were cloudy with age, but sharp underneath. "Dreams don't always mean something," she said. I laughed a little, trying to shake it off. "I know, just saying it felt different, like it wasn't just in my head." She was quiet for a long moment. Outside, something splashed in the water. "Spirits got a way of speaking when they want to," she said softly. "They don't always use words." I looked at her then. "You saying that wasn't a dream?" She shook her head just a little. "I'm saying some things don't come for you until you step back where you belong to." I waited for her to say more, but she didn't. She picked up her coffee and rolled herself toward the table, leaving the rest hanging in the air. I stood there with my hands in the sink, watching the water, wishing she'd just say it plain, but Grandma never did things that way, and somehow, that scared me more than if she had. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like something was standing just outside the house, waiting. Grandma's radio was off, which made it worse. I laid there listening to the water lap against the dock and the house creak, telling myself I was being stupid. Sometime after midnight I got up. I didn't have a plan. I just knew Grandma knew more than she was saying. The way she talked that morning, the way she cut herself off, it sat in my chest like a stone. Her room was dark, the door cracked open. I could hear her breathing, slow and steady. I stayed quiet and went into the small sitting room instead. She kept most of her things there. Old drawers, stacked boxes, nothing locked. I started with the dresser. Old letters folded so many times the paper was soft. Church programs, receipts. Normal stuff. Then I found the photo album. It was heavy, thick leather cover, worn smooth from hands. When I opened it, the first pages were what I expected. Black and white photos of family members smiling stiffly at the camera. Sunday clothes, front porches, names written in faded ink underneath. I turned the page. The clothes changed. Older now, dresses longer, men in suspenders. The dates written in the margins said early 1900s. My last name was still there. Same blood, same family. That's when I saw it. The pendant. One woman wore it around her neck, clear as day. On the next page, a man had it tucked into his shirt. Then another, and another. Every few pages, the same symbol showed up again, always close to the skin. My hands were shaking by the time I reached the back of the album. Tucked into the last pages were newspaper clippings. Yellowed, brittle, headlines about men found dead, names matching the ones in the photos. I didn't read too close. I didn't need to. I knew what they were talking about. My stomach turned. "What are you doing in my things?" I nearly dropped the album. Grandma was sitting up in bed, her robe hanging loose, her eyes sharp despite the hour. "You know something," I said, my voice coming out rough. "You've known something this whole time." She looked at the album in my hands, then back at my face, her mouth pressed into a thin line. "Put that down," she said. "No," I said, "not this time. You need to tell me what this is. What's been happening to me?" The room felt smaller then, like the walls were leaning in. Grandma stared at me for a long moment, fear flickering across her face before she hid it. Somewhere outside, the swamp shifted, slow and heavy. Grandma sat down hard in her chair like the truth weighed more than her bones. She didn't look at me at first. She just stared at the floor, hands folded tight in her lap. "This was a long time ago," she said, "back when the law didn't see us as nothing worth protecting." I didn't interrupt her. She continued. "Our family lost 3 men and a little boy," she went on, "taken right out the parish. Just hanging like warnings." Her voice stayed steady, but her fingers shook. "It broke us. Folks were scared to leave the house, scared to speak too loud. Scared to breathe wrong. She swallowed. One of the women back then, my grandmother, she couldn't live like that no more. So she went into the swamp, went where nobody else would. She prayed, but not to God alone. She asked anything that would listen to keep our blood safe. My mouth felt dry. And something answered, Grandma said. She finally looked at me then. It promised protection, said no more ropes, no more mobs, no more men taken before their time. But nothing comes free. That spirit wanted its due. I asked it before I could stop myself. What kind of due? I said, still confused. 100 years, she said. That's how long it would guard us. After that, the bargain was done. Whatever hunger it had would be loose again. The room felt cold. I thought about the dates in the album, about the way the figures had pointed at me. The people I saw, I said quietly. That was them? She nodded. Your ancestors. They stayed close to the water after death, watching, waiting, trying to warn you. My chest tightened. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to see you, she said. Wanted to have you here, safe, before the time was up. I didn't know it would come so soon. Her voice cracked just a little. I thought maybe the spirit would pass us by. Maybe it already took enough. Outside, something moved in the swamp, slow and heavy. Grandma reached for my hand, her grip weak but urgent. You need to understand, she said. The protection is gone now, and it knows your name. Grandma squeezed my hand hard, harder than I thought she could. You need to go, she said, right now. What? I said. No, I'm not leaving you here. Her eyes flashed at me. That thing is awake, she snapped, and it's hungry. My time's already done. I lived long. You ain't. I went to her chair, tried to push it back. I can get you in the car. We can. She interrupted me. Boy, she yelled, loud enough to make me flinch. Get the hell out of my house. I froze. I had never heard her raise her voice like that. Not once in my life. It wants the blood still walking, she said, breath shaking now. Not the ones already half gone. If you stay, it'll take you. If you don't, maybe it won't follow far. The house creaked. Something heavy shifted outside, close enough that I felt it more than heard it. Go, she said again, softer this time. Run. I grabbed my keys and didn't even think about shoes. I burst out onto the deck in my pajamas. The boards slick under my feet. The swamp was loud again, too loud, like it was breathing all around me. I ran. I'm not a runner. Never have been. My lungs burned, my legs shook, but I didn't stop. I made it to my car, hands slipping as I yanked the door open. It started on the first try. I didn't look back. I drove too fast down the narrow road, trees whipping past. Then something jumped out in front of me. A deer, big, close. I swerved. The car slammed into a tree so hard my head rang. The engine is dead and smoking now. I've locked the doors. My hands are shaking like crazy. Now I'm sitting here and typing this while I still can. I don't know exactly where I am. Somewhere outside New Orleans. Deep in the bayou. My battery is low. I've got barely any service. I can hear it out there. A deep bellow rolling through the water. It's getting closer. I still have the playlist we made on my phone. It is mostly trash 2000s pop and some indie bands she found on TikTok. We used to drive around for hours in my beat-up Honda just listening to it. That was our thing. We would go to the drive-thru at Wendy's, Get 2 Frosties and just drive until the gas light came on. Katie was cool. She was not just my sister, she was the only person in the house who actually got it. Our parents were fine, I guess. They loved us, but they were old and tired. They were the kind of parents who fell asleep on the couch at 8 p.m. and worried about the lawn more than anything else. Katie and I were a team. When I snuck out to go to that bonfire sophomore year, she stuffed pillows under my duvet to make it look like I was sleeping. When she failed her math final, I intercepted the report card in the mail, and we burned it in the backyard fire pit. We looked out for each other. We were stuck in the same boring suburb, going to the same boring school, dealing with the same boring people. We survived by making fun of everything. We had a running commentary on the world. If we saw someone wearing a weird hat, we would look at each other and just know what the other was thinking. We didn't even have to say it. That is why what I did makes no sense. I look back at it now and I try to find a reason. I try to find some deep, dark anger or some hidden resentment. People always want a reason. The therapists I talk to now, they always dig for some childhood trauma or some sibling rivalry. They want a story where I secretly hated her. But there's nothing. It was just a random afternoon. Katie had been talking about this guy, Alex, for months. She was obsessed. She wrote his name in her notebook. She knew his schedule. She knew what car he drove. It was honestly kind of pathetic, but in a cute way. She was 16. She had never really had a boyfriend. She had this idea of romance that she got from movies. She thought Alex was this deep, mysterious soul just because he wore a leather jacket and didn't talk much in chem lab. I knew Alex. He wasn't deep. He was a stoner kid who played COD until 4 a.m. But I didn't tell her that. I let her have the fantasy. That afternoon we were sitting in the living room. She was talking about him again, wondering if he noticed her new shoes, wondering if he liked girls with curly hair. I was bored. That is the only excuse I have. I was bored, and I was scrolling on my phone. I wish I could just talk to him, she said. But I don't have his number. The idea popped into my head fully formed. It wasn't malicious. It was just something to do. A way to interrupt the boredom. I think I have his number. I lied. I think he was in a group project with me last year. Her eyes went wide. Really? Do you still have it? Let me check, I said. I didn't have his number, obviously. I opened the App Store and downloaded WhatsApp. I set up a fake account using a burner number app. I set the profile picture to a grainy shot of a guitar I found on Google Images. Alex played guitar, or at least he carried one around. I created the account. I named it Alex. Then I looked at Katie. She was staring at me, practically vibrating with hope. Yeah, I found it, I said. Give it to me, she said. No, that's weird, I said. If you text him out of the blue, he will think you are a stalker. Let me text him. I'll tell him you are cool. I will tell him to text you. She looked at me like I was a superhero. You would do that? Yeah, I said. I got you. I typed a message into the WhatsApp account. I sent it to her real number. Hey, got your number from your brother. He said you're cool. I'm Alex. My phone buzzed in my hand as I sent it. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table a second later. She picked it up. She read the screen. Then she screamed. She literally jumped up off the couch and screamed. She hugged me. She squeezed me so hard I couldn't breathe. He texted me, she squealed. He actually texted me. I should have stopped it there. I should have said, gotcha, and laughed and taken the punch to the shoulder. It would have been a funny story. We would have laughed about it at Wendy's later. But I didn't. I just smiled. It felt good to be the one making things happen. It felt good to see her so happy, even if it was fake. That's awesome, Katie, I said. What did he say? She showed me the phone. He said you told him I was cool. Well, I said. I did. The next 24 hours were a blur of texts. I was texting her from the bathroom. I was texting her from my bed. I was texting her while sitting right next to her on the couch. It was too easy. I knew exactly what she wanted to hear. I knew she liked indie music, so Alex liked indie music. I knew she wanted someone to listen to her talk about her art class, so Alex asked tons of questions about her sketches. I was catfishing my own sister, and the sick part was, I thought I was being a good brother. I thought I was giving her a confidence boost. I told myself that when I revealed the prank, she would see that she could talk to guys, that she was interesting. By Friday afternoon, she was in deep. She was walking around with a goofy smile on her face. She was humming. "He wants to meet up," she told me Friday night. She was standing in my doorway. "He wants to grab a burger tomorrow." I had sent that text 5 minutes ago. "That's cool," I said. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know," she said. "I'm nervous. What if I say something stupid?" "You won't," I said. "Just be yourself. He already likes you over text, right?" "Yeah," she said. "Yeah, he does." I set the trap. I picked the diner on Main Street, the one with the neon sign that flickered. It was public. It was safe. It was the perfect stage. "I can drive you," I offered, "since Mom and Dad are going to that dinner thing." "You are the best," she said. She went to her room to pick out clothes. I could hear her opening and closing drawers. I lay back on my bed and opened WhatsApp. "Can't wait to see you," I typed. "Me neither." She replied instantly. I laughed. I actually laughed out loud. It was just so easy. Saturday came. The mood in the house was electric. Katie spent 2 hours in the bathroom. She borrowed Mom's perfume. She came into my room to show me her outfit. She was wearing this blue dress she bought with her babysitting money. It had little white flowers on it. She had curled her hair. She was wearing lip gloss. She looked older. She looked pretty. She didn't look like my annoying little sister. She looked like a young woman going on her first real date. "Do I look okay?" she asked. She was twisting her hands together. "Is it too much? Should I change?" "You look great," I said, and I meant it. "Alex is going to flip." "I hope so," she said. She took a deep breath. "Okay, let's go." We got in the car. I plugged in the phone. I put on the playlist. She was singing along to everything. She was tapping her hand on the dashboard. She was glowing. I drove to the diner. I pulled into the lot across the street. "Go get him," I said. She unbuckled her seatbelt. She turned to me. "Thanks," she said. "Seriously, thanks for talking me up to him." "No problem," I said. She got out. We walked across the street. She walked with her head held high. She looked confident. I watched her walk through the glass doors. I waited 5 minutes. I wanted her to get settled. I wanted the anticipation to build. Then I pulled out my phone. I opened the camera app. I hit record. I got out of the car. I crossed the street. I was smiling. I was rehearsing what I would say. "Gotcha. Look at your face. You are so gullible." I walked into the diner. The bell above the door chimed. I saw her immediately. She was sitting on the third booth. She was facing the door. She had a menu in front of her, but she wasn't reading it. She was checking her reflection in the napkin holder. She was fixing her hair. She looked up when she heard the bell. Her face lit up when she saw me. It was pure, unfiltered joy. She thought I was there to check on her, or maybe she thought I was there to say hi to Alex. "Did you see him?" she asked as I walked up. "Is he parking?" I didn't lower the phone. I zoomed in on her face. I wanted to catch the exact moment the realization hit. "He's not coming, Katie," I said. She blinked. "What?" Is he running late? Did he text you? I shook my head. No, he didn't text me. I held up my phone. I switched from the camera app to WhatsApp. I showed her the messages, the blue bubbles, the grainy guitar picture. It was me, I said. I'm Alex. I waited for the laugh. I waited for the punchline. I waited for her to grab a French fry and throw it at me. I waited for her to say, "You ass," and roll her eyes. But she didn't. The smile didn't turn into a frown. It didn't turn into anger. It just vanished. It fell off her face like a mask slipping. She looked at the phone screen, then she looked at me, then she looked around the diner. There were a few other people there. An old couple in the corner, a trucker at the counter. No one was looking at us. No one cared. But she looked like she was naked on a stage. She shrank. Physically shrank. Her shoulders hunched up. She crossed her arms over that blue dress with the white flowers. She looked like a little kid who had been told Santa was dead. "Why?" she whispered. It was such a quiet question. "It was just a joke," I said. The camera was still recording. "Smile, it's just a prank." She tried to smile. She actually tried. Her mouth twitched. It was the most heartbreaking thing I have ever seen. She didn't say anything else. She just slid out of the booth. She walked past me. She walked out the door. I followed her. "Katie, come on. Don't be dramatic." She got into the car. She stared out the window. I got in the driver's side. I was annoyed now. I felt like she was ruining the bit. I felt like she was being a bad sport. "It was funny," I said as I started the car. "You fell for it so hard." She didn't answer. She didn't put her seatbelt on. She just stared at the passing streetlights. I drove home in silence. The playlist was still playing, but she wasn't singing anymore. When we got home, I uploaded the video. I captioned it. She actually fell for it. I tagged a few of our friends. I wanted validation. I wanted people to tell me it was funny so I didn't have to feel the weird knot forming in my stomach. Katie went straight to her room. I heard the lock click. I went to my room. I refreshed the feed. The likes were rolling in. The comments were starting. "LMAO, look at her face. That is brutal. Bro, you are evil." I felt better. See? Everyone thought it was funny. It wasn't a big deal. I knocked on her door around 10 p.m. "Come on," I said through the wood. "Don't be a baby. Everyone thinks it's hilarious." She didn't answer. I woke up the next morning because the house was too quiet. Usually on Saturdays, Katie was up early. She would be in the kitchen making pancakes or blasting music while she cleaned her room. But there was nothing. No sound. I looked at my phone. The video had over 1,000 views. People I didn't even know were sharing it. I got up. I went to the bathroom. The door was locked. "Katie?" I knocked. "Hurry up. I need to pee." Nothing. "Katie, seriously, open the door." Silence. A heavy, pressurized silence that made my ears pop. I got a penny from my dresser. I used it to turn the lock from the outside. The door swung open. Katie was on the floor. She was curled up around the toilet. She was still wearing the blue dress. There were empty blister packs everywhere. Tylenol, Advil, my dad's old prescription painkillers for his back. The box was torn open. The foil was punched out. I laughed at first, a short, sharp bark of a laugh. "Okay," I said. "You got me. Good one. Get up." I nudged her leg with my foot. She didn't move. She was heavy, stiff. I knelt down. I touched her arm. It was cold. Not cool from the tile. Cold. Deep. Radiating cold. Like touching a piece of frozen meat. I grabbed her shoulder. I tried to shake her. Her head didn't flop. Her neck was rigid. Her jaw was clamped shut. Her eyes were open, staring at the porcelain of the toilet bowl. They were cloudy. I don't remember screaming, but I must have, because my mom was suddenly there. Then my dad. My mom made a sound I didn't know a human could make. It wasn't a scream, it was a raw animal howl. She fell to her knees. She tried to pull Katie up, but the rigor mortis had set in. Katie was frozen in that curled up shape. The paramedics came. Moving her was the worst part, because she was stiff. They couldn't just put her on the stretcher. They had to maneuver her down the narrow hallway. They had to tilt her to get her through the door frame. Felt disrespectful. It felt like they were moving a mannequin, not a person. I stood at the top of the stairs and watched. I had killed my sister. I had killed her for likes. I had killed her because I was bored. The house died that day. My parents stopped speaking. They stopped eating. They moved through the rooms like ghosts, avoiding eye contact with me. They didn't blame me out loud. The police ruled it a suicide, a tragedy, an impulsive act by a teenager. But they knew, and I knew. The video was gone. I deleted it that afternoon, but it was too late. People had seen it. People knew. The funeral was 3 days later. It was an open casket. I wish it hadn't been. By then, the stiffness had passed. She looked soft. Too soft. The mortician had used too much makeup to cover the gray. Her cheeks were too pink. Her lips were a weird, waxy orange. It didn't look like Katie. It looked like a doll that someone had melted and tried to reshape. I stood by the casket and tried to cry, but I couldn't. I just felt empty. I felt like there was a hole in my chest where my heart used to be. After the funeral, the silence took over. It wasn't peaceful. It was heavy. It felt like the air in the house was made of lead. I stopped sleeping. I couldn't close my eyes without seeing her face in the diner. I missed her. I missed the car rides. I missed the playlist. I missed my teammates. I missed the only person who understood me. I started spending my nights sitting in the hallway outside her room. I couldn't go in. I couldn't look at the empty bed, so I just sat against the wall and stared at the door. That is when the sound started. It began 3 weeks after she went into the ground. I was dozing off, my head resting on my knees. Ding. My head snapped up. It was the specific, tritone chime of a WhatsApp notification. I checked my phone. It was silent. Ding. It came from inside her room. My heart began to beat like a drum. I knew her phone was in the evidence box at the police station. I knew the room was empty, but the sound was there, clear as day. I stood up. My legs were numb. I reached for the doorknob. I opened the door. Her room smelled like dust and that cloying, floral perfume she had worn that night. The bed was made. The desk was clear. Ding. The sound wasn't coming from a device. It was coming from the corner of the room, from the shadows between the wardrobe and the wall. "Katie?" I whispered. The shadow moved. It didn't look like a ghost. It didn't look like her. It looked like a smudge on a camera lens. A blur of darkness in the shape of a person. It was taller than she was, darker than the dark around it. It didn't speak. It just waited. I should have run. I should have woken my parents, but I was so tired. I was so full of this rotting, black guilt that I just wanted something to happen. I wanted to be punished. "Are you there?" I asked. The shadow didn't answer, but a thought appeared in my head. It wasn't my voice. It sounded flat, hollow, like wind blowing through a pipe. "Undo," it whispered. "Undo." The word echoed in my skull. It wasn't audible. It was bouncing through my own mind, a thought that was not my own. I fell to my knees on her carpet. "I want to," I sobbed. "I want to undo it. I just want things back to normal." The shadow seemed to expand. It filled the room with a cold that burned my skin. It wasn't the cold of the air conditioning. It was the same cold I had felt when I touched her arm on the bathroom floor. Normal, the hollow voice said. We can do normal. Open the door. How? I asked. Tell me how. The door is already open, the voice droned. You opened it when you called for her. You just have to invite her back in. I wiped my face. I looked at the shadow. It didn't have eyes, but I could feel it watching me. It felt like something. I can't even explain what it felt like, but I didn't care. What do I do? Tonight, the voice said. Unlock the back door. Call her name. Want it. Is it that easy? I asked. You have to want it more than you want to be safe, the voice said. I nodded. I did. I wanted it more than anything. I spent the rest of the day in a daze. I watched my parents sit at the dinner table and push peas around their plates. They looked gray. They looked like they were waiting to die. If I brought her back, I could fix this. I could fix them. Night fell. The house went dark. I waited until I heard my parents' bedroom door close. Then, I went downstairs. I unlocked the back door. I turned off the porch light. I sat on the kitchen floor and waited. Wyatt, our golden retriever, came into the kitchen. He was a good dog, dumb as a bag of rocks, but loyal. He trotted over to me, his tail wagging. But then he stopped. He looked at the back door. His ears went back, his tail tucked between his legs. He started to whine, a high, pitiful sound. It is okay, Wyatt, I whispered. She's coming home. Wyatt didn't look at me. He backed away. He kept backing up until he hit the cabinets. Then he bolted into the living room. I heard his claws scrambling on the hardwood. I sat alone in the dark. Around 3 a.m. I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't a hand. It sounded hard, like bone hitting wood. I scrambled up. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the handle. I threw the door open. The backyard was pitch black. It was raining, a cold, steady drizzle. Katie was standing on the patio. She looked small. She was wearing a thick gray hoodie I recognized. It was my old one. She had the hood pulled up tight. She had a wool scarf wrapped around the lower half of her face. She was wearing gloves. She was shivering. Violent, jerking shivers that rattled her whole body. Katie? I whispered. She didn't look up immediately. She just stood there, vibrating in the rain. Then she stepped inside. She moved stiffly, like she was so cold her joints had locked up. She looked like a little girl who had been out in the storm for too long. Katie, it's me, I said. I reached out to hug her. She felt solid. She felt real. But she was freezing. It was like hugging a snowman wrapped in cotton. She didn't hug me back. She just stood there, her arms pinned to her sides. You're freezing, I said. I pulled back to look at her. The hood shadowed her eyes. The scarf covered her mouth and nose. All I could see was the bridge of her nose. The skin looked pale, but it was dark in the kitchen. It's okay, I said, crying now. You're home. I fixed it. I fixed it. She nodded. I led her to the living room. She walked with a weird limp, dragging her left leg a little, but I told myself it was just the cold. She sat on the couch, staring straight ahead. I missed you so much, I said. I sat on the coffee table in front of her. Mom and Dad are going to be so happy. She didn't answer. The house smelled funny, like wet dirt and something sweet, like old fruit. I figured it was just the mud on her clothes. Say something, I pleaded. Please? She made a sound. It was muffled by the scarf. It sounded like a dry wheeze.
hungry.
she whispered. My heart broke. She sounded so weak. Hungry? Okay, I'll get you something. I will make you whatever you want. I ran to the kitchen. I was manic with relief. She was here. She was talking. It worked. I pulled out ham, cheese, bread. I started making a sandwich. I was humming. I was actually humming. Then I realized something. It was quiet. Wyatt usually came running when he heard the cheese wrapper. He was obsessed with cheese. Wyatt, I called out. Come here, boy. Nothing. I finished the sandwich. I put it on a plate. Wyatt, I whistled. Silence. A cold feeling started in my stomach. Not the good cold of relief, the bad cold of fear. I walked into the kitchen. Wyatt? The door to the basement was cracked open. Wyatt wasn't allowed in the basement. I walked over. I pushed the door open. Wyatt, get out of there. I turned on the light. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a heap of golden fur. It wasn't moving. I walked down the stairs. My legs felt heavy. Wyatt? I got to the bottom step. It was Wyatt, but he was... Something wasn't right. He was torn open. His stomach was gone. His ribs were cracked open like a wishbone. There was blood everywhere. It was pooled on the concrete. It wasn't an accident. Something had done this. Something strong. I heard a creak on the stairs behind me. I spun around. Katie was standing at the top of the stairs. The hood was down. The scarf was gone. Her face was gray. Her jaw was hanging loose, unhinged on one side. Her mouth was stained red, with blood. She was holding the sandwich I made her. She crushed it in her gloved hand and let it drop to the floor. Still hungry, she rasped. I backed up until I hit the washing machine. Katie? I choked out. She walked down the stairs. She didn't walk like a person anymore. She moved like a spider, her limbs jerking and snapping into place. She stopped at the bottom. She looked at the dead dog. Then she looked at me. Her eyes were milky white and sunken in. You did this? I whispered. She tilted her head. Her neck cracked. Empty, she said. Her voice was wet now. So empty. What are you? I screamed. Your sister, she said, but the way that she said it was wrong. It was like she was mimicking a recording. You wanted me back. Not like this, I said. I didn't want this. She took a step towards me. You owe me, she hissed. It wasn't a threat, it was a plea. She looked at me and for a second, the milky film over her eyes seemed to thin. I saw brown underneath. I saw panic. It hurts, she whined. She sounded like a little kid. It hurts so much. I'm so hungry. I'm so angry. How? I asked, trembling. What do you need? The shadow peeled itself off the basement wall. It stood next to her, tall and jagged. She needs the source, the voice droned. She is running on fumes. She needs the fuel that burned her out. Me? I asked. Katie nodded. She reached out a hand. The glove had fallen off. Her fingers were gray and withered. Please, she whispered, let me eat. Then I will be whole. Then I will be Katie again. I looked at her. I looked at the dog. If you eat me, I said, you will kill me. Yes, she said. Exchange a life for a life. You took mine. Give it back. She stepped closer. I could smell death on her breath. I can't be like this, she cried. It's cold. It's dark. Please, brother. Help me. She was using my guilt. She was reaching right into my chest and squeezing my heart. She knew exactly what to say. If I let you, I said, will you remember? She paused. She licked the blood off her lip. Yes. I looked at her. Really looked at her. If I let her eat me, I wasn't saving her. I was cursing her. I was forcing her to live with the memory of tearing her brother apart. I was turning her into a monster forever, just so I didn't have to feel bad anymore. No, I said. Her face twisted. The sadness vanished. The hunger snapped back into place. Give it to me, she shrieked. She lunged. She hit me hard. We fell onto the concrete floor. She was strong, unnaturally strong. Her hands pinned my shoulders. Her jaw unhinged even further. Her mouth was a cavern of red teeth. She snapped at my face. I turned my head. Her teeth clicked inches from my ear. Katie, stop! I yelled. Look at me. She drew back to strike again. I'm sorry, I screamed. I'm sorry I wasn't a better brother. She froze. She hovered over me, dripping saliva onto my shirt. She looked down at me. The hunger flickered. The brown eyes came back. She looked at where her hands were pinning me down. She looked at the dead dog in the corner. She realized what she was. She rolled off me. She scrambled into the corner away from me. She curled into a ball, hiding her face. Make it stop, she sobbed. Please make it stop. The shadow hissed. Do not listen to her. Feed her. No, I said. I stood up. I looked around. My dad's old tool bench was next to the dryer. I grabbed a long screwdriver. It was rusty, but the tip was sharp. I walked over to Katie. She looked up. She saw the screwdriver. She didn't run. She didn't fight. She uncurled her legs. She opened her arms. She exposed her chest. Do it, she wheezed. I fell to my knees in front of her. The smell of rot and dog blood was overwhelming. I love you, I said. I tried. I really tried. I whimpered out with tears rolling down my cheeks. I know, she whispered. Her voice was clear. No rasp, no hunger, just Katie. It is okay. I put the tip of the screwdriver against her chest. I pushed. It was hard. Her skin was like leather. I had to use both hands. I had to put my weight into it. She gasped. Her back arched. Her hands grabbed my arms, but she didn't push me away. She pulled me closer. Thank you, she breathed. Then she went heavy. The tension left her body. She slumped against me. The shadow screamed. It was a sound like a siren dying. Then the basement light flickered, and the room was empty. I sat there on the cold concrete, holding my sister's body, waiting for the sirens. That was 3 years ago. I spent 2 of those years in a state facility. The doctors called it a psychotic break. They said I dug her up to say goodbye. They said I killed Wyatt because I couldn't tell the difference between life and death anymore. I let them believe it. I took the pills. I nodded when they talked about processing grief. It was easier than trying to explain the shadow man in the basement. I've been out for over a year now. I live in a different state. I have a job stocking shelves at a grocery store on the night shift. It's quiet. I like the quiet. My parents don't talk to me. I don't blame them. To them, I'm just the monster who dug up their daughter. I'm writing this because I need to ask a question. I need to know if I'm the only one. That shadow? I don't know what it was. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't Katie. It was just something bad. It didn't leave because I won. I didn't win anything. It left because the show was over. It got what it wanted. It wanted to see how far I would go. But where did it go? I look at people now. I see the tired lady buying frozen dinners at 3 a.m. I see the guy sitting in his car in the parking lot, just staring at the steering wheel. Everyone has something they regret. Everyone has a moment they want to undo. I wonder if it's watching them too. I wonder if it's standing in the corner of your room right now, waiting for you to get desperate enough to open the door. If you are reading this, and you have a heavy heart, if you hear a voice that sounds like your own thoughts offering you a way to fix things, don't listen. Just live with the guilt. It sucks, and it's heavy, but at least it's yours. At least it doesn't eat you. I am writing this from a hospital waiting room with my hands wrapped like I tried to catch barbed wire on instinct. I went camping last weekend at a state park outside my town. That is what the reservation email said. Loop C. I still have the receipt. It is smeared from rain and sweat, but I can read enough of it. State park, camping fee, 1 night, vehicle fee, total $35. A reservation ID that means nothing to anyone except me. I am not asking you to believe in the paranormal. Something mechanical happened to me out there. Something you can buy, carry in a tote, and switch on. I camp alone a lot. I do it in the boring way. I tell my sister where I am. I park nose out. I lock food up. I do not hike off trail at night. I do not drink. I do not go looking for trouble. This time, I wanted one quiet night and a morning coffee that tastes like smoke. I got there around 4:40 p.m. The ranger in the booth tore my printed slip and gave me the usual talk about quiet hours and not leaving coolers unattended. The entrance sign had a changeable letterboard under it. Fire danger was moderate. No moving firewood. Quiet hours 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The park was half full. Families in big SUVs, a couple with a rooftop tent, a group of teenagers arguing over a Bluetooth speaker that kept cutting out when they walked too far away from it. Loop C sat deeper in the pines. The road was dirt and washboarded. My spot was on the outer edge. Not the best view, but private. Picnic table, fire ring. One of those steel bear boxes bolted into a slab of concrete, the kind that squeals when you open it. The first thing that felt off was the posts. There were 4 skinny fiberglass stakes around my site, about waist height, with bright orange reflective tape on the tops, like survey markers. They were spaced in a loose square that didn't match a normal campsite boundary. Each stake had a black zip tie near the top, cinched tight around nothing. I stood there longer than I want to admit, staring at them with my hands on my hips like that would solve anything. I told myself it was maintenance. Hazard tree marking. Utility work. Something. I set up my tent, a little 2-person backpacking tent. I parked nose out. I put my cooler in the bear box. Here is the stupid human mistake I keep replaying. I did not latch the bear box the first time. I closed it. I heard the heavy door thunk. I walked away thinking it was secure. 10 minutes later I walked back and realized the latch was still open by half an inch. The way it sits when you do not pull it down and lock it. I muttered at myself, fixed it, and moved on. Around 6:10 I walked to the restroom building to wash up. The building was painted that tired park bathroom green, and it smelled like damp concrete and lemon cleaner that never quite wins. On the way back, I passed a bigger site, where a dad was pounding stakes into the ground with the flat side of a hatchet. He nodded at me and said the bugs were insane. I agreed, even though I hadn't noticed bugs yet. He looked past me toward my site, and squinted like he was trying to read something in the dark. "What are those poles?" he asked. "Already here," I said. "Probably maintenance." He made a face like he didn't love that answer, then went back to his tent. I made a small fire, not a big one, just enough to feel like I earned being outside. I ate a pouch dinner and sat on the bench with my headlamp around my neck, listening to the campground noise thin out. A baby cried somewhere down the loop. Someone laughed too loud and got shushed. A car door slammed, then it got quiet in that way campgrounds do, where you still hear people, but it comes in little distant pieces. At 9:58, my phone flipped from 5G to SOS. I remember because I looked at it before crawling into my sleeping bag. I texted my sister, "All good. Night." It failed to send. Not surprising. Lots of parks have dead spots. I fell asleep with my keys in my hand. That is another thing I normally never do. I always put them in the same pocket. This time I was half asleep and I set them on the picnic table when I tightened my tent guy lines. Then forgot to pick them back up. I did not realize that until later, when it mattered. I slept for maybe 2 hours. I woke up because my tent moved. Not a gentle flutter of wind. A hard tug, like someone grabbed the rain fly and yanked. My first thought was an animal brushing past. Then the tent moved again, lower, like pressure at ankle height. I sat up fast, my elbow hit the tent wall, my heart went straight to my throat. I listened. No footsteps, no snorting, just a faint sound outside that didn't belong. A tiny clicking, steady, like a cheap plastic pen being pressed over and over. Click, click, click. I found my headlamp and turned it on, pointing it at the tent wall. The nylon glowed, shadows moved wrong. Thin lines crossed the fabric. Not like branches, not like the normal wavering shapes you see when a light hits canvas. I pushed the door zipper open just enough to look out. The beam hit the orange tape on the nearest stake and flashed bright. Behind it, in the dark, something caught the light in sharp little glints. Clear line, fishing line, monofilament. Dozens of strands stretched between the stakes, some at shin height, some at waist height, some higher. A web that had not been there when I went to sleep. And it was moving, not swaying, pulling, tightening. The clicking got faster. A line snapped tight across the front of my tent door and the nylon creased around it like it was being cinched. The tent shifted an inch, then another. I crawled out on my hands and knees because standing felt like begging to get clotheslined. The headlamp made the lines sparkle for half a second, then they vanished again unless the beam hit them at the right angle. A line caught my wrist. It did not wrap gently, it bit. Pain so clean, it felt hot. It dug into skin like a wire saw. I yanked back on instinct, and the line tightened, dragging my hand forward toward the nearest stake. My headlamp bounced. The beam flashed over the ground, and I saw where the lines were anchored. Small black boxes at the base of trees, each about the size of a brick. Each had a spool and a little metal wheel like a tiny winch. The clicking was coming from these boxes. They were pulling the line in. A second line snapped up and caught two of my fingers together. My hand cramped instantly. I felt my pulse banging against plastic and pressure. I went for my pocket knife, got it open, brought it down on the line at my wrist. It did not cut right away. The line stretched. The blade skated. Then it finally nicked through. The moment it broke, the free end snapped back and whipped my knuckles. I rolled, trying to get clear. A line tightened under my armpit. Another caught my ankle, and my foot slid toward the stake like the ground had turned slick. I started yelling, loudly, ugly. I screamed for help until my throat burned. No one came running. Either nobody heard, or nobody wanted to charge into a campsite full of invisible line. Then I heard something new, not clicking, a soft electronic chirp, like a key fob, followed by a longer tone. One of the winch boxes changed pitch. It went from click to a smooth high whine for half a second. The line on my wrist tightened again, and I understood what it was doing. This wasn't just a web. It was a net that was closing around me. I crawled toward the nearest box, cutting lines as I went. Each cut line snapped back, stinging, sometimes catching my clothes. The knife handle got slick with blood. My wrist burned in a clean groove where the line had opened it. I reached the nearest box. It was strapped to the trunk with a ratchet strap. A thick battery pack sat beside it, wired in. On top was a small antenna, like a cheap handheld radio. The line ran through a metal guide and onto a spool. I drove the knife down and cut as close to the spool as I could. The motor protested. The line went slack for a breath. Then the spool reversed and yanked the slack back. The line tightened around my calf again, harder, like the system corrected itself. Something in the trees flashed to my left. A red dot, low, moving. My headlamp caught a shape behind a trunk. Someone using the trees, keeping distance. A hand raised. I saw the rectangle of a phone or a remote. The red dot moved again and settled on my torso, steady, like it was aimed on purpose. My stomach turned cold, not because of the dot, because of what it meant. This was for me. I grabbed the battery cable and ripped it out of the box. The clicking stopped. The line around my leg went slack so suddenly I almost fell backward. For half a second it was quiet, except for my breathing and the soft snap of the fire dying down in the ring. Then another clicking started farther away. Another box. Back up. The lines began tightening again, slower but still tightening. The person in the trees shifted, leaves crushed under a careful step. I did not wait. I crawled out of the tightening tent, cutting and dragging, getting snagged, freeing myself in inches. My shorts tore. My skin caught line and I felt it burn new grooves across my thigh and forearm. My headlamp bounced, turning the trees into quick flashes. I got to my car and reached for my keys. Nothing. My pocket was empty. My brain did this blank, stupid pause, like it tried to deny reality for a second. Then it hit me. Picnic table. The clicking sped up again. The net tightened again. I could feel it starting to catch my waist. I turned my headlamp toward the picnic table and saw them glinting there like a cruel joke. Right where I left them. I crawled to the table, grabbed them, and my wrist screamed when the line shifted against the cut. I got back to the car, hit on lock, and yanked the door open. A line snapped tight across my waist as I tried to get in. It caught on my belt and pulled me back hard enough that my head clipped the door frame. I screamed and cut at it. The knife finally sliced through. The tension snapped back into the trees. I fell into the seat, slammed the door, and locked it. Lines slapped the outside of the car. I heard them ping against the metal like cables flicking a drum. In my headlamp beam, I saw the stakes again, and my stomach dropped even more. There were more than 4 extra stakes beyond the campsite boundary, closer to the road, hidden in brush. The web reached toward the road like it expected me to run. I started the car and threw it into reverse. The tires spun on dirt. The car lurched and I felt a jolt. Then I hit something soft but strong. The hood dipped. The line stretched. For a second I thought the car would be held in place. Then the line snapped. The sound was sharp, multiplied, whip cracks. The hood shook. Something slapped the windshield and left a wet streak. I reversed hard and swung forward, aiming for the main road out of the loop. In my mirror, between trunks, I saw the person move. A silhouette, closer now. Reflective tape on their sleeves, orange like the stakes. They stepped toward my car and raised a hand. Not waving, pointing. My headlights swept the ground and for a second I saw what they'd been standing near. A plastic tote half buried in needles. Lid cracked open, full of coiled clear line and more black boxes. Supplies. I hit the gas. On the way out, I laid on the horn until it sounded wrong. I wanted lights to come on. I wanted witnesses. Some did. Porch light snapped on. A man stepped onto the road in socks, hands up like he did not know whether to stop me or ask what was wrong. I did not stop. I drove straight to the entrance booth. It was closed, dark, but there was an empty phone box by the gate. A small sign above it said to lift the receiver for emergencies and not to use it for reservations. My hands shook so badly I dropped the receiver once. I told the dispatcher someone had set wire traps in my campsite, and there were motors pulling them tight. I kept saying wire because fishing line sounded too stupid for what it had done. A sheriff's deputy arrived first, then a ranger in a separate vehicle. They took one look at my wrists and legs and told me to sit. They drove back to Loop C with lights on. I didn't go with them. I couldn't make myself. I sat under a buzzing light and watched moths slam into the plastic cover while my blood dripped onto the concrete. I remember thinking very clearly that the drip was too slow to be real, like my brain was watching it in someone else's body. When the ranger came back, his face looked different, like he'd aged 10 years on the drive. He did not tell me it was nothing. He did not tell me I imagined it. He said, "We found it." They found the stakes. They found the lines. They found multiple winch boxes, still strapped to trees, still working, still pulling the line, even after I'd ripped one battery loose. They found the tote. They did not find the person. At the hospital, they irrigated the cuts. They picked clear fragments out of my skin with tweezers. They gave me a tetanus shot. The doctor asked if I'd been attacked. I told him yes. He asked by what. I told him, a system. 2 days later I drove past that state park on my way to work just to prove to myself it existed. The sign is still there. The entrance still looks friendly. The little tourist board still advertises it like a peaceful place to unwind. Loop C is closed now. There is now signage zip-tied to the permanent posts. Bright yellow, temporary. It says the area is closed due to utility work and not to enter Loop C. If I ever camp again and see skinny fiberglass stakes with reflective tape that do not make sense or zip ties around nothing, I won't assume it is maintenance. I won't sleep in that site. I won't step between those posts. And if I hear clicking in the dark that doesn't sound like an animal, I'm leaving. I'm doing it before the lines start moving. Because once they start pulling, you stop being a camper. You become a problem somebody planned to solve. Calm down, slow your breathing. You need to slow down and think. My panic subsided. The sound of my heart pounding in my ears dissipated as my body focused. My ragged breathing became calm and measured. The gentle lull of the water's currents flowed past as the muffled silence of the sea closed in around me. My air tank read just under 10% left. Damn, I'd been sucking air like I was running a marathon. My left hand gripped the anchor line, leading back to the inflatable dinghy waiting on the surface. Down below, the prow of the ancient shipwreck stared up at me, partially obscured in the shadows of the bottom of the sea. 50 feet to the surface. 50 feet to escape. I checked my watch. 40 more seconds until the decompression break is over. 40 seconds until I can resume my slow ascent. I tried to ignore the shadow bobbing on the surface next to the dinghy, a humanoid shape resting at the surface of the ocean. Mark isn't moving anymore. He stopped a few minutes ago. I catch a sob in my throat, and my eyes sting in my goggles as tears threaten to break free. Stavros' directions repeated in my head. I can almost see him standing in front of Mark and I in the resort villa. Sounds of splashing and laughter drifted in from the pool as we were briefed on today's dive. Now listen up, The bends are no joke. Under no circumstances do you ascend at any rate faster than 30 feet per minute. On this dive, you especially need to be careful. With how long we'll be down there, we'll need to take decompression breaks. Our bodies need time to adjust and off-gas the extra nitrogen. I can feel Mark's hand around my waist tighten, his eyes alight with anticipation. My heart skips a beat. I'll never see those eyes again. This was supposed to be the start of our life together, the start of our great adventure, our honeymoon. Scuba diving in Greece with our own personal guide was a dream for us. Years of pinched pennies, overtime, and the generosity of family helped us make this dream come true. After a backyard wedding, we packed our bags and hit the airport, excited for the adventure awaiting us. 8 days and 4 dives later, we were 1 away from our advanced diving certification. This morning was our 5th and final dive, the grand finale, as Stavros dubbed it, an unexplored shipwreck 110 feet down. When Stavros told us his plan over dinner, we both agreed immediately. An unexplored shipwreck was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That night, as the warmth from the wine and food lulled us to sleep, unknown treasures came to me in my dreams. We set off on a beautiful summer day. When we arrived at the location, our eyes scanned the water looking for a sign. After a few minutes, Mark spotted a darker blue outline against the blue of the bottom of the ocean. The excitement was palpable as we geared up, checked and double-checked each other's equipment. One by one, we sat on the edge of the inflated dinghy and launched ourselves backwards into the water. We all let air out of our BCDs slowly as we started to descend our diving weights, controlling our slow fall into the sea below. 30 feet to the surface. I looked down at my gauge, 7% left in the tank. I continued upwards at an agonizing pace. As I swam closer, details of Mark came into view. His mouth and eyes, left open, trickled blood into the water, enveloping him in a pink haze. His wrist, tangled in the rope, jerks his body as another wave bobs the dinghy up and down. Could he feel as the compressed air tore holes in his lungs, and as bubbles of nitrogen were introduced into his bloodstream? Did the panic mask the pain until it was too late? The wreck came into view as we sank closer. It wasn't a frigate or modern shipwreck, but much older. It was an ancient Greek warship wrecked on the sea floor. Rows of holes poked at the side where dozens of oars would once stick out, propelling the ship. A forest of coral covered the hull in bright pinks, oranges, blues, and yellows. Small shapes danced in and around the reef. A school of small fish flitted by. Their scales were a pearlescent gradient of blues and pinks that sparkled in the low light. They danced around us before darting into the ship's rower's deck. A large green octopus with yellow rings observed us before sliding into a crack it had made its home. After taking in the rare beauty of the wreck, we began to explore. Whatever sunk the ship left a giant, jagged hole near the stern. A snaggle-toothed maw of shattered, mossy wooden planks laid open, and we eagerly swam toward it. Thoughts of future discoveries clouded our judgment. We didn't notice the slow current that helped us along, slowly guiding us toward the opening. We didn't notice that the water in the cabin was bitterly cold and stagnant. Outside was teeming with life and movement, but inside the small cabin, we were completely alone. As we entered the wreck, we saw an onyx pedestal stood in the middle of the debris-filled room. Covered in broken planks and shattered ceramic, it stood 4 feet tall and 2 feet wide. We could barely see the sparkle of intricate gold carvings on its surface. Stavros, Mark, and I got to work moving aside planks in a hurry to lay eyes on the discovery. A low groan from below roused me from the memory and reverberated through the sea. The temperature dropped as the sunlight dimmed. I spared a glance down at the wreck and regretted it immediately. Clouds of inky black billowed out of the hull. A pure darkness raced along the seafloor, obscuring the wreck, the sand and the rocks surrounding it. The darkness was too deep, as if a trench opened up under me, going down miles and miles where nothing could live in the bitter cold and crushing pressures. As I stared, twinkling lights blinked into life from the abyss. I turned, kicking my legs faster, ascending towards the dinghy. Stavros wasn't enough for this thing. It was coming for me. After a laborious few minutes, we cleared the pedestal from the debris. It was a sight to behold, a black onyx pedestal that depicted pictures of a battle thousands of years in the past. The glistening carved lines, inlaid with gold, stood in contrast to the midnight rock of the pedestal. Carvings of warships charged down massive waves, ramming into their enemy. Above the scene, in the inky black night, a large golden eye surveyed the battlefield. Mark gestured to the top of the pedestal, and we saw a half-spherical depression stood empty. We began searching the ground, brushing aside shattered ornate ceramics and decayed wooden planks, searching for a lost artifact knocked loose from its pedestal millennia ago. I let out a cry and a burst of bubbles from my regulator as my hand brushed by something hard. Lying on the ocean floor was a sphere. The artifact was the size of a grapefruit. It shone in the beam of my flashlight, a brilliant gold. Mark and Stavros made their way to see my discovery as I reached down to pick up the artifact. The artifact was warm to the touch. A feeling of overwhelming comfort wrapped around my hands as the sphere shone like polished gold in my flashlight's beam. Mark put his hand on my shoulder and leaned in to take a closer look. The light of his flashlight glinted off the edges of swirling patterns engraved into the surface. As the light danced across it, the swirls almost seemed to be moving. The three of us stared at a fortune in my hands. The warmth spread up my arms and into my chest as the current gently nudged me in towards the pedestal. As if in a dream, I floated to the top and placed the warm golden sphere into its place on top of the pedestal. We all floated, transfixed as the sphere began to rotate slowly in the depression of the pedestal. The engraving swirled up and down like the waves of a great ocean as a low thrumming filled the room. Faster and faster the waves crashed on the sides of the ball, until it was a blur of spinning gold. Mark grabbed me by the shoulder and began pulling me towards the exit. Stavros stood transfixed, and I just watched as the sphere stopped moving. A sickly crack of yellow light worked its way across the artifact. It hissed and screeched as the crack grew larger and larger. Like golden eyelids, the crack opened, revealing a massive yellow eye, with a jet-black pupil that filled the room with a sickly light. It stared at us, moving from one to the other cornea, contracting and relaxing as it took in its surroundings. The eye shot up on a torrent of tarry black liquid that spewed from the top of the pedestal. It poured over the sides and spread along the floor. What once was the seafloor of the cabin became a vast nothingness stretching miles below the floor of the sea. My transfixion was replaced by fear as I launched myself towards the mouth of the cabin. The blackness covered the sandy floor, and when it reached the walls of the ship, began climbing. Mark led the way with Stavros behind, as we swam with all our might out of the wrecked ship. A low groan emanated from the nothingness. The sound coming from the depths of the cabin sounded like a whale's death cry. A muffled scream reached my ears as Stavros shouted. Something thin and dark had wound its way around his leg and began pulling him into the ship. His hand scrambled for purchase, but the smooth hull offered no salvation. He pulled his diving knife, burying it deep in the ship, anchoring himself as his legs were pulled inside the hole of the wreck. I doubled back, reaching for his hand, and our fingers touched before he was pulled again by the inky black tendrils, snaking their way up his leg and around his hip. His knife held but his shoulder dislocated, with a muffled pop as his hips were dragged into the hole. I reached out again as another chorus of cracking bones and cries of pain came from Stavros as his body was stretched beyond its limit. His eyes wild with fear caught mine. His hand could no longer hold on under the tremendous pressure, and his scream echoed through the sea as he disappeared into the blackness of the wreck. I screamed as I turned around and swam as fast as I could up and away from the wreck. "Now listen up. The bends are no joke." Stavros' words rang in my ears, and I looked forward in horror. Mark hadn't stopped to help. He was already 30 feet above me, kicking as fast as he could towards the surface. I yelled again in a rush of bubbles, but he couldn't hear. I could see the panic in his body. Nothing I could do would stop his suicidal ascent. All I could do was watch as Mark slowly killed himself. Every panicked foot he swam towards safety. The pit in my stomach grew as I checked my instruments and began my slow ascent. 20 feet to the surface. The ocean has grown frigid cold as the clouds continue to cover the sun. The waves tossed Mark's body and the boat back and forth. Below me the darkness had spread. It continued to reach up, getting ever closer toward me. I kicked my feet furiously, ascending as fast as possible. 10 feet to the surface. I could feel the gaze as the yellow eye stared into my back. I saw its sickly light reflecting off my instruments. I felt a swish below me as something grazed my flipper. I have no time to look back. 5 feet to the surface. Something tangled itself around my left flipper and pulled down hard. I kicked back, and the flipper was yanked free. Ice crystallized in my mask, and my joints screamed out in pain as my body reacted to my fast ascent. Mark's body and the dinghy were almost within reach. Then I was face to face with Mark. His eyes, gray and lifeless, stared deep into mine. The same eyes that teared up on our wedding day as I walked down the aisle. The eyes I was going to grow old with. "I'm sorry." I climbed, hand over hand, using Mark's scuba equipment as a handhold. The wind whipped sea spray into my face as my body tumbled into the inflatable dinghy. I was in the middle of a storm. The boat was rocked by waves as I stumbled to the outboard engine. Through sea spray and rocking waves, I pulled the starter cord. I thanked Stavros for taking care of his equipment as the engine sputtered to life. I pulled the throttle hard. The boat accelerated forward before it whipped around, anchored by the line tethered to the front of the ship. I was thrown to the floor of the dinghy and scrambled my way to the bow where the anchor line was tied. I reached for the diving knife at my hip and began hacking at the cord as something pulled from below. Black tendrils snaked their way up Mark's body, pulling him deeper. As he was dragged down, the front of the boat dipped below the waves taking on water. His hand, wound around the anchor cord, pulled us below the waves. I took a breath as the icy water engulfed the dinghy, as the front was submerged. Yellow golden light poured from the great eye as we came face to face. An abyss of starry night surrounded us as its tendrils pulled Mark and the dinghy. Stars and galaxies twinkled in the infinite ocean of space. The great eye studied me, an iris miles across growing and shrinking in a brilliant yellow cornea contracted. It was the finite and the infinite, floating in deep black space. With another hack, the cord snapped. Mark disappeared under the waves as the dinghy rocketed towards the surface. The sputtering of the motor motivated my screaming joints as I threw myself at the tiller. I caught it in my hand and twisted hand on the throttle. The dinghy shot forward, speeding up the nearest swell and cresting it with ease. I sped back towards the island. The wind whipped my hair. Tears stung my cheeks as I let out a muffled sob. The clouds above grew more and more sparse. The sun began to peek through, and the waves settled. I left the storm behind as I skipped across the water. I came to, in a hospital bed a week later. My mother held my hand as my eyes flitted open. For the next few days I underwent tests and took questions from the police. I told as much as I could and they let me go. I feel empty, drifting through the days. Through work, friends, and life, I am a shadow of my former self. I lay in bed, tossing and turning, anxious for sleep. When I finally drift off, the great eye calls to me from another place. It thanks me with warm, comforting dreams. I long for the peace it promises me, a future holding hands with Mark as we drift from star to star, exploring a new galaxy all to our own, a future without pain or worry. In my dreams I feel whole, deep below the waves in the embrace of its infinite gaze. For various reasons, I can't give my name. I've had to alter certain details, such as names, in this to save my butt. But the public needs to know. I am being locked up tomorrow, and I need to get this out now. There are monsters in the world. Beasts, creatures, aberrations, horrors, and more. I work in a facility that contains them, located deep in the Pacific Ocean. Almost every folkloric and mythological creature has a kernel of truth to its story, and that's where we come in. For example, the Draugr of Norse mythology. They're more than shape-shifting, dream-infiltrating zombies. The real beasts are what we call a level 6 threat, one of the kinds you don't survive by accident. We don't know how they appear, but they can walk through space-time like a frayed seam being pulled apart, and it allows them to fall ever so slightly out of sync with the material world. They are classified as the species Reanimatus vigilans, the watchful reanimated. But I digress. I'm here because something escaped the facility, and we can't find it. The creature, which my colleagues and I affectionately call the Surgeon, first appeared in 1888. It is the only creature to ever receive a level 8 threat classification. The Surgeon was discovered in the wake of the Jack the Ripper murders. The crime scenes turned heads in certain directions and caught the attention of my organization. We got involved and noticed certain substances in the victims. No one knew what it was, but the organization had the brains to collect a sample and keep it, a thick, red goo, with the texture of maple syrup and the smell of copper. Then, in 1902, a gruesome murder occurred in Russia. A poor girl, no more than 19 years old, was found mutilated in her home. When I took the job of studying the Surgeon, I read the files, and I still can't get those images out of my head. At that murder, that substance was found again. The organization caught wind and began investigating more thoroughly. We came to the conclusion that the substance was a paralytic. Anyone who is exposed will lose the ability to move, but retains all feeling. After the Russia incident, any murders with this substance were kept confidential. Only the immediate investigators and the organization were allowed to know. Panic, superstition, any public trace would have compromised everything, and with more knowledge of the Surgeon's MO, we got better at finding them. From 1902 to 1984, the Surgeon claimed the lives of 96 innocent women. We finally caught him by using certain tools that could get me thrown into the depths of hell for naming. What we found shocked us all. A middle-aged man in a Victorian-era doctor's uniform, blood-covered gloves dangling at his sides, stood over a woman. Sadly, we didn't catch him in time and we lost her. Her chest was a gaping cavity, and although her heart was beating when we got there, she showed no other signs of life. The capture attempt was a catastrophe. I've reviewed the footage and transcripts enough times to know every second by heart. One agent approached to place the restraints. The Surgeon spoke to him quietly. Not a command, not a threat, just a sentence. The agent halted, turned back toward the team, and after a moment of hesitation raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. The Surgeon grabbed a rag soaked in the victim's blood and thrust it into the face of another agent. Blinded, she stumbled and fired wildly. hitting two of her own teammates before crashing to the floor. Containment was achieved only after repeated anesthesia darts, restraint nets, and overwhelming force. Even then, it felt less like a victory and more like he had allowed it. The tapes of when the surgeon was brought in are difficult to watch. He was so polite, cooperative, almost eager to talk. I still remember them to this day, more clearly than I'd like. "So, do you have a name?" asked Dr. Otto, with a tremor in his voice that could match an earthquake, his hands shaking as he held the pen. "If I did, it is long forgotten to me, doctor." The surgeon replied with a remorseful smile. "Right, well, we've been following you since the late 19th century. No name? Can you explain how you're still around?" "Certainly, doctor." He leaned back in his chair as he looked around. "I learned at a very young age that life is precious. So precious, in fact, that it can be guarded, taken, and traded." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I found that if I play the right tendons like a violin and drum the right organs, I can move life from someone to another." "So you're stealing their life?" "Oh, doctor, you make me sound so savage. I perform symphonies of life that only I can hear." He was looking directly in Dr. Otto's eyes as he said this. He leaned forward, eyes bright with something like joy. "Right, well, tell me, why were they all women?" Dr. Otto shifted slightly in his chair, averting the surgeon's gaze. "They are life-givers, doctor. Pure life." He cackled as the words danced out of his mouth. The tape continued in a similar vein, with the surgeon being open. Some of the staff had an issue with it, saying he was too open. Hindsight is 20/20. They were right. 2 days ago I was sitting with him in his cell, blackjack on the table between us, and a pile of cigarettes on his side and a much smaller pile on mine. "Hit or stand?" I asked, eyeing the pitiful amount of wager I had to give. "John, it's an 8. Of course I hit." His laughter coated his words like honey, as I pulled a card and placed it on his side. "A 10. Now's the moment of truth." My gut swirled and tensed. Hit or stand? He sat in his chair, stroking his mangy beard. His eyes focused so hard on the deck of cards by my side, I thought he was somehow reading the cards. "Hit." The confidence in his voice sent a small shiver down my spine. I slowly drew a card and placed an 11 down. He cheered as I flipped my own card to reveal a whopping total of 19. "Good game," I said begrudgingly, as I slid my last cigarette over to him. "We switched from money long ago, ever since I had to pay for my little girl's medical bills. I just told him we used the cigarette because of immediate gratification." "Indeed, my good sir." He took a cigarette and lit it up, the smoke dancing in the manufactured light of the fluorescent bulbs. He took a long drag as I packed up the cards and then offered me a hit. "You know, John, I have not left my cell in, 9 months, I think." "Correct. You get 1 day a year. You know this." I waved the cigarette away as I finished putting the cards in their box. "Yes, I know. Prisoner safety and such. But John, all the other prisoners are in bed by now, and my legs are aching so much. I give you my word that I merely wish to walk the grounds and stretch, free of the shackles." He looked me right in the eye as he pleaded. It appears to us that the surgeon has never lied. It's one of the more fascinating things about him. He has the ability to do so many things, but seemingly not deceive. He confessed to murders we never found, breaking our rules, even escape plans, all because he got asked. "Surgeon, you know," I began. "My medicine, John." He cut me off. "I never said how I make it, or even what it is. If you let me have this walk, I shall reveal it to you." A soft smile sat on his face. "Fine," I sighed as I unlocked his shackles. You won't tell anyone I did this. One trip around the block, but I'm accompanying you. Understand? John, he laughed. But yes, I understand. Don't worry. Hands in front of me the whole time, walking 6 feet ahead of you. We began the journey, slowly tracing the block in tandem. He swayed as he walked, roaming from area to area with seemingly no pattern at all. We spoke intermittently about various things. All of them were meaningless chatter, but one was important. John, how is your daughter doing? I know her illness is a rare one. His voice casual, as if it were something we'd spoken about many times. How do you know about her? The words tore out of me. I tasted copper and hospital lights in my mouth. It is my duty, given by the goddess, to know the well-being of all your kind. He stared at a wall while walking and talking. I can see it all, John. The beating of your fragile hearts, the rushing of your oxygenated blood, the stretching of your worn muscles. You call me the surgeon, and you are right. I am a physician of sorts, perhaps a mortician, an apothecary. Who truly knows? Why would you ask about her? My hand was slowly reaching towards my radio, ready to press the panic button. Do not call for help, John. There is no need. I am not going to hurt you. He smiled as he looked around. I froze, my thumb hovering over the red button. His smile was too calm, too knowing. What? Before another word could escape, I felt my neck freezing, my joints locked in place. I managed to look down and see that red, thick liquid splattered across my chest. I do not make the medicine, John, he cooed as he stared at me. I pull it out of you. Blood is a wonderful thing. It can control your whole existence. My movements became more restricted. I felt my skin tightening until I couldn't even blink. I could feel the signals from my brain, firing at full power, telling my body to move, but nothing happened. I could feel the tendons and joints eagerly awaiting orders, trying to move on their own, but nothing happened. A faint groan escaped my clenched jaw. Oh, John, he tutted. It is okay. I am just going to stretch my legs. Do not worry. I am a man of my word. I will not make you experience pain. He slowly paced around my frozen body. Those Draugr you have in Bay 4 are lovely fellows. He let out a grin unlike any other I've seen, far too wide with dead eyes. Do you want to see a secret they showed me? He chuckled as I saw him begin to blur, as if he was vibrating on the spot at the speed of sound. His laugh became distant, and in an instant he was gone. After hours of waiting, I could move again. Then, after even more hours of debriefing, I could move freely again. Hours of alarms, questioning, lockdowns, and field teams being deployed. I told them to not contain him again. Kill him. On my way out of my commander's office, he called out to me. John, wait a moment. He barked with an authoritative gravitas. There's something I don't understand. Off record, of course. I turned around and saw him kill the power to the recording device. What's that, sir? My eyes averted his gaze as I turned around. The surgeon mentioned your daughter. We've had him marked as an ontological threat, but I can't get over that final line from him. What if he's an ego threat? Why does it have to be one or the other? I muttered as I left. I then realized that we had spent so much time categorizing these creatures, we didn't consider the possibility that they can merge and blur the lines between black and white. That suggestion brought about even more chaos. An ontology threat can rewrite time and space. An ego threat can rewrite humans. It doesn't touch reality at all. It touches us. Whatever part of you thinks it's still you, as far as I knew, ego threats were theoretical, but now I'm wondering otherwise. Before today, I wouldn't have even considered that blood magic he did to exist, but now I'm researching our archives, Babylonian and Canaanite, cultures using blood rituals. Paracelsus and Agrippa considering blood for alchemy. Hemomancy throughout history. Earlier today I was filing through files, and I got a small paper cut. I instinctively brought it to my mouth and sucked on the wound, but what I tasted wasn't blood. It tasted like curdled milk covering rotten eggs. I drew my finger away, holding back a gag, and I saw the substance trickling down my index finger. As soon as it made contact, I felt that locking sensation again. My fingers refused to obey my mind's command to bend. One of the facility doctors confirmed through many blood tests. They all show barely any hemoglobin, and so much of that syrupy substance. Yet somehow my vital signs remained inexplicably normal. My blood in his medicine. Tomorrow I'm getting locked up as a new type of creature in this prison of ours. I've been given 1 day to get my affairs in order. The surgeon wears the shape of a man, around 184 centimeters tall, with black hair and pale skin. He has 1 green eye and 1 brown eye. His voice is soft, almost kind and patient, with a faint British sound. If you see him out there, run. I've told you what I can. The rest I've changed. For your safety. And mine. I've been the voice on the air for 6 years, though Weatherman feels like a title I stole. My scripts arrive via an ancient thermal fax machine bolted to the corner of my desk. It has no phone line. The power cord sits coiled on the floor like a dead snake. Yet it screams to life. The paper it spits out is always cold, colder than the room. I don't remember how I even got this job. I don't remember the interview. I don't remember the application. I only remember the phone ringing in the middle of a dream and a voice telling me I started Monday. Now I sit in the booth from sunrise to sunset, reading whatever the machine spits out. Someone has to tell them what's coming. Someone has to give them a chance to run. Most days, the machine, I call it the specialist, just groans. It hums with a low-frequency vibration that makes my teeth ache, eventually spitting out a tongue of thermal paper that reeks of scorched oil and old electricity. On the good days, the messages are boring. Light drizzle, partly cloudy. The kind of news that lets me pretend I'm just a guy with a job. But then there are the other days. The specialist doesn't just hum on those days. It screams. It's a mechanical seizure. The sound of paper, shredder, choking on bone, and the high-pitched wail of a dying cat. When the paper finally slides out, the ink is still wet and oily. The paper feels like skin peeled from someone fresh out of the shower. I remember the first time the forecast changed. It didn't mention the sky at all. Heavy mist for the next 2 hours. If you hear knocking at your door, do not open it. Do not ask who is there. Or, thunderstorms rolling in. If you see a dead relative in a reflection, do not acknowledge them. They are looking for an invitation. I have to read those words into the microphone. I have to keep my voice steady, even when I can feel the specialist watching the back of my head, waiting to see if I'll miss a syllable. Because out there, in the quiet houses and moving cars, people are listening, and I'm the only one telling them how to survive. I'm not entirely alone in the station, though it often feels that way. There's Ricky and Ashley. Ashley handles the local news and community updates. She's giddy. Too giddy. She moves through the dim hallways with a chirpy, caffeinated energy that feels like a serrated blade against the silence of the booth. She brings me coffee, black, bitter, and smelling slightly of the same burnt oil as the fax machine. But she never looks at the specialist. She never asks why my weather reports sound like survival manuals. She just smiles, her teeth a little too white in the fluorescent light, and tells me to keep up the good work. Then there's Rick. Rick is the ghost in the machine. He's the one who keeps the lights from flickering out and the plumbing from backing up into the lobby. He's a man of grease stains and heavy sighs. We don't talk much, which suits me. He just moves from the peripheral of my vision, tightening bolts on things that shouldn't be loose and watching the walls with a wary, exhausted intensity. They fill the gaps between my broadcasts, providing a thin veneer of office life. But sometimes, when the specialist starts its rhythmic, bone-grinding shriek, I catch them both freezing, just for a second. Ashley's smile will falter, and Rick will grip his wrench and his knuckles turn gray. It was a Tuesday, indistinguishable from any other. I stepped into the booth, a cramped box that smelled of static and dust, and gave the specialist a soft pat on its cold beige casing. It was my morning ritual, a way of acknowledging the beast before it woke up. Ashley fluttered in a moment later, clutching 2 foam cups. Her cheerfulness felt loud in the small space, like a radio played at the wrong frequency. "Ready for another fun day?" she asked, her smile pinned perfectly in place. "I guess you could call it that," I replied. The coffee she handed me was scalding, the steam curling into the air like a ghost. "Oh, Thomas," she giggled, backing toward the door. "I know there's a soft spot behind all that stone." I managed a faint roll of my eyes as she vanished back into the hallway, left alone with the hum of the electronics. I turned to the window. It was one part of the job I actually liked. The parking lot was small, a gray patch of asphalt carved out of the dense, encroaching tree line. From here, I could watch the single road that bled into the forest. On mornings like this, with the mist clinging to the tops of the pines, it looked peaceful, but it was a fragile kind of peace. The kind you find in a graveyard before the first shovel hits the dirt. The trees stood so still they didn't look like wood and needles. They looked like a crowd of people standing perfectly silent, waiting for me to turn my back. I settled the headset over my ears, the plastic cool against my temples. In the background, Ashley's voice filtered through the monitors, bubbly, rhythmic, and utterly disconnected from the cold reality of the booth. I tuned her out. I was waiting for the only sound that mattered. Then, it came. The specialist didn't just print, it convulsed. A sharp metallic shriek ripped through the room, the sound of a blade dragging across a chalkboard. A fresh tongue of thermal paper slid out, curling toward the floor. I grabbed it, my heart doing a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. I leaned into the mic, giving it 2 soft taps. Thump thump, like a heartbeat. "Good morning, everyone," I said, my voice dropping into that smooth, practiced tone. "Tom is here with the weather. It's going to be a gloomy one today. Expect light drizzling throughout the morning, with cooler temperatures moving in from the north." I read it word for word. I didn't breathe until the sentence was finished. I never dared to ad-lib, never dared to summarize. Even a normal report felt like a contract. If the specialist said drizzle, I said drizzle. If I changed a word, if I called it a shower instead of rain, I had the sickening feeling that the world outside would twist itself to fit my mistake, and I didn't want to be responsible for the sound of that snapping. The hours bled into one another, marked only by the slow crawl of shadows across the parking lot. No further updates shrieked from the specialist. It sat silent, a beige tombstone on my desk, radiating a dull, electric heat. Between her segments, Ashley leaned against my doorframe, chatting about nothing. Local bake sales, a new song on the charts, the trivialities of a world that felt increasingly distant. We kept it light. We had to. Later than usual, Rick shuffled past the booth. He carried a heavy toolbox that clanked with a sound of rusted iron, his eyes fixed on a spot an inch above the floorboards. I didn't ask why he was late. He didn't explain. It was our unspoken contract, signed in the silence of the station. We didn't talk about the boss no one had ever met. We didn't compare notes on the phantom phone calls that had plucked us out of our lives and dropped us behind these desks. There was a comfort in ignorance. If I didn't ask Ashley how she got here, She wouldn't have to ask me why I was reading survival instructions to a city that thought I was just talking about the rain. We were three strangers holding our breath in the dark, pretending that if we just did our jobs, if Rick kept the pipes from screaming and I kept the script perfect, the dark wouldn't notice us. So Thomas, I was wondering if maybe you wanted to go to the farmer's market this Saturday. Ashley's voice was different. The high-pitched, radio-ready giddiness had dipped into something softer, something fragile. She was looking at her shoes, her fingers tracing the edge of her coffee cup. It was the first time in years she'd acknowledged a world existing outside the four walls of this station. Sure, I replied, the words feeling heavy in my mouth. Why not? I told myself it was just the loneliness finally leaking through her armor. She looked up and for a second, her smile wasn't a mask. It was real, bright enough to make the dim booth feel almost warm. Wonderful, she beamed, a genuine spring in her step as she turned the corner. I can't wait. I watched her go, actually feeling a phantom twitch of a smile myself. I'd pick her up a coffee tomorrow morning, a real one, from the place down the road, not the burnt sludge we drank here. I let myself imagine the sun on a Saturday morning. Then, the specialist screamed. It wasn't the usual screech. It was a prolonged, wet sound, like a saw blade hitting a knot of gristle. The air in the booth suddenly turned frigid, the scent of burnt oil replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of an approaching storm. The machine didn't just print. It shook the entire desk, vomiting out a strip of paper that looked charred around the edges. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know what kind of weather required a sound like that, but someone had to tell them. Someone had to try to save their lives. I reached for the paper, my fingers trembling. The heat coming off it felt like a fever. I smoothed it out on the desk and leaned into the microphone. My voice felt thin, a fragile thread of sound in the sudden, heavy silence of the station. Attention, listeners. I began, my eyes scanning the jagged text. Update for the overnight hours. We're looking at a sudden temperature inversion. A thick, localized fog will begin rolling in from the tree line starting at 10 p.m. Expect near zero visibility. I paused. The next line wasn't about barometric pressure or wind shear. It was printed in a larger, shakier font. The fog will carry the sound of a child crying for help. Do not go outside. Do not shine a light into the mist to find them. If the crying starts to sound like your own voice, cover your ears and stay away from the windows until sunrise. I sat there, the on-air light bleeding red across my knuckles. I thought of Ashley, her pep, and her Saturday plans. I thought of the road leading out of the parking lot, currently being swallowed by a gray, unnatural tide. The specialist gave one final wet click, a sound like a tongue snapping against the roof of a mouth, and went cold. 6 o'clock arrived with the heavy, mechanical thud of the station's clock. I caught Ashley and Rick by the heavy steel exit door. The fog, I said, my voice sounding raspy even to my own ears. Remember the report. Stay inside. Don't look for the source of the noise. They both nodded. Ashley's smile was gone, replaced by a tight, thin line of apprehension. Rick didn't even look at me. He just adjusted the strap of his heavy toolbox and pushed out into the evening. For the first time in 6 years, the unspoken contract felt like it was fraying at the edges. I cared if they made it home. I cared if I saw them tomorrow. When I stepped out, the air didn't hit me. It swallowed me. The fog wasn't a mist. It was a physical weight, tasting of wet ash and static. It clung to my skin, instantly soaking through my coat. The specialist's accuracy was a jagged blade, perfect and cold. I could barely see the hood of my car 10 feet away. Through the shifting gray curtains, I saw Rick. He was standing by the open door of the rusted truck, but he wasn't getting in. He was staring back at the radio station, his silhouette stunted and lonely in the haze. He looked smaller than usual, his shoulders slumped under a grief I couldn't name. I raised a hand to call out to him, to ask if he was okay, but the words died in my throat. The fog between us seemed to thicken, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic light that didn't come from any street lamp. Before I could find my voice, Rick climbed into the cab. The door shut with a hollow, final sound, and his taillights bled into the mist like two fading embers before vanishing entirely. I stood there in the silence, my hand still half raised, listening, and then, from somewhere deep in the tree line, I heard it, the first faint, thin wail of a child. I ignored the sounds in the fog. It's a skill I've perfected over 6 years, the ability to lock my empathy in a box and keep walking. By the time I reached my front door, the world was silent again. The specialist's rules only seem to apply when you're standing on its ground. The next morning the world looked scrubbed clean. The fog had vanished as if it had never been, leaving the trees sharp and vivid against a pale sky. I left early, the engine of my car humming a cheerful tone as I pulled into the drive-thru of a local cafe. I bought 2 coffees, a plain black for myself and something lighter, sweeter for Ashley. The warmth of the cups against my palm felt like a promise. I was actually looking forward to the station. I wanted to see her face when she saw the drink. I wanted to believe that people had listened to my voice last night, that they had stayed inside, covered their ears, and ignored the phantom cries in the mist. The coffee cups sat in the passenger seat, the sweet scent of Ashley's vanilla latte filling the car. I pulled into the station lot, my mind on the Saturday market, on the sun, on anything but the radio. Then the tires hit something soft, a wet, heavy thwack that didn't sound like a pothole. I slammed on the brakes. My stomach turned a cold somersault as I looked through the windshield. The parking lot wasn't gray anymore. It was a mosaic of raw, glistening meat and tangled limbs. They weren't just dead. They had been unmade. A dozen figures lay scattered across the asphalt, but the geometry was all wrong. I saw a man whose torso had been elongated and coiled like a length of garden hose. His ribs snapped outward to form a jagged ivory cage. Next to him, a woman had been fused to the trunk of a pine tree. Her skin stretched so thin it was translucent, revealing the frantic, pulsing machinery of organs that shouldn't have still been working. But it was the faces that made me scream behind my teeth. Their mouths were pulled open in impossible, yawning vertical ovals. The skin of their cheeks ripped back to the jawbone. Their eyes weren't just wide. The lids had been removed, leaving bulging, bloodshot spheres that stared at nothing. They looked exactly like the hollow-eyed agony of the scream, but rendered in shivering, wet muscle and bruised fat. The worst part was the sound. It wasn't the wind. It was a low, bubbling whistle coming from those cavernous mouths, the sound of air escaping through ruined windpipes. They were still breathing. The fog hadn't finished the job. It had just changed their shape. In the center of the carnage I saw a familiar blue jacket. Rick. His body had been flattened down as if all his bones were removed. His neck was stretched out like taffy wrapped around his rusty toolbox. I walked through the asphalt, and the ground felt spongy. I tried not to look down, but the squelch beneath my boots forced my eyes to the pavement. I hadn't stepped on a stone. I had stepped on a tongue, a long gray ribbon of muscle that trailed out from a pile of what used to be a local delivery driver. It was still twitching, tasting the air, even though the rest of the man was a flattened husk of shattered bone and burst intestines. I walked toward the entrance, my breath coming in shallow, jagged hitches. To my left, 2 figures had been woven together. Their limbs had been braided like dough. The skin fused so seamlessly that I couldn't tell where one person ended and the other began. They looked like a human knot, a sculpture of purple bruising and exposed sinew. One of them turned a head that was mostly just a gaping, toothless smile, and a thick, yellow fluid leaked from its ear as it tried to moan. It sounded like air escaping a punctured tire. I passed the bike rack, where a teenager was draped like a wet towel. His spine had been removed. God knows how, and his limp body was knotted through the metal bars. His eyes, fixed and glassy, followed me. He was nothing but a bag of fluid and meat now. Yet his fingers continued to drum a rhythmic, mindless beat against the metal. Tap, tap, tap. I reached the heavy steel doors of the station. My hand hovered over the handle, which was coated in a thin, translucent film of mucus. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I wiped my hands on my pants, gripped the slime-slicked handle, and pulled. Ashley was hunched over her desk, a small, trembling heap of floral print fabric and terror. Her breathing was a series of wet, hitching gasps, and her eyes were fixed on these security monitors, the small, grainy screens that showed the mosaic I had just walked through. I called the police already, she stammered, her voice a fragile whistle. She didn't look at me. She couldn't. I am so scared, Thomas. The bodies. Oh, God. The bodies in the light. They're still moving. I just set the sweet, vanilla-scented coffee on the corner of her desk. The steam rose in a gentle plume, smelling of a world that no longer existed. I leaned down and gave her a kind, practiced smile. The sort of smile a mortuary director gives to the grieving. I gave her a small, stiff nod of encouragement. "Drink up, Ashley," I said softly. "It's going to be a long day." She looked at the cup as if I'd handed her a severed head. I didn't stay to see if she drank it. I had a schedule to keep. I turned and walked to my booth, my boots leaving faint, reddish-brown smears on the linoleum. The specialist was vibrating so violently now that the pens on my desk were dancing. The shriek it was emitting had shifted into something rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. The moment the booth door clicked shut, the world went silent. The violent tremors of the desk ceased, and the specialist sat bathed in the soft, clinical glow of my desk lamp. It looked almost innocent. Then it fed me the morning's work. First came a strip of standard thermal paper, white and sterile. I looked at it. Sunny, high of 78, a perfect, golden day for the town. I looked out the window and my breath hitched. The parking lot was empty. The mosaic of meat, the braided limbs, the yawning faces, all gone. Even the blood had been licked clean from the asphalt. The sun was shining with a cruel, blinding brightness that made the morning slaughter feel like a fever dream. Then the machine stuttered one last time and pushed out the second sheet. It didn't slide out. It slumped. It was a square of pale, cured leather, still warm and slightly damp. The edges were jagged, showing the faint, rhythmic marks of a serrated blade. There were no ink ribbons here. The words had been raised in welts, like a rash forming under the surface of the skin. "Do not let the weather in, Thomas." I didn't scream. I couldn't afford to. I set the skin face down on the desk, unable to look at the texture of it any longer. I reached for my headset, the plastic feeling alien and cold against my skin. My hands were steady. Too steady. I leaned toward the microphone. The on-air light bled a deep, arterial red across my knuckles. I tapped the mesh. Thump, thump. "Good morning, everyone," I said, my voice as bright and hollow as the sun outside. "Thomas here. And now, for the weather." Most of the time when you hear about weird kids eating weird things, It's stuff like paste, not silica gel packets. But growing up, that's exactly what my childhood best friend Ellis would do each day. I still remember the day that we first met in grade 1. I was sitting out in the schoolyard during recess, on the one day that my mom forgot to pack me a snack. Ellis saw me without anything to eat and, without me even asking for anything, handed me a packet of salted pretzels. I smiled awkwardly, stuffed it in the bottom of my school bag, and then told him apologetically that I don't like pretzels. We both started laughing, and the friendship grew from there. Ellis shared a lot of interests with me, in that we were both geeky and bookish types, who loved sci-fi movies and fantasy novels. We would spend hours talking with each other about our favorite fictional characters. You know, the packet says not to eat those, I told him gingerly one lunchtime, as he munched away on the moisture-absorbing silica crystals. I pointed to the print, saying, "Warning, do not eat," on one of the synthetic sachets, which were included in most snack packaging. "It's fine," he said, tipping the sachet back into his mouth. "It's actually harmless. They only put that 'cause it's a choking hazard. And I know how to chew." Unfortunately for Ellis, his unconventional snacking habit didn't go unnoticed in our grade. It didn't take for long for other students to notice him eating the silica gel packets and begin making up taunts and jeers about him. "Ew, he's eating that gross white powder stuff," laughed one bully, standing over poor Ellis. "What a freak." "Yeah, Martian boy, do they get gel packets back on your home planet?" A girl laughed, waving her hand in front of his glasses. "I made some science chemicals in the chem lab today. You should drink those too, nerd," jeered another bully, gawping at the discarded preservative sachet. This continued over the years of our friendship, befalling Ellis several times a week. They would come over and start giving him hell the second they saw one of those small blue gel packets being pulled out a lunchbox. Ellis was also much nerdier looking than myself, with thick glasses and a wispy frame, which further added to him being targeted. But despite all of this abuse, Ellis wasn't swayed from his maligned habit. He kept eating those silica gel pouches, chewing them more anxiously, scarfing them down before the bullies saw, or consuming them secretly in the bathroom. Each time that the bullies came over to degrade my best friend, I would avert my gaze, make myself quiet, and try not to attract their attention as they laid into Ellis. It was clear from my behavior that I was embarrassed by my friend's eating quirk. I didn't want to look too weird, or get targeted by association, so I would never defend Ellis or get involved, even when the bullying turned from verbal to physical. While I never outright deserted my friend or joined the bullies against him, I never stood up for him. At the time, I figured it was his habit, his battle to fight. This is something that I came to regret as I grew older. It tormented me, knowing I'd let a good friend suffer out of selfishness. I tossed and turned on some nights, kept up late thinking of all the comebacks I wish I'd said to the bullies in Ellis's defense. One childhood too late. Ellis and I matriculated together from elementary school into middle school, but it was high school where we parted ways, with me going to one and him to another. We said fond goodbyes to each other and promised to keep hanging out outside of school, but that promise didn't pan out as I was swept up in high school life. It would be years later, when I was well into my 20s, that Ellis finally returned to my mind. In the middle of watching TV in my apartment one evening, a news report came on that instantly cast my thoughts back to my old friend. And of course it did. It was about silica gel packets. They were being discontinued. Specifically, the brand that had been in all our snacks and treats throughout our school days, which is why it was the only brand of silica that Ellis had eaten. According to the news report, the brand, Crystal, were being discontinued due to severely toxic substances present in them. The news reporter's words chilled me to my core. They're a simple part of food packaging designed to keep our food dry, but the question is, are they truly safe? Not those from this local producer of them. It is being alleged that Cristal silica gel packets were created with scientific waste products, which were not thoroughly understood by researchers at the time. Fortunately, food stored with the packets were protected from this substance by the plastic packaging. It is also not harmful in trace quantities. However, we urge anyone who has accidentally consumed this silica gel and is experiencing health issues to contact 9 News. Switching off the TV, my blood ran cold for Ellis. That surely didn't bode well for his health. That poor kid had eaten several of those sachets every day for his entire childhood. If they were worried about someone eating an odd packet here and there, what would all that do to him? After all, those sachets were allegedly made from discarded waste products, a byproduct of scientific studying crystallization. Apparently those crystals had vastly more absorbency than normal silica crystals, which is why the company used them to cut corners. But there had to be a trade-off somewhere. A terribly sad thought dawned on me as I wondered if my old friend was even still alive. He could have died from this poisoning during the 15 years since I'd seen him, and I'd have no idea. Pulling out my phone, I gave him a quick search on Facebook, and there was his profile. Well populated with few friends, his page looked like it had at least some activity until earlier this year. The most ominous thing, though, is that there were no profile pictures of him on the page. Instead, he just used various fictional characters' pictures. His current profile picture, a picture of the Wampa ice monster from Star Wars, and he'd updated that just a few weeks ago. Well, at least his love for geeky movies hasn't changed. I went to bed that night reassuring myself that my old friend was probably fine, and that if he was dead, he wouldn't be updating anything on Facebook. I still couldn't bring myself to reach out to him, but was content knowing he was likely fine. Still, those same nightmares of regret over failing to stick up for him returned to me that night. I saw those same bullies, and was silent as they ripped into him over his habit, one which I know may have cost him his health. However, my torment wouldn't stay confined to nightmares for long. The following Monday, I was leaving my office and getting in my car. Just when I was about to shut my door, I caught a glimpse of something over by a pillar in the car park. Something shiny and jagged, like crystals, like an entire body of crystals. I spun my head around to get a closer look, but it had already ducked back behind the pillar. Right then probably would have been the best time for me to investigate what I saw, but instead I dismissed the strange sight as a passerby's reflection in a chrome car, and pulled out of the parking lot. I didn't see the crystal creature in my workplace parking lot again, but this didn't bring me comfort because, instead, I now started seeing it on my various car rides back home. First on the street outside my office building, then at the intersection further down the road, then at the bus stop past the intersection, then in an alley further into my route. I never saw it for more than a few seconds in the evening dark, but it was unmistakable now. There existed some kind of stealthy humanoid creature, completely encased in sharp crystals, and even worse, day by day, it was following me home. I had only seen that glint of synthetic crystalline substance in one place before, but I'd seen it every day for years, and that was in the silica gel packets Ellis would dig into daily. I could put 2 and 2 together, the news report about my friend's crystal snack being toxic, and the strange crystal monster stalking me. Again, I jumped online at home and started looking old schoolmates up, but this time, instead of Ellis, it was the names of the kids who had bullied him. Their little gang had been made up of about 5 people, and it only now occurred to me that I hadn't heard anything concerning them for years. Searching each of their names, I was shocked to see obituaries. Roy, the leader, had been butchered in his sleep in an unsolved home invasion. Shauna, another of the crew, had suffered a similar fate, having her body ripped apart by an intruder while her family slept. One by one, I learned of each of the animalistic and brutal killings, with descriptions of the former bullies having their flesh pierced and shredded. Found on each of the bodies and in their wounds was a crystal substance. Authorities suspected it was a drug of some kind used by a junkie assailant. I knew instead that it had come from the jagged limbs of the killer itself. I also now knew one more thing, that the creature that had done these killings, my old buddy, had one final target it was coming to kill. He wanted revenge against me for not standing up for him. Helplessness could have consumed me at that moment, but I fought to keep myself rational and calm. Ellis had only killed its targets while they were in bed sleeping, I recalled. It had likely needed to catch them unaware, because it was too physically fragile to kill them otherwise. If Ellis came anywhere near me while I was awake, I would have the power to injure or, if need be, kill him. It hurt me to think about my old pal like that, but I wasn't going to let him savage me while I slept, interrupt my guilty nightmares about him with a real one. That night, I reinforced the door to my apartment with multiple locks and a security alarm. I also made the doorman aware of a deformed intruder, which may attempt to force its way up to my apartment, leaving out the part about being a literal crystal monster, of course. Finally, I left a baseball bat near my bedside table. One hit from that would turn my vengeful, monster-fied friend into a pile of glass. I don't know how I managed to doze off that night, knowing what lay outside coming to kill me, but I somehow did, revisiting my standard, regretful dreams. This time I was one of the bullies, joining in on insulting Ellis. In his eyes, I might as well have been. Suddenly I was startled awake by the sound of a cupboard door slamming. It was my closet door. I looked up, eyes groggy in the lamplight, and finally saw him up close. Ellis. The creature was horrific, composed of flesh warped into numerous white crystal shards, jutting from his body at all angles, as if he'd been frozen in ice stalactites. But these would never melt off. Underneath the translucent white, I saw nothing of his long, encased original body. As it approached my bed, I tried to put my plan into action, but my bat was only knocked to the ground by my shaking hand. Rolling underneath the bed, transfixed and defenseless, I waited for Ellis to give me what I perhaps deserved. "I'm sorry, buddy," I said resolutely. "I'm sorry for what happened to you, and sorry for not protecting you when you needed it." The crystal creature barely registered my words, instead reaching underneath the bed. Was he going to bludgeon me with my own bat? To my confusion, the shifting mass of crystal stood up, not with my bat, but with my old school bag from elementary. I'd held on to that for years out of sentimentality. Realization began to dawn on me as its jagged hand rummaged in the bag before pulling out a very old packet of pretzels. Those sharp hands tore the packet apart with ease, scattering pretzels on the ground, and plucked it out. The last, Christelle's silica gel packet in existence. I watched with awe as it shoved the sachet's contents into its mouth, like Ellis had every recess, and munched it with crystal shard teeth. This entire time, it had wanted that discontinued silica sachet, not to violently kill me like Ellis bullies. He'd never considered me one of them after all. With his one purpose sated, this unearthly being my friend had mutated into shambled backwards. Then, very suddenly, it dove out of the open bedroom window it had entered through. A second later, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the ground. All that was left of him below was a mass of crystal shards and flesh chunks. I went back to sleep that night and slept well for the first time in a long time. Safe. And forgiven. I don't think my recovery is going the way it should. That's not fear talking. I'm not in pain exactly. If anything, I feel calmer than I probably should. Comfortable. But there are gaps. Entire stretches of time I can't account for, and when I try to focus on them, my thoughts slide away like they're tired of being held. Let me start from the beginning. I was finally back in my apartment. The place stunk of cleaning agents and something faintly like pungent soap. Bleach and dish soap, sharp enough to sting the back of your throat, but was thankfully free of pests. My Uber driver was kind enough to help me up the stairs. The bandages on my legs made it hard to walk comfortably. It was kind of weird seeing a few of my neighbors' houses marked with fumigation signs and taped off, but nothing compared to how happy I was to finally be home. The couch was a sight out of a romance movie, compared to the stiff hospital cot I'd been sleeping on for the better part of 4 days. I resisted the urge to flop into it, still a bit uneasy about what had led me to need all these bandages in the first place. Nothing under the cushions, thank God. I eased myself down into my usual spot, hissing slightly as one of the wounds on my leg stretched in an uncomfortable way. Still a massive improvement. The bites were painful but healing, slowly. They still wouldn't scab properly, but at least they were closing. Remote in hand, Netflix, trashy romance blaring in the background, and my favorite soda. Exactly what I needed, at least until the knocking came. Seriously? I know they said my insurance would cover home health care, but I'd barely been home 2 hours. My bandages shouldn't need changing for at least a day, right? With a quiet, okay, maybe loud, groan of frustration, I peeled myself off the couch. My back and legs, wounds, threatened to tear again as I eased my way to the door. I wasn't expecting anything in particular. Maybe a guy fresh out of college, maybe some woman with a slightly chubby build. Anything but the old, cheerful woman who greeted me by pushing her way inside the moment the door opened. My, what a lovely home. Oh, but you could use some cleaning. Must be tough in your state, dear. That sing-song voice grated on my nerves, almost as much as her jostling past me did. Can I help you? I asked flatly, half expecting I'd let in a saleswoman or maybe some kind of religious nut. Why, dear, I'm here to help with all of this. She motioned dismissively to my entire being. You're in such a state. So she was my nurse. All right. Look, not to be rude, but it's been a tough week. Can we just do whatever you need? My mother wouldn't really approve of me being such a poor host, but it's not like she'd ever find out. The woman stood there for a solid beat, simply staring at me with that same cheerful smile you'd see printed on a metal tin of pancake batter. Take a seat, dear. Calm, still sweet. Now, sitting I could get behind. At least I wouldn't have to worry about stepping wrong and hurting myself. She placed a hand on my back as I leaned forward, gently pushing me into position. Somehow she avoided the wounds, and her hands were surprisingly warm. Now I'm going to grab a few things from my bag. You have a drink, yes? It's bitter, but it'll do wonders, she chirped as she moved with a slightly alarming amount of energy toward the door, retrieving the bag she'd left behind. It was an old thing, black faux leather, or maybe real, with a gaudy floral strap and way too many pockets. I was expecting something herbal, but instead she pulled out a standard orange pill bottle. She unscrewed the cap and shook a couple of blue-pink capsules into her open palm. Just 2 today, dear. We might up the dose later. I didn't think nurses usually handed out medication, but I reasoned the doctors must have sent her with it. I'd always been too trusting of people I thought were in the medical field. After all, that's what you're raised to do, right? Mom was always the one to comfort us during shots, saying, "The doctor knows best." Whatever was in that medication worked fast. The pain disappeared in moments, replaced by a looseness, a light dizziness. All the while, the nurse rested her hand on my shoulder and gently squeezed. I remember how warm it felt. Things got fuzzy from there. I know she applied some ointment to a few of my nastier wounds. We chit-chatted a bit, the usual stuff. Any new pain? Feeling tired? Having trouble staying awake? She asked gently. I told her I felt drowsy. She just grinned. That's normal. Means it's working, dear. I slept better than I had in days that night. No waking up to fresh blood where a scab had torn loose. No nightmares about things crawling in my bed. Just black nothing. I woke up to blood on my sheets the next morning. At first, my thoughts turned to the worst, but something dulled the panic before it could really take hold. I've never been good with the sight of my own blood. That calm didn't sit right with me. Still, it helped me focus. The bandages she'd applied yesterday, soaked with whatever ointment she'd used, had come undone. My left arm was bare, wounds leaking blood through half-formed scabs. I couldn't help but notice, though. The scabs were gone. Not crumbling away, not falling apart. Staying. Maybe the cream was working. I eased myself out of bed, carefully balled up the sheets, and tossed them onto the floor. I'd deal with them later. I just limped into the kitchenette when the knocking came again. I took a deep breath and steadied myself against the counter. The medicine had clearly worn off. Every step tore, every bandage rubbed grit against open wounds that felt newly exposed. I'll be there in a... The click of the doorknob cut me off, and there she was again. Same cheery smile, same beige cardigan, same black bag with the tacky floral strap. Oh, hey, thanks for coming back, I said awkwardly, wondering how she'd gotten in. Had I left the door unlocked yesterday? Hello again, dear. Ready for your medicine? Same tone, same energy. It was too easy to let her take over. I was tired. I was sore. I just wanted it done. Sure, I said. Just let me get a sandwich or something. She gasped, a hand flying to her mouth. Shock, or maybe hurt, replacing her usual chipper demeanor. Oh, no. You need to rest, dear. Let me handle that for you. I tried to protest, but she took my arm and pulled me toward the couch. Pain flared as the movement reminded me just how much the medicine had hidden the day before. I felt a pang of annoyance as she helped herself to my fridge, pulling out a cold bottle of water and handing it to me along with another round of those blue-pink pills. Still, I couldn't complain. They worked. Within minutes, my aches eased and the world began to blur around the edges. I must have dozed off when the smell hit me. Bacon. I turned my gaze from the TV, which at some point I'd apparently managed to turn back on, now playing a nature documentary, and toward the kitchen. She'd put on an apron and was busy cutting lettuce. The thought of saying something, anything, about her helping herself to my groceries was pushed aside by this idea of a warm meal, not from a hospital. And I'm glad I didn't. She made a classic breakfast spread, perfectly cooked scrambled eggs, fluffy and soft, bacon just how I like it, a little chewy with some crunch. She even turned it into a couple of BLTs, all arranged neatly on a platter I didn't remember her bringing, alongside a tall glass of some kind of juice. Now, dear, it's a little bitter at first, but trust me, it'll help. She wasn't lying. It tasted like orange juice mixed with lemon, sugar, and something distinctly medicinal. Whatever it was, warmth spread from my gut outward, turning what had been a dull, painless throb into a light, almost drunken floatiness. She spent the next hour going over my words, talking about her garden and how Reginald had been acting up again. Apparently, she named her plants, which I found kind of adorable. She spoke about their care the same way she spoke about me, as if they were patients too. Those pills really did wonders. I didn't feel a thing. Not as she peeled away rust red, crusted bandages and replaced them with clean ones. Now as she pressed ointment slick fingers into open wounds. The scabs from the previous session were holding, but the skin around them had taken on a strange discoloration. I looked at her, vision blurred, the world soft. Hey, is it supposed to be yellow? She watched me for a moment, one eyebrow quirking up as she processed the question. Then that same reassuring smile spread across her face. Why, of course, dearie. That just means the medicine is getting rid of all those nasty little toxins in your... Well, they're not really bites so much as openings. She paused, stroking one of my wounds perhaps a bit too long. It was odd. She looked almost loving as she applied the ointment, but not to me, to the wound. Then again, I wasn't exactly in the best state of mind. The pain might have been gone, but I was bone tired, drifting in and out of sleep as she tended to me. When I turned to look at her, she lifted her head to meet my gaze, still smiling. I woke up in my bed. New bandages, clean sheets. It was dark out. I must have slept all day. The thought of getting up felt pointless, but I tried anyway. No dice. My body felt unbearably heavy, and I let sleep take me again. I blinked, and the scene shifted. Daylight. The weakness was fading, my mind still foggy, but slowly clearing. What was happening again? I still couldn't get up. My head tilted down to look at my body wrapped in bandages, but something felt off. Or rather, smelled off. Urine. And something else. Sour. Stale. I'd messed the bed. I couldn't feel it. I was vaguely aware of dampness, but my sense of touch felt distant, like my body belonged to someone else. The door creaked. I would say I tensed, got tight. The fear was there, but it just wasn't latching. It was like something wasn't firing in my brain, not letting the fear fully kick in. Fingers. Fingers I recognized. Old, wrinkled, gripped the door and slowly pushed it open, allowing my nurse to poke her head into my room. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you so long. I had other patients, you see. Reginald really was acting up today. Didn't want to take his medicine, you see. She began to ramble, walking up to me and flipping me over as if she'd already done this a dozen times. She cleaned me, changed my sheets, gave me some kind of injection I barely felt. Sadly, you can't really drink like this. She paused, looking almost regretful, or maybe just concerned. She took my limp hand in hers. It made me realize how cold I felt. She turned to look me dead in the eye, cheer returning to her demeanor. But don't worry, dear. I've got you. It's been like this for days. I get my sense of touch back from time to time. I've written this in pieces. She says I'm straining myself too much, but she's just being nice. I don't really want her to leave. She's so nice, but something's wrong. I don't know what, but this isn't right. I got a text saying my insurance wouldn't cover the home health care. How nice of her to do this in her free time. She has to be a volunteer. How else would she know to come? She mentioned that Reginald had been doing better in the last couple of days. Something about me helping him along. She says this is all part of the process. All part of how she helps us get better. The efficiency of small spaces was the selling point. The agent, a woman with teeth too perfect for her face, had called it cozy, intimate, a cocoon for the modern urbanite. What she meant, what I understood in the bone-deep way one understands the subtext of a rental agreement, was that it was cheap. So cheap it felt like a crime, a converted textile mill. The apartment was a single, open-plan box. The bathroom, a modest cube of tile and chrome, was the only room with a proper door. Everything else was a flow, a seamless continuity of concrete floor, exposed brick, and drywall painted the color of old dishwater. The building was steel and concrete, a monument to brutalist efficiency. It was also, all things considered, fairly silent most of the time. No creaks, no groans, no settling sighs of an old house. The only intrusion was the distant, rhythmic thrum of the HVAC, a sound so constant it became a sort of auditory wallpaper. The first anomaly was the dresser, a simple IKEA melm. It was my only concession to traditional furniture in the otherwise minimalist space. I noticed it on a Tuesday. I'm a creature of habit. When I vacuum, I push the dresser almost exactly 2 inches from the wall to get the wand behind it, and then I return it to its place, flush against the paint. But on this Tuesday, it was 4 inches out. I blinked, pushed it back, figured I'd been distracted, but the next week it was 4 out again, and the week after, it was never more than that. A precise, maddening, consistent amount, as if something was expanding and contracting behind the drywall, pushing it out with a slow, patient pressure. The other sign was the crawl space, a square of plasterboard in the ceiling of the walk-in closet, barely big enough for a child, marked with a simple, recessed pull ring. The building inspector had called it a plumbing access, though the pipes for the unit were clearly routed along the opposite wall. It was an orphan space, an architectural afterthought. I'd pulled on it once, out of curiosity. It didn't budge. A month later, I noticed the ring was greasy, a dark, slick residue that transferred to my fingertips, smelling faintly of machinery and sour sweat. It wasn't oil, it was thicker, more organic, like the lube from a bicycle chain, but with a faint, coppery tang. One night, I went into the bathroom to take a shower and noticed pretty quickly that the small 10-inch transom window above the shower was hinged open. This wasn't too alarming, as I, on occasion, propped it open after taking a shower. Maybe I had forgotten to close it. Then came the sound. It wasn't a ghostly moan or a spectral footstep. It was the wet, muffled percussion of something being forced past its natural limit. The sound of someone cracking their knuckles, but slower, deeper, and with a fleshy, cartilaginous resistance. I'd hear it in the dead of night, a soft pop, pop, pop from the direction of the ceiling, or I'd catch it while watching a movie, a faint series of clicks from within the wall behind the television. I called my landlord, who quickly brushed it off as the pipes, but it was the sound of a body refusing its own shape, a sound that made the ligaments in my own knees ache in its sympathy. I started to sleep less. The efficiency of the space now felt less like a feature, and more like a trap. The bruises appeared on my right forearm and both shins. They weren't the mottled, chaotic marks of a clumsy bump. They were symmetrical, perfectly oval, about the size of a thumb, a deep, sickly purple that faded to a bilious yellow. My doctor, a hurried woman with a distracted smile, called them pressure contusions. Like someone rested a heavy, narrow object on you for an extended period, she'd said, tapping her pen against my chart. In your sleep, perhaps. I didn't have any heavy, narrow objects. I had a bed, a duvet, and the suffocating proximity of the walls. The bruises were the shape of pressure points, the precise spots a hand or feet might rest to anchor a body while it leaned over another, sleeping body in the dark. The realization was so repulsive it felt like a physical blow. I was being handled in my sleep. I started sleeping with a knife next to me. I started leaving markers. A single strand of hair laid carefully across the seam of the crawlspace door. A dime balanced on its edge against the baseboard of the living room wall. The hair would be gone, The dime, inevitably, on the floor. The evidence was microscopic, deniable. A draft, a vibration, anything but the logical, screaming conclusion that was beginning to form in the back of my mind. My paranoia became a religion. I cleaned obsessively, not for hygiene, but for intelligence. I was dusting the radiator, a hulking cast iron relic from the building's factory days, when my fingers brushed against something tucked behind it. Not a dust bunny, not a dead insect. A piece of paper. My hands shook as I worked it free. It was a photograph, low resolution and muddy, printed on heavy cardstock. But I swear it was me. It was just blurry enough to be deniable, but I wouldn't believe anything else. Through the dark fuzz, I could just barely see myself asleep in my bed. The angle was high. Looking down from above my bed, I tilted my head back, tracing the line of sight with my own eyes. It came from the ventilation grate, an 8 by 10 inch metal grill set flush with the ceiling. Its slats too narrow to even fit a hand through, and the picture was a clear shot, as though this person somehow removed the grill. I called the police. They arrived 5 minutes later. "I'm not doubting you, ma'am," the officer said. He was young, with a patient, practiced calm that was more infuriating than disbelief. "But there are no signs of forced entry. Nothing wrong with your door. No pry marks on the crawl space. No fingerprints on the radiator." "Because he doesn't use a door," I said, the words tasting like bile in my throat. I was pacing the small space of my apartment, feeling like a specimen under glass. The officer exchanged a look with his partner. It was a look I'd seen before. The look you give the person who is seeing things. The person who is one bad night away from a 5150 hold. "We'll increase patrols in the area," the officer said, the finality in his tone a clear dismissal. After they left, I locked the door. I pushed a chair under the handle, a token barrier against an enemy who didn't believe in doors, as a small comfort. I sat on my bed and stared at the ceiling. I wanted to call my family. I wanted to leave, but give some issues I don't want to mention. I didn't have that option. A few nights later, I was half drunk on cheap whiskey, the bottle sweating on my nightstand. I was listening. The building was so quiet tonight. The HVAC, the background noise that had become my anchor, was silent. I listened for the clicking, for the wet, muffled pops. There was nothing. The silence was worse. It was the silence of something holding its breath. I had to get out, just for a few minutes. I pulled on my shoes, the movement feeling clumsy and loud in the stillness. I turned off the lights. The building hallway was a tomb of concrete and echoing footsteps. The heavy steel door of the building groaned shut behind me, and I felt a pang of something that was almost relief. The night air was cool on my face. I just needed to walk around the block to feel open space. I was gone for 10 minutes, 15 tops. As I started walking back, I began feeling a dreadful pit form in my stomach. For what reason other than maybe supernatural premonition, I didn't know. My heart started pounding a frantic, arrhythmic beat against my ribs as I approached the door. I turned the lock. The door swung open into the dark. The apartment was just as I'd left it. Almost. The light in the kitchen was on, a single bare bulb over the sink, casting a jaundiced, sterile glow. I never left that light on. My breath hitched in my throat. I was frozen in the doorway, my hand still on the knob. The apartment was silent, but it wasn't the empty silence of before. This was a heavy, anticipating silence, the silence of a predator lying in wait. My eyes darted around the room. Everything was in its right place. The bed was unmade, just as I'd left it. The dresser was flush against the wall, but the kitchen light was on. I took a step inside. my sneakers squeaking on the concrete floor. I needed a weapon. I needed to get to the kitchen. My kitchen knife block was on the counter, right next to the sink. I crept forward, each step a deliberate, nerve-wracking calculation. I could see the knife block now, the chef's knife, its dark wooden handle a beacon of hope. I was almost there. My eyes scanned the room looking for anything out of place. And that's when I saw it. The kick plate under the kitchen cabinets, the thin strip of wood that covered the space between the bottom of the cabinets and the floor. There were scuff marks leading into the darkness. It was ajar, not by much, just a sliver, a 4-inch gap of darkness that hadn't been there when I left. I stopped dead. My blood ran cold. I couldn't breathe. My eyes were locked on that gap, that impossible, narrow gap, a space too small for anything bigger than a small animal, let alone a grown man. I held my breath, I listened, and then I saw it. A hand. It had unnaturally long, spidery fingers, each one tipped with a grime-encrusted nail. The skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over delicate bones. It moved with a strange, twitchy deliberateness akin to a bastardized claymation figure. It slid out from the gap, its palm flat against the floor. Then another hand joined it. They pushed against the floor, and with a series of sickening, rhythmic thuds, something began to emerge. It wasn't a monster. It was worse. A man. He poured himself out from the darkness, a fluid, impossible shape. He was gaunt, middle-aged, in a sweat-stained undershirt and threadbare pants. His collarbones seemed to overlap, and his hips rotated at an angle that defied anatomy. He was a human origami, a mockery of the human form. I watched in stunned, horrified silence as he unfolded himself, the wet, muffled pops I'd heard for weeks now happening in real time, right before my eyes. He saw me. His eyes, sunk deep in their sockets with a glazed-over yellow shine, widened in terror. He was terrified of being caught. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I lunged for the knife block, my fingers closing around the handle of the chef's knife. He scrambled away, a panicked, disjointed gait that was agonizing to watch. He made some sound. Not a scream, but something more carnal and animalistic. He moved with a terrifying, boneless speed, a scuttling motion that was all wrong for a man of his size. He was a spider, a cockroach, a thing that belonged in the cracks and crevices. He didn't run for the door, he ran for the bathroom. I followed, the knife held in front of me like a talisman. He was in the bathroom, a room so small I could touch all 4 walls at once. I saw him lunge for the window above the shower, jumping off the shower bench. I thought he'd get stuck. I prayed he'd get stuck. But he didn't. He had practiced this. With a visceral thwack that echoed in the small room, he dislocated his own shoulders. He didn't even flinch. He contorted his torso, his head lolling at an unnatural angle, and slid through the opening like a snake into a hole. He was gone. I stood there, shaking, the knife hanging limply from my hand. I looked at the window, at the small dark opening that had just swallowed a man. I could see the alleyway outside, the brick wall of the neighboring building. There was no sign of him. I sat in the corner of my apartment, the knife clutched in my hand, my back against the wall. I watched the door. I watched the windows. I watched the crawl space. I watched the kick plate. I listened for the clicking, for the wet, muffled pops. There was nothing. The apartment was silent. Empty. I called the police again. They took a report. They looked at the window. They looked at the kick plate. They looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. They didn't believe me. Not really. How could they? I barely believed it myself. That night, I quickly gathered my things and rented a hotel. 2 weeks later, I got a call. A detective. He said they had him. They had arrested a man in a neighboring town. He'd been found hiding in the insulation of a local elementary school. They'd caught him because a janitor had heard a strange clicking sound coming from the ceiling. His name was Reuben Cook, a 44-year-old former tunnel rat from a specialized demolition crew, a man with a rare connective tissue disorder, a disorder that made his joints hyper-flexible, his skin unnaturally elastic, a man who could fold himself into spaces no human should ever be able to occupy. The detective, a man with a tired, world-weary voice, told me about Cook's history. He was a commensal predator, a parasite. He would live in the dead spaces of apartments for months, eating scraps, watching tenants, and God only knows what else. His file was a litany of disturbing escalations. He was previously imprisoned for folding himself into the trunk of a woman's car, and waiting 3 days for her to drive to a secluded location. He was also linked to a case 3 years ago where, after nestling into an apartment, he killed the tenant because they'd tried to install a shelf that would have blocked his hiding spot. I felt a strange, cold detachment as the detective spoke, a sense of relief mixed with a lingering, gnawing dread. He was caught. The nightmare was over, but then the detective said something that sent a chill down my spine. "We found Cook's kit in the walls of your building," he said. "Kit?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "It wasn't just a sleeping bag," the detective said. "We found some wooden boxes. The smallest box, barely 12 inches square, contained a collection of your personal items, a toothbrush, strands of your hair, and a spare key." I felt the blood drain from my face. My spare key? I'd lost it months ago. I'd torn my apartment apart looking for it. I'd even had the locks changed. A useless, hollow gesture. He'd had the key all along. He could have come and gone as he pleased. But he didn't. He chose to stay in the walls. He chose to be a ghost. Even more, I wondered if he took my hair when I was asleep and most vulnerable. Had that been the reason for my bruises? His strange desire to collect my hair. And why my toothbrush? The medical exam on Cook was strange, the detective continued, his voice dropping to a low, confidential tone. He didn't just have a condition. He had surgically removed his own floating ribs and shaved down his pelvic bone. He didn't want to be a man anymore. He wanted to be a shape, and he's been in your walls since the day you signed the lease. The lease. The cheap, too good to be true lease. The one I signed in a hurry. The one I didn't read as carefully as I should have. The one that had bound me to this place, this prison, for a year. A year of being watched. A year of being a specimen in a cage I didn't even know I was in. I hung up the phone without saying goodbye. I couldn't breathe. The hotel room, with its generic art and beige carpet, felt like it was closing in on me. I'm in a new house now. Though small, it had a wide open floor plan with no crawl spaces. No attic, no basement. Just space. Empty, blessed space. I have a security system. I have a puppy. I have a therapist. I have everything a person is supposed to have to feel safe. But it's not enough. My friends haven't helped much. They began giving him names as if it were all a joke. Flat Stanley, one joked at a dinner party, eliciting a wave of laughter. Another called him the Origami Man. That one stuck with me, and permeated my mind more and more each day. I know they mean well, but they can't understand. The memory is a parasite, burrowing deeper into my brain with each passing day. I can't sleep without the lights on. I can't take a shower without the bathroom door locked and 911 on speed dial. I can't be without a weapon by my side. I can't walk past a ventilation grate without feeling a phantom pressure on my skin. I feel an itch on my scalp, a ghostly sensation of a lock of hair being pulled. I can still smell the sour, coppery tang of the grease on the crawlspace pull ring. Last night, I heard the house settle. A soft groan from the floorboards. A gentle creak from the ceiling. I was out of bed in an instant, my heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed a ruler from my desk and started measuring. The gap under the front door, the space between the floor and the baseboards, the clearance under the kitchen cabinets. I measured everything, my hands shaking, my breath catching in my throat. The rational part of my brain knew it was just the house, just the normal sounds of a structure adjusting to the temperature and humidity. But the other part of my brain, the part that had been rewired by Cook, knew better. It knew that a man doesn't need a door to enter a room. It knew that a man doesn't need lots of space to exist. It knew that the world was full of cracks and crevices, of dead spaces and forgotten corners. It knew that, even if it was small, there was a chance prison bars couldn't contain an inhuman monster that could bend into any shape, and I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, in some forgotten corner of this new house, a man was practicing his craft, folding himself into smaller and smaller shapes. Waiting. I still have nightmares. I still wake up in a cold sweat, my hands flying to my shins, my arms checking for bruises. I still hear the clicking, the wet, muffled pops from blurry glances. I still see the gaunt face, the sunken yellow eyes, the unnaturally thin frame. The detective's words echo in my mind, a relentless, haunting refrain. He didn't want to be a man anymore. He wanted to be a shape. A shape that could slip through the cracks, a shape that could hide in plain sight, a shape that could be anywhere and everywhere. I'm at the kitchen table now, the morning sun streaming through the window. The ruler is still on the table. I've been measuring all morning. I measured them all. I wrote them down in a notebook. I'm measuring them again tonight, and tomorrow night, and the night after that, because I know with a certainty that curdles in my gut that Reuben Cook had a reason to watch me and keep me alive for so long, even if I didn't know what the reason was, and I don't believe he would give up on me so easily. So every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I feel a draft from under a door, I find myself wondering the same thing. Wondering, with a cold, sickening dread, just how much space a man truly needs to fit. You see, I'm quite ill. So ill that my husband has hired an entire staff to tend to me in the house, because there is so much I cannot do anymore. Every morning, one of my attendants wakes me up and brings me my breakfast, and my medication. So many pills that I have to take. But they do seem to help. Sometimes I can sit up in my bed and feed myself, though my hands shake terribly, and my muscles are so stiff. Other times, my attendant must sit with me and feed me like I am an infant. It used to be embarrassing when I first started needing so much extra help, but I have become accustomed to it. I'm grateful for my attendants and everything they do for me. After breakfast, the children usually come visit me in my room, my beautiful angels, all with their halos of golden curls and their sparkling blue eyes. They run about the room, laughing and playing chase, jumping on my bed and leaping to the floor. I never caution them or tell them to stop, because it warms my heart to see them having so much fun. I have 3 babies, and they will always be my babies, no matter how much time passes. My oldest, Jocelyn, is 8. She is starting to look so much like me, I think, with her sharp, pointed nose and her delicate brows, always furrowed in thought. Her cheeks are starting to lose the chubbiness of childhood, and my heart aches to see her growing up so fast. Simon is my middle child, and my only boy. And what a boy he is. Wild, unbothered by the rules my husband and I tried to enforce so many times over the years. He has my full, pouty lips, and I can tell that when he is older, he will have his father's strong brow and jawline, and he's only 6 years old. He looks to me like a Greek carving out of marble, with the hard lines of his bone structure that are still so softened by the babyishness of his features, but even he looks so grown up to me now. My youngest is Evelyn, and she's only 3. She has such a sweet, cherubic little face, with her impossibly long eyelashes and her rosy, chubby cheeks. She cannot run as fast or jump as high as her siblings, but she tags along as quickly as her little legs will carry her. She still cuddles with me the most, curling up next to me in my arms when I take my naps before lunch. The sweet smell of her hair fills my nose and sends me off to sleep so peacefully. When the children aren't tearing around my room like whirling dervishes, they often go out to play in the garden. Jocelyn and Simon are always so gentle with Evelyn, and always make sure to wait for her to catch up. I'm so lucky to have such sweet babies who love each other so much. I used to be able to join them in the garden before I got sick, and sometimes it makes me sad that I'm stuck inside, in my room. I have a rotating cast of attendants who stay with me each day, understandably so, since I imagine that they all have families to get home to once their shifts caring for me are done. My husband has insisted I have care around the clock, so I have 3 different attendants each day for each shift: morning, evening, and overnight. My attendants help me shower every morning and help me get dressed each day. It means so much to be able to wear clean, fresh clothes every day, and not rot away in bed wearing the same gown for days on end. Tiffany, who is one of my favorites, will brush out my long hair and do it up in a lovely French braid for me. I only see her twice a week though, and the other attendants don't seem to want to bother with my hair. It can become quite tangled by the time Tiffany comes again, and she will spend so much time patiently and gently teasing the knots from my hair. Sometimes she'll murmur as she combs and braids, "Miss Margaret, where are those beautiful babies of yours?" I always tell her they must be elsewhere in the house, perhaps playing with their dollhouse or sprawled in the playroom reading books. Tiffany always clicks her tongue and doesn't say anything to that. Of course, in addition to my attendants, I have my doctors. Dr. Phillips is a tall, thin man with graying hair cropped close and big, thick-framed black glasses that always look precariously close to sliding right off the end of his long nose. Dr. Phillips comes to see me every day after lunch to check on me and ask me how I'm feeling. He usually gets the same answer from me every day. Dr. Wilcox, who told me that I can call her Jennifer, is a doctor for my feelings. That's how she explained it to me when we first met. She said that being sick can bring up all kinds of negative feelings, and she wanted me to feel comfortable sharing with her if there was anything I was struggling with. She never makes much headway with me. I'm always too tired after talking to Dr. Phillips to answer any of her questions. Sometimes I do answer her questions, and she gives me a peculiar look and jots down in her notebook. I don't know what she does with that notebook after she leaves my room, but I think I'd like to read it someday. Everyone who cares for me wears a uniform. I guess it's mandatory for the agency that my husband hired them from. The only person who comes to see me who never wears a uniform is my friend Allison. Allison always brings her dog, Fig, who is a huge auburn-colored golden retriever. The first time I met Allison and Fig, I could tell Allison was a little apprehensive. She held Fig's leash tightly in her fist, though you wouldn't guess it from how the leash dangled with plenty of slack. But I noticed these things. Allison said something under her breath to one of my attendants as Fig approached me in the chair. The dog walked right up to me and placed her giant, blocky head right in my lap, looking up at me with her soft brown eyes. I lifted a hand and gently patted her head, and then scratched behind her ears, and she closed her eyes and let the full weight of her head settle against my leg. I saw Allison's grip on the leash relax, and I heard her quietly mutter, "Figgy is a great judge of character," to my attendant, who shrugged his shoulders and then looked away, almost irritated. After that first meeting, Allison has brought Fig to visit me each week. If I'm in bed, Fig will jump up and lie beside me, warming me with her silken auburn fur. Allison will always pull up a chair and sit next to me, and she always makes small talk about the weather or tells me a funny story about what Figgy has gotten up to since the last time we met. Allison even reaches out and holds my hand sometimes, and gives me a knowing look. She once asked me why I'm sick, and I told her it was better for both of us if she didn't know, but that didn't scare her away. One day, that same attendant, who was there during my first meeting with Allison and Fig, pulled up a chair rather close to me and Allison than he normally would, and opened up a newspaper to read. The big headline on the front read, "Father of children missing for 3 years petitions to have them officially declared dead." A sad story, to be sure. A picture of the father with his children, all beaming at the camera, took up most of the front page. My husband has to travel so much for work that he is rarely able to visit with me. When he does, he often meets with my doctors, and they discuss things in hushed tones. I catch snippets as they speak. No progress, no new information, different medication. My husband has control over my treatment, because my illness often makes me too tired and disoriented to be able to consent to any changes. My husband has learned only to come visit me before 5 p.m., because there have been one too many visits after dinner, when he had come into my room to see me and something awful has come over me, and I have attacked him. Lunged out of my bed or my wheelchair, with my hands outstretched, clawing for his throat, and eyes as my attendant springs into action to restrain me. Whenever this has happened, my husband refuses to meet my eyes with his, afraid to look at me and acknowledge the real reason why I want to kill him, a reason only he and I will ever know. You see, my morning medications really start to wear off after dinner, and I can't have my evening doses until 7 p.m. As the afternoon turns to evening, I feel my symptoms start to come back. My vision, blurry and unfocused during the day, becomes sharper. The golden light that bathes everything darkens and becomes cold and blue, throwing everything into harsh relief and making my surroundings feel unwelcoming and clinical. My head, so foggy and sluggish all day, begins to clear, and my memories start to come back. I see my attendants for what they really are, employees begrudgingly tasked with watching over me, rather than dedicated and compassionate caregivers. The worst, though, is my children. When they come to visit me after dinner, they no longer look happy and angelic, and full of life and laughter. They no longer look the way I want to remember them. Instead, they look the way I am forced to remember them. Jocelyn's scalp is half ripped away from her skull, and her left eye is missing. Blood stains her nose and mouth, and she has thick, purple bruising around her neck. Her head hangs at an odd angle, and her legs can only shuffle her forward as she tries to walk on compound fractures with shards of bone piercing her skin. The entire left side of Simon's head has been completely caved in, and he spits and sputters bubbles of blood as he struggles to draw in raggedy breaths. His rib cage is crushed and splintered, and his lungs flap uselessly against his chest wall. And Evelyn, my poor sweet baby girl, too young to even understand what was happening to her. Her eyes are black, filled completely with dead blood. Her tongue is huge and purple and protrudes from her mouth. She, too, bears thick bruising around her neck. although this is barely noticeable due to the fact that she now carries her head in her tiny little hands, because it was ripped completely from her shoulders. They all come to me and stare at me, crying. "Why, Mama?" It used to drive me mad at first, and more often than not, when they showed up to haunt me, I would claw so deeply at my arms as I screamed in anguish that I ended up bound to my bed in padded restraints while a nurse administered an injection to put me to sleep. Now, I just cry silently. I don't look away because my babies deserve to be seen, but my heart shatters into a million pieces over and over again every night when they come to remind me of what I've done. A trucker found me on the side of the highway 3 years ago, covered in blood, some of it mine, some of it not. At the emergency room, they tried to get me to tell them what happened to me, but I couldn't. All I could do was scream as I pictured my babies the way I left them before I escaped into the woods. I think I hoped to get lost and die of exposure out there, but instead I stumbled out onto the roadway and nearly got hit by a truck. Dying that way would have been better than I deserved. When the police showed up to question me, the emergency room staff were confused, but then the detective explained. My husband had reported the children and me missing that morning. After waking up to find the house empty, he told the police that I hadn't been well lately, hadn't been taking my medications, and he was worried that I may have harmed the children. The police knew as much when they saw me on that gurney, covered in my children's blood, and I couldn't speak to tell them what happened. They finally sedated me to get me to stop screaming, and when I woke up I was handcuffed to the bed rail, and a cop sat in the corner of my room staring me down. They took me to court, but I was found to be incompetent of stand trial. The state psychologist who examined me determined that I had entered a catatonic state and that, in my stupor, I was incapable of understanding the charges being brought against me, and that's how I ended up here at Willow Grove, the highest security forensic psychiatric hospital in the state, imprisoned amongst others deemed incompetent to stand trial, like me, or those who were found not criminally responsible, which is the technical term for not guilty by reason of insanity. And here I've stayed for the past 3 years. After a constant fog of antipsychotics and benzodiazepines, unable to tell anyone what really happened the night I was found, unable to tell anyone the real reason I have attacked my husband so many times, the reason that only he and I will ever know. Because it wasn't me who hurt my precious babies that night, in the woods. The attic had been leaking for a few days now, and I had been up to my wits' end about it. Elizabeth told me to call a contractor, but I knew I was perfectly capable of fixing it. We had been warned the house would be a fixer-upper, but with a baby on the way and our budgets being tight, I told her that I was up to the task of converting this small country house into our cozy nest that we had always dreamed of. She was mostly on board to get out of the city, and I needed a project to work on at the time. We have been living here for about 2 years now, and suddenly the attic decided to leak. I had fixed most of the electrical and plumbing in the house already, so I assumed that either a critter had gotten up there and the recent rain had come through, or I hadn't tightened a pipe or sealed it properly. I grabbed my ladder and my toolbox and went up the rickety wooden stairs into the attic. By all accounts, the attic itself made no sense. The house was a small 2-bedroom house with 1 bathroom, a decent-sized living room, and a small kitchen, as if built to fit into an apartment. The house wasn't 2 stories tall. It just had an attic that you could squat in. Why someone who lived in a house this size would need an attic? I have no clue, but I have to admit that it was nice to have. As I used my flashlight around the stuffy attic, I saw the boxes of holiday decor and baby toys we had been given for Jameson, so that he would have some when he got older. Grandparents, am I right? But then I saw something shift behind a wooden horse. I dragged myself up into the attic, and I moved myself about as I came closer to the spot. I felt it first, before the smell hit my nostrils. Wet, puffy, wrinkled, the smell of dead things. Things that had been sitting in here for a long time. I swung the flashlight to what my other hand had touched, and that is when I realized what it was. The eyes had burst from when I shifted my weight onto the hand. The skull flattened and the neck had an impression of my pinky finger on it. I couldn't immediately identify it, but from what I could tell, it must have been a really decayed raccoon or cat. What made it even more difficult was the lack of fur or any other identifying features. It seemed to have 4 legs, but the paws were a little longer, and it had tiny fingers that resembled human hands. The tail seemed malformed, as it looked like it had grown with a bend in it, like an elbow. The end of the tail had some form of claw on the end, but it could have been a malformed bone. The head was mush, so I'm assuming it was a raccoon. Of course, at the time, I was more concerned about vomiting on my favorite work shirt. I quickly crawled out of the attic and ran into the bathroom to wash off the greasy guts on my left hand and change shirts. I then grabbed a few plastic bags and some gloves from the kitchen before trekking back up there to clean it out. After a few trips and burning through cleaning supplies, I had removed the dead critter and any fluids up there. My focus was off, as my hands had broken out into hives and sores. Elizabeth told me I should go see the doctor, but I told her, I'll wait a day or two first. As I scrubbed the hives on my hand, I stared at the creature's hands and tail, how they were twisted with claws as if human. I didn't tell her about how misshapen the creature was, as the problems of the attic were mine. I assumed the critter had somehow crawled up the tree in our backyard and found a hole beneath the roof or behind a gutter, but there was no hole to be found. I emptied the attic and searched every nook and cranny. The leak was definitely coming from where the critter's body had lain, but the attic refused to reveal its exit. It was almost as if the creature had been a plug, but there would still have to be a hole, right? Elizabeth asked me if the leaking could have been the critter pissing on the attic floor, but I told her that the attic only leaked when it had rained, and we would have smelled it. The next day, I had a hard time getting up and continuing the search for the leaking gap. I hadn't slept well, in all honesty, because I had a really weird dream about something outside the bedroom window calling out a name. Doesn't matter, though. Dreams are weird, right? But I do have the name stuck in my head now. I ended up muttering it to myself all day, and I didn't even realize it until Elizabeth asked me what I was saying. I wasn't sure myself, and I hadn't even realized that I was staring out the window while I was muttering. 2 nights ago, things started to change. I had gotten up late that night, waking up from a nightmare. If you must know, and I decided to refill my cup of water. I tiptoed out of the bedroom so as to not wake Elizabeth and went into the kitchen. As I flipped on the light, I almost jumped when I saw a silhouette from the kitchen window. I had just woken up from a dream about something coming in from the window, so you can understand why I was jumpy. I then rubbed my eyes and saw that it was an ooze, leaking from the kitchen ceiling and down the window panel. Thunder roared and lightning flashed outside, highlighting the translucent fluid. It couldn't have been there for more than a few minutes, as the crack in the ceiling looked as if it had only just started taking water damage. I took my empty cup and scooped some of it off the window before it reached the sink, then placed it on the counter. I then spent the next 10 minutes digging around for a bucket and a towel as quietly as I could, and cleaned up as much as possible. Being quite tired from horrible dreams, I absentmindedly grabbed my cup and brought it back to bed with me, thinking I had filled it with water. As the fluid touched my tongue, I realized my mistake, but it was too late. It filled my mouth and ran down my throat as I tried to spit it out. As I gagged and coughed, Elizabeth woke up and asked what was wrong. I told her what happened and she handed me her water. I ended up going to the bathroom and washing my mouth out for a while before finally falling asleep, exhausted. I awoke to a sore throat and a grumpy wife. She said that I had been muttering in my sleep all night, something about somebody arriving. I didn't have a clue what she could have been talking about, so I apologized. After coming home from work, I used my ladder to seal up the cracking ceiling in the kitchen. then went back into the attic. It felt smaller than before, but a lack of sleep was affecting my senses for most of the day. A coworker had poured some water on my lap to wake me up, as I had fallen asleep muttering, so the dimensions of the attic feeling off didn't concern me. What did concern me was that I couldn't find the source of the ooze. The only thing that stuck out was an outline of where the critter had been found, had stained the wood flooring, but that was something I couldn't scrub out. The wife told me I should call pest control or a professional, but I quickly snapped back that I was perfectly capable of fixing anything wrong in the attic, and that I was the only one who could prepare it. I must have said it more aggressively than I intended, because she said that she was going to take our son with her to her mother's house, and that I had been acting strange for the past few days. She claimed that I had been sleepwalking, muttering the same name over and over while opening windows at night, and had become distant. I told her it was just nightmares and that I was fine. I was just stressed because I had a job to do, and if she couldn't understand that, then she should just leave. I haven't seen her for 2 days now, or our son Jameson, I think. Not that it matters now. She wouldn't understand even if I tried to explain it to her. I love her, but I had to fix the leak. I haven't left the house since. My boss called, but I told him I had more important things to do than filling out paperwork, then hung up. But I finally found the leak. That attic thought it could hide it from me, but I found it. At this point, my skin is puffy and red, with dried blood from sores and cracked skin across my arms. I haven't been able to speak. My jaw feels so swollen. Moving or breathing hurts, so I have spent the past few hours sitting in the attic alone. The ooze wasn't just a leak, but rather a gift. He had tried to tell me before, but I didn't understand. As his arms crawl within me, I feel brimming with joy. I finally fixed the leak as I drank what was left of the divine essence. He now dwells within me, reaching out from my throat and peeling away my skin. He has arrived, and we are born again in one form, as I am torn apart from the inside. A cocoon for my Lord of Shagai.
As I write this, I'm nursing a glass of whiskey on my back porch. I don't know how to describe what I'm feeling right now. It's been 11 years since he disappeared. That kid has been my whole world since the day he was born. His mother hasn't been in his life since he was a baby. It's a long and frankly traumatic story, so I won't tell it here. But to condense it, she's an addict, and only God knows where. So, I've been Ozzy's legal guardian since he was 2. October 31st, 2014. Ozzy told me he was going out with his friends for the night. I remember it so vividly. His face, with brown freckles like his mother. The mole on his neck that I have too. I've played that day in my mind 1,000 times. Every detail in Technicolor again and again, just to have something to hold on to. His mop of curly dark hair, the red hockey jersey he was wearing, his jeans, his mother's ring he wore on a chain around his neck. All of it. I didn't know at the time, but him and his friends had actually planned to explore, party, and spend the night in the old abandoned house a few kilometers from town. That house always gave me the creeps, even after years of being a sheriff and having my fair share of unexplained experiences. It just makes my skin crawl. Even more so now, after all this. That house has a sordid history. In the 30s, the man who owned it threw a dinner party / family gathering. He then proceeded to chain the doors shut from the outside, climb back in through a window, and slaughter everyone inside. People have told stories about it being haunted since I was a child back in the 70s. It's become a local legend. People took to calling it the Red Finch Manor. And it's been a long-standing dare among teens to stay in there overnight. Most don't make it past midnight before they call it quits, and hoof it back up the old road back to town. I can't even tell you how many times I've had to drive tipsy teenagers back home in the black and white off that road at absolutely ungodly hours. Ozzy grabbed his stuff and left around 7 p.m. I wished I had listened to the pit in my guts and grabbed him by the arm and told him no. I was the one to report him missing around 4 a.m. when he hadn't come home. I didn't sleep that night despite having work at 6 in the morning. Maybe it was intuition, maybe it was God warning me, or whatever it is in that house calling out to me, that it had taken my little boy. I was sitting on my couch, my phone in my lap with my thumb hovering over the button. I didn't call 911, I called my boss, Frank. He would have gotten there faster anyways. The line rung a few times before his groggy voice answered. Jesus, Joey. This better be good. It's 4 a.m. I felt sick. Like at a moment's notice, I was going to hurl onto the hardwood floors of my living room. Frank, get over here, please. It's an emergency. Ozzy. Frank, the kid's gone. I said, my voice shaking more than I had ever heard it. It felt like my entire world was already crashing down, even though a logical person would have been able to rationalize, come up with explanations. But for some reason I just knew. I knew. Frank didn't say much else, and he was in my kitchen with me in less than 5 minutes. I vaguely remember crying. At that time I hadn't cried in probably years. At least not like that. I was in hysterics, pacing in my kitchen insisting that something terrible happened. We searched for hours, trekking through the woods, knocking on doors, looking everywhere. Something pulled me to that god-forsaken house. Some otherworldly tether drew me there that night. Myself, a few deputies, Frank, and over a dozen volunteers walked the 2 or so clicks down the dirt road. The sky was turning from the dark black of night to a deep blue as daybreak approached. The manor came into view, and I had this horrible, soul-crushing dread. 19 people swept that house with flashlights, and we didn't find a trace of the kids who went missing that night. Those 5 kids got headstones a few years back. For 3 years I practically drowned myself in whiskey. I lost myself in grief. I had constant nightmares. Dreams about all the horrible possibilities of what could have happened to my nephew. I'm better now, but I can't say I had healed. Ozzy was my only family at the time, though I've since gotten married. His grandfather and grandmother passed in 1991 and 2008, respectively. My sister has been way off the deep end and not in speaking terms with me since 2000 when I took custody of Ozzy. Fast forward to a week ago, December 7th, 2025. I'm still working as a sheriff, and admittedly still mourning on some level. I hadn't thought I'd ever fully get past losing him. I was on duty, sitting in my patrol car eating cheap, fried fast food when my radio crackled to life. 1032, this is Deputy Ross. I need another unit at 762 Country Road 144. And call forensics. The abandoned house. That same abandoned house that the less rational part of my brain insisted had stolen Ozzy. I pressed the button and spoke. 10-4, this is Sheriff McKinney. ETA 3 minutes. I flicked on my lights and sirens and peeled out of the parking lot like a bat out of hell. They say death has a smell. Something specific that can't be replicated, and I can assure you that's very true. Like rotting meat sprayed with a sickly sweet perfume. It was faint, but I could smell it despite the fact the freezing cold had practically frozen the body lying in the snow solid. I didn't need to look long to know the body belonged to one of those missing kids. I'll say it again, we found a body. A dead body, not bones. After 11 years. A body. How the hell wasn't this kid just scattered bones we would dig up after the spring thaw? And what the hell happened to him? Because he was cut up pretty bad. I'll save you the gory details, but it was bad. Really bad. Coroner said he'd been dead less a few days. December 2nd, she told me. Stabbed to death. Poor kid bled out right there in the snowbank. That's crazy enough, finding someone freshly dead after over a decade. But the part that left us with even more questions was, why the hell did he still look 17? He should have been 28, so why did he still look the exact same as the missing persons poster we plastered all over the city a few clicks away? Christ, he looked exactly like he did in the senior photos I helped his mom take. This was messed up. Did some sick guy preserve him? Keep him alive for 11 years, and he just aged insanely well? What was this? I didn't sleep that night either. My wife Winona sat up with me. I had too many questions to relax long enough to sleep. I was jittery, on edge. December 14th, 2025. Tonight Winona was at her sister's house and I was alone. The place feels empty without her. Almost eerie, like some strange isolationist dream where I was the only man left alive. Then something changed. I felt that same feeling I did the night Ozzy disappeared, except in reverse. I can't describe it any other way. It was like I had this sudden lump in my throat and I don't know, whatever the opposite of dread is. Like when you remember something you'd forgotten years ago, and the memory comes rushing back and suddenly everything makes sense and everything is right again. Don't get me wrong, it still freaked me out. But I suppose the Lord wasn't done with me because I thought I was having a stroke when I heard something I hadn't heard in over 10 years echo from my backyard. Hello, Uncle Joey? I didn't even think. Not a single thought went through my head as I jumped off my couch, across my kitchen, and crashed out my back door still in my gym shorts and tank top despite the freezing temperature. There in the foot-deep snow was my boy. There was Ozzy, still in the same clothes, slowly cutting through the shining powder snow. It felt like time stopped. His jersey was ripped. He was covered in blood and I'm still not sure how much of it was his. The lab hasn't called me back yet. Had I died in my sleep? Was this some kind of afterlife? It took a minute for my brain to turn back on and actually process what the hell I was seeing. Kiddo? I called out, my voice uneasy. I cut myself off, bounding off my back porch and into the snow. Who knows how long he's been out in the cold? It's December in northern Ontario, for fuck's sake. It was near 30 below. It didn't matter how the hell he was alive. All that mattered was that he didn't freeze to death. When I managed to haul Ozzy inside, he just cried. I held him in my lap on my kitchen floor like he was a toddler again, until Frank and an ambulance got here. My mind was elsewhere. What the hell was I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do now? That I'm in the middle of all this. The rest was kind of a blur. Frank called forensics again to look at the house. Test the blood on Ozzy's clothes. I don't really remember much up until I got home about 2 hours ago. It's 4 a.m., and I'm bundled in about 5 layers drinking a glass of the strongest whiskey I had in the house. He's still 17. Ozzy didn't have much to say other than frantically asking about his friends and the house. About a man. A specific man. Remember how I mentioned the house's history? The massacre in the 30s? Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it either. All I know is that, according to Ozzy, whatever the hell is in that house bleeds. And if it bleeds, I can kill it. I've got a 12 gauge in my lap right now. It's taking every ounce of restraint in me to not march over there with as many slugs as money can buy, and as much gasoline as I can carry to burn the place in holy fire. If I do, I'll let you know if I can wipe that godforsaken place off the face of the planet. If not just for Ozzy. If at least for the other 3 kids whose bodies we haven't found yet. This is me signing off. I need to put down the whiskey and go get some sleep before I do something stupid.
We weren't supposed to be there. That wasn't part of the thrill for Evan. He just liked doing things he wasn't supposed to do, especially when no one was around to tell him to stop. The cemetery was quiet, old, and fenced off after dark, which made it perfect in his eyes. I followed him over the fence because I always did. The gravel paths crunched under our shoes as we walked between the stones. Evan kicked a pebble ahead of him, laughing softly, like we were somewhere harmless. I kept my flashlight low, more focused on where I was stepping than on what surrounded us. "Relax," he said. "It's just a bunch of rocks." I didn't answer. I already regretted coming. The air felt different farther in. Not colder exactly, just heavier. The trees lining the cemetery pressed closer together, their branches tangling overhead. The wind moved through them in uneven bursts, stirring leaves and loose debris along the ground. That was when I first heard it. At first it sounded like the wind catching in the stones, a thin, breathy sound that faded in and out. I ignored it. Cemeteries have a way of amplifying normal noises until they feel like something else. But as we walked, it kept coming back. Not loud, not clear, just close enough that I found myself listening for it. "What?" Evan asked, when he noticed me slowing. "Nothing," I said, and I meant it. I didn't have anything solid to point to. We reached a section where the graves thinned, opening into a wider stretch of ground. At the far end stood a mausoleum, larger than the others, its stone pale and worn. The door wasn't fully closed, just slightly ajar. Evan grinned when he saw it. "Now that's interesting." We walked up to it without hesitation. Shining his light along the surface, I stayed back, telling myself it was just nerves. Just my imagination working overtime. Up close, it was plain. No statues, no carvings worth mentioning, just a family name etched above the doorway. The letters shone shallow with age. Evan leaned toward the gap in the door, angling his flashlight inside. "Doesn't look like much," he said. I was about to agree when something caught my eye. For a split second, I saw movement at the edge of the opening, pale against the dark. Fingers curled over the stone. A hand. It twitched once, then slid back into the darkness. I sucked in a breath. "Evan?" He turned. "What?" The doorway was empty again. Just shadow. Just stone. I stopped. The words felt stupid the moment they reached my mouth. "Nothing. Never mind." He laughed it off. "You're freaking yourself out." Maybe I was. We moved on, but not far. The paths twisted and looped in ways that made it hard to tell where we were. More than once I glanced back and saw the mausoleum again, closer than I expected. "I thought we'd gone further," I said. "All these rows look the same," Evan replied. "You're fine." Eventually he drifted back toward it without saying it outright. When he stopped in front of the doorway again, something in my chest tightened. "I'm just gonna take a quick look," he said. 2 seconds. "Don't," I said. He was already slipping inside. The sound of him scraping against the stone vanished the moment he crossed the threshold. "Evan?" I called. No answer. I waited, called his name again, louder. Nothing. The cemetery continued like nothing was wrong. Wind in the trees, leaves shifting, normal night sounds that should have been comforting. They weren't. I stood there longer than I meant to, telling myself he was messing with me, that he'd pop out at any second. Then the wind shifted, brushing against my back instead of my face, carrying the dry, stale smell of old stone. I stepped away from the doorway without realizing why. That was when the whispers came back. Not clear, not loud, just fragments, drifting around me instead of from any one place. I called Evan's name again. The whispers stopped. The silence that followed felt intentional. I turned. Evan was standing behind me, close enough that I startled. "There you are," I said, relief hitting me hard. What the hell was that? I'm here, he said. His voice sounded normal, flat maybe, but normal enough that I tried to calm down. I laughed shakily, already preparing to apologize for overreacting. Then I really looked at him. His jacket was dusty along one sleeve. His eyes were open a little wider than usual. He didn't blink. Did you hear me calling you? I asked. He hesitated. Yeah. You didn't answer. I was farther in than I thought. Something about the way he said it made my stomach drop. You should come see, he added. It explains things. No, I said. I want to leave. He stepped closer. You're making this harder than it needs to be. I backed up. He adjusted with me, keeping the distance between us the same. His hand brushed my sleeve. Cold, too firm. I pulled away. His grip closed around my wrist. You're taking too long, he said. That was it. I twisted free and ran. I didn't know where I was going. The cemetery blurred around me, stones flashing past in uneven rows. I didn't hear footsteps behind me. That was worse than being chased. I stopped in a clearing where the graves stood farther apart. That's where I saw them. Figures between the stones. Too tall, too narrow. Watching. And near the mausoleum, Evan, standing upright, too still. My light rose. Hands that weren't his held firm from behind. Fingers sunk deep into his torso to keep him upright. His chest was open. Ribs spread, empty inside. His throat was ruined. His eyes were open and dead. The thing behind him lifted Evan's arm and waved. I ran. I didn't stop until the fence tore my hands and the streetlights burned my eyes. No one followed me. They let me leave. I still don't know why. It happened in third period. Xavier, one of the quieter kids in my class, came up to me with a clenched fist and a hand over his mouth. Mr. Stanley? He sputtered out a muffled cry into his palm and held his closed fist up to me. What's up? He unfurled his fist, revealing 4 bloody teeth in his palm. I think I need to go to the nurse. He uncovered his mouth. His front teeth were missing, along with his bottom ones. The lines between his teeth were filled with dark red. Oh my god. I cringed at the sight. Go to the nurse, Xavier. Take my tissues. I told him. I had encountered a few kids having a tooth fall out when I taught 2nd grade. This was my first year teaching high school. Kids shouldn't be losing teeth unless they were getting into fights. Right as I handed him the hall pass, Jayla yelled from across the class, exclaiming that her back tooth came out. Then it was Albert, then Anthony, then Megan, then Sam, until the whole class was losing teeth. They cried but kept wiggling at their teeth. Tiny little taps rung out on each student's desk. I passed the storage of Kleenex boxes around the class, making sure each kid got a few. I tried calling the nurse, but she didn't pick up. I walked to the front of the class and announced, "Everyone stay in here. I'm gonna go get the nurse. I'll be back soon." It seemed like all the other teachers had the same idea. Teachers crowded around in the nurse's empty office, asking about where the nurse went. Others conversing about what happened in their classrooms. Everyone's story was the same. It started with one student, then the rest started losing them. I felt around in my mouth with my tongue, checking each tooth's sturdiness, strong as ever. The nurse walked back into the office. I talked to the principal. He's going to make an announcement immediately. We've already called 911. The news arrived shortly after the ambulances. Helicopters showed up too. Care flight, I think. Men in big white rubber suits closed off the area. Some of them had weird-looking gadgets. Over the next couple hours, hundreds of kids with gauze-stuffed mouths were sent home. Cameras were shoved in the principal's face. Some in mine, too. They all asked the same questions. How many students have been affected? Do you think this could be biological warfare, biological terrorism, chemical runoff in the water system? Are any of the teachers experiencing what the students have? I felt like a deer in the headlights. I was just a teacher. A confused, scared teacher. I got home at about 9. My wife, Mona, greeted me at the front door with a hug. I heard about school today. She stepped back and examined me. Are you okay? Yeah. I didn't want to lie, but it was the easiest option. I couldn't sleep that night. That sound of falling teeth clacking on the desks haunted me. School was canceled for the next 2 weeks. Everyone was talking about it online, article after article about why and how this could have happened. A town meeting was held a day later. As soon as the superintendent walked on stage, the crowd murmured. A mother in the back screamed, "My son's in the hospital. Are you gonna pay for those bills?" This started a chain of furious parents yelling, asking what we would do for their kids. The superintendent was walked off stage, quickly replaced by a public health official. At this time, we are actively investigating what caused this spontaneous phenomena. We're trying our hardest to get you the answers you deserve. He was met with loud disapproval from the parents. As I left the meeting, I saw one of my students with his parents. It was Xavier. When he spotted me, he looked away immediately, as if he was ashamed that I saw him. I felt horrible for the kid. That night, when I got home and settled into bed, my mind began to wander into all the possibilities. One question ran through my mind, though. Why only the students? As I drifted off to sleep, I was jolted awake by a single loud knock on my front door. I stared at Mona. She was fast asleep. When I opened the door, a brown paper bag laid on my porch. Red tissue paper stuffed inside. A gift from the community. I thought as I lifted the bag. It was heavier than I expected, and it sounded like a Lego box being shaken around. I placed it on my table, and it let out a slunk, like a beanbag being dropped on the ground. I rubbed my eyes and decided I'd open it tomorrow. The next morning I was awoken by the sound of my wife getting ready for work. I rubbed my eyes and sat up against the headboard. "What did you get your class?" Mona asked. In my half-awake daze, this question confused me. "What are you talking about?" "The bag on the table. It says Mr. Stanley's classroom on it," she replied. I got out of bed and walked to the table. Turning the bag around revealed some words I hadn't seen the night before. As clear as day it read, Mr. Stanley's classroom, in Sharpie, with a little smiley face at the bottom. When I pulled the top layer of tissue paper out of the bag, something went flying out, tapping repeatedly on the hardwood floor. I got on my knees and scanned the floor. I spotted it against the white of the baseboards. I picked it up and examined it closer. A brown tooth. It bounced on the ground as I dropped it, running to yanking the top layer of tissue paper off. Discolored teeth crowded the inside, pushing the walls of the bag. Every teacher in the school received a paper brown bag that night. The teachers with Ring doorbells revealed someone dropping these bags off. The man had on a long black trench coat and sported a bowler hat. His face was covered with sunglasses and white cloth wrapping, like that old Invisible Man movie. The media dubbed him the Tooth Fairy. It wasn't long until a statewide search for this man was held. The district was in outcry. No abnormalities were found in the children's bodies, but the news still spun the story that this Tooth Fairy might have drugged the kids, or somehow used radiation to make them lose their teeth. How he got the teeth from the classrooms? No one knows. None of the cameras in the school caught him in the holes. My mom texted me and sent me the link of me on the news. Look at you, Hollywood star. Crazy stuff. Stay safe. Love you. From Mom. I don't think she really understood the magnitude of what happened, but at least she thinks I'm famous. I clicked on the video, and as soon as I did, there he was. Black trench coat, sunglasses, white face wrapping. As I spoke, stuttering on live news like the idiot I am, he was in the back, helping a young girl replace gauze in her mouth. I showed this to the authorities. There were no records he was at the school. No EMS personnel saw him. No news outlets interviewed him. The only trace of him was through video. The police interviewed the girl that the Tooth Fairy was helping. Her name was Sarah. Sarah told the police that he just walked up to her and started helping her with the gauze. He didn't speak to her, but whispered quietly under his breath as he replaced her gauze. She said it was strange because he kept the used gauze and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he walked off and started helping another kid. The police interviewed every kid at the school. They were all helped by this man. A few weeks later, and the search for the Tooth Fairy died down. Kids started to get full mouth implants. Things started to get better. The town held a night of recognition for the students. Every kid showed up. I saw some sporting a whole new set of pearly whites. They let a few kids speak about the events of that day, and how they got over their pain and overcame the horror. To my surprise, one of them was Xavier. When it was his turn to speak, he held the mic to his mouth and covered the bottom of his face with the other. Before he could speak, someone in the audience stood up. I was in the very back, so I could see exactly who it was, but I recognized the silhouette from anywhere. He walked down the center aisle until he reached the apron of the stage. He stared up at Xavier and lifted his open hand up towards him, gesturing to give him the microphone. Xavier obliged, and the man held it up to his covered face. He whispered something. His hushed voice filled the auditorium. I couldn't tell what he said, but the look on Xavier's face told me what intent those words held. Xavier fell to his knees, grabbing at his face. He crawled to the edge of the stage, and what seemed like black tar oozed from his mouth onto the floor. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Some people in the front row ran up to help him, and so did I. As I ran down the aisle to aid Xavier, I noticed the rest of the kids in the auditorium were struggling as well. Every kid was grabbing at their mouths and crying. It wasn't until I got to Xavier that I realized why. His teeth were growing back. Horrible jagged thorns ruptured out from his gums. I looked around. All of the kids' mouths were now filled with a pink inflamed mess and crooked white razors. I just stood there in shock and ran out of the auditorium. I heard more screams come from behind the closed doors. These weren't pain, it was confusion, desperation, parents yelling out for their kids. I didn't see what happened in there, but I quickly found out. They closed down the school after that night. No one knew where they went. We looked for months. Hell, the whole country looked. We didn't know how to grieve on such a scale. 290 kids ran out of the auditorium missing. The Tooth Fairy's pictures and videos were spread everywhere. I saw him online every day for weeks. People in town made up stories about possession, a mass pagan ritual planned by the students. Some said the devil got them. The missing children's posters were rapidly covered with the faces missing pets. I stayed put. My wife had such a great job in town, and I couldn't take that away from her. I think it was good that we stayed, if it meant it would get us even an inch closer to finding those kids. I'd spend every waking minute looking. When the search parties waned, I persisted. I'd go in the morning with a bag of food and my flashlight, hoping we could find even one of them. The town forced itself to move on. The high school had to open back up for the incoming freshmen at the middle school. I started seeing parents in public again. They'd shoot me a wave and a smile, and I'd reply back with the same. The town was healing. It was. I say that because last night, my molars fell out, then my canines, then my front teeth. I called 911, but no one answered. Every line was busy. It seemed like all the other teachers had the same idea. Me and my girlfriend went on a getaway, although it wasn't her in that cabin with me. So, my story begins with me and my girlfriend planning a little getaway. We had been thinking about it for a while and decided it was finally time. With both of our jobs becoming stressful and general life struggles, we took some of our savings and put it into a long weekend stay in the Lake District, Friday to Monday. The day before we were planning to leave, I noticed my girlfriend wasn't feeling the best. She said it was nothing physical, just a feeling she had. The way she described it, I can only see as nervousness, or even dread. I offered to postpone or even cancel altogether, but she insisted we go anyway. So, off we went. On arrival to the small cabin, about 5 p.m., I immediately noticed a change in Emma. She had spoken less and less the closer we got, but was whispering things under her breath. She had not even made any comments about the place as we entered and looked around. The closest neighbor was at least a mile away, on the other side of the lake, just outside our cabin, which I did purposefully for her. She deals with a lot of stupid people in her job, and thought being fully away from them would be ideal, but still no comments. As the evening went on, we made some dinner. I tried my best to spark up some conversations, but still not a lot from Emma. I put that up to her not feeling great, and the long day we had. I plated up our food and took it into the living room so we could eat by the fire. As I set the plates down, I noticed I didn't hear her behind me anymore. She was walking right behind me a second ago, carrying our drinks. I turned to the hallway leading to the kitchen, but was just met with darkness. Where could she have gone? "Babe?" I called out, hoping I'd get a little response of, "Just forgot my phone in the kitchen," or something that would have made her change direction suddenly without mentioning it. But nothing. Just eerie silence with the occasional crackling of the fire. It wasn't a big deal, so I just sat down and began browsing for something for us to watch while we ate. It must have been 5 minutes since I called for her, and still not a single sound in the whole house. I called her name again, but still nothing. I listened intently, for a door to close, a toilet to flush, anything, until I heard a slow and deliberate creaking of a floorboard, just behind the sofa where I was sat. There was no way she could have gotten to that spot. She would have had to come from the corridor on my right leading to the kitchen. She would have to walk right by me to get to the hallway to the bedroom, which was directly behind me. I switched the TV off out of impulse to try and hear better, and then I froze. In the TV reflection, I saw my girlfriend, her hair dripping wet, clothes torn and drenched, and she was smiling, less than a foot behind my back. I jumped up and turned around, but no one was there. Not my girlfriend, not a puddle on the floor like I expected, but more creaking. Like she was stood right there, but I just couldn't see her. I stared intently down the hallway to the bedroom, not taking my eyes off of it, hopeful I would hear another creak to locate who or whatever that was I just saw. "Hey babe, are you okay?" A voice came from my left. I screamed and jolted backwards, almost knocking the food off the table. "Whoa, what's up? You look like you've seen a ghost," my girlfriend said to me with a small laugh. "Where did you come from?" "I had to pee. Is that okay with you?" she said sarcastically. I tried to slow my breathing as I sat down next to my now concerned girlfriend. "What happened?" "I thought I saw someone in the reflection." "Are you sure? Maybe it was just the coat rack next to the door. How many wines have you had again?" I was reluctant to just dismiss it like that, but I agreed. Maybe my brain was making me see things just because I felt a bit creeped out. I just wanted this weird moment to be over. We sat and watched TV, but I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, and every so often I heard the faintest dripping sound. The sound of water hitting wooden floorboards right behind me. We were getting ready for bed that night, and to be honest, I was still a little freaked out. I wanted to talk about it, but I didn't really know how to say, "Hey babe, why was you being a creepy shit in the TV reflection and then teleported?" So I didn't mention it again. I've always very much believed in ghosts and the paranormal, but Emma, not so much. So I didn't want to be dismissed or even laughed at, because it did sound insane. The night was fairly uneventful, a couple of sounds in the dark house that could have been explained away, so nothing to worry about. Maybe I truly didn't see what I thought I did earlier that evening, and this cabin wasn't haunted. With that, I closed my eyes and slept. I dreamt vividly about the lake, me and my girlfriend having a picnic right next to it. The sun was shining, birds chirping, a seemingly beautiful scene. We both stood up and ran up to the water's edge. I looked down, amused at the ripples in the water making us both look strange. Then the water calmed, and I focused on my girlfriend's reflection. In it, she was smiling, unnervingly wide, and her head rotated to stare at me, though her body remained forward. I pulled my gaze to her face quickly, and she was just peacefully looking out across the horizon, the complete opposite to what I had just seen. I woke up immediately and looked over at my girlfriend to find her sleeping, the same rhythm of snores as usual. I let out a deep breath and tried to go back to sleep, hoping for less messed up dreams this time, please. The next day, it was as if nothing even happened. Me and Emma had a day of walking, laughing, and just enjoying our time. There was a couple of times I would find her just staring off, whispering under her breath, but when I spoke to her, or when she felt me watching her, she was her usual self. In the evening, however, I don't know where my girlfriend went and what was in her place. We cooked, ate dinner, watched some TV, showered, and got into bed. Nothing out of the ordinary, until it came time to sleep. Emma was already rolled over on her side, and her breathing started to become her soft snores. But I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Just a gut feeling telling me I shouldn't sleep, that it wasn't safe. I don't know what made me do this, but I decided to go to the living room for an hour or so and read. In the dark, by myself. I don't claim to be the smartest, but even I know this was a bit weird of me to do. But before I even know it, I was downstairs, drink in hand and starting to open my book. I sat in the big brown armchair, which was backed on the same wall as the TV in the living room, which meant it was facing the bedroom corridor, with the hallway to the kitchen on my left. However, when I was reading, the book was covering most of my vision. I must have been reading for about 15 minutes when I first heard it, a sharp and quick "hey" in my left ear. Immediately I slammed my book down, scanning the area. The room wasn't exactly well lit, but it was illuminated by a small lamp next to me. The warm light didn't reach to the end of the hallways, but that didn't matter, because the voice must have been centimeters from my ear. I was a bit cautious, but ultimately, I ignored it. I was tired. I assumed it was a similar situation to when you have headphones on, and all of a sudden someone is calling your name. That must have been it. I was simply so engrossed in my book. I thought I heard something. I got back to reading, and the same again. Maybe 15 minutes later, another sharp and quick "hey" to my right ear this time. Again I react quick and look around. I think I see something just out of view going down the corridor. I whisper my girlfriend's name just in case it was her, but had no response. I listened for a second more and decided to just go to bed. As I was putting my book away and moving the blanket off me, I heard another slightly louder and angrier "hey." This time there was no mistaking if I had just been too into the book and imagined it. That was a real voice in my ear. I even felt the breath against my skin. It was cold and smelt rotted. I turned that way, expecting to see someone, an intruder maybe, or even my girlfriend playing a weird joke, which is incredibly unlike her. But I once again was met with nothing, an empty, dimly lit space. I picked up my pace to the bedroom. It wasn't much safer in there, but at least I wasn't alone. I almost made it to the bedroom when I dared to look back. I wish I hadn't. As I turned, I saw something shuffle behind a curtain to try to make itself out of sight. I don't miss the long auburn hair that snaked behind the curtain with them. I almost laughed. It was Emma. Of course it was. She was trying to scare me, probably trying to get me back with that one time I jumped out on her. I went to open the bedroom door so I could fake shut it and sneak up on her behind the curtain, but before I even had the chance, I saw something in the corner of my eye. It was my girlfriend, sleeping in the same position and rhythm she had been. My world stopped. What on earth was behind the curtain? I went into the bedroom and shut the door behind me, locking it while I tried to come up with a plan. This woke up Emma, and once I explained what I had seen, she motioned to a baseball bat by the door, and we checked. Of course, we found nothing, and once again, I was convinced I watched too many horror films. Emma was tired and didn't believe I had seen anything, so we got into bed, and I managed to eventually fall asleep, with one arm out of the bed, clutching the baseball bat. That night's sleep was rough. It was plagued with vivid dreams and nightmares, all flashing across my brain, all being too nonsensical to have any meaning. Apart from one. We are in bed. In my dream, I had just woken up and Emma isn't beside me. I pull on my slippers and I go searching for her. I hear scratching along the wall and I follow the noise. I go and find Emma, or what is trying to be her, crouched in the corner, cracking coming from her body, and she twists and turns. I put my hand on her shoulder and she turns, immediately plunging a knife into my side. Her smile doesn't waver and it seems to grow. I look up at her as I fall to the floor, clutching my side. I see her whisper, "Don't get out of bed." Then I woke up and it was morning. The next morning, I felt groggy, unrested, and frankly a little annoyed. I would never dismiss Emma's fears, and yet that's what she did to me. So through breakfast I didn't speak, with nothing to say as all my thoughts were filled with what I have seen. I can tell this upset Emma, and I felt guilty, but this was just how it had to be for a while. A few hours later, Emma told me she had a surprise. I followed her out of the cabin to a picnic set just on the edge of the lake. It made me smile. There's my Emma, smiling sweetly with the sun on her cheeks. We sat down and ate. We chatted, and it seemed a weight was lifted off my shoulders. I don't know what had been causing these dreams and maybe hallucinations, but I would make an appointment for when we got back. We sat there for a while, and then what seemed to be many flies, coming close to Emma's head, circling her. She tried to ignore it and wave them away, but ran off with a small giggle. It was a little odd with how many there were, but I laughed and ran after her until we both ended standing right along the water line. She brushed the leaves off of her, and they fell into the water, creating a ripple. I glanced down and was amused by how the rippling made us look strange, and then it hit me. My dream. This is exactly how it went. My memory was hazy with what happened next. It felt like weird déjà vu, but laced with dread. As the water calmed, I looked up at my girlfriend, admiring how beautiful she was while looking out and gazing at the scenery. I smiled to myself at how lucky I am and glanced down. The smile on my face was immediately ripped off when I saw the horror in the reflection. Emma had that twisted, gaping smile with her head cranked toward me. I let out a sound of terror and walked backward until that thing was no longer in view. I spun on my heel and sprinted back into the house, desperate to be away from Emma and whatever was pretending to be her, not knowing which was real. Of course, my girlfriend came after me and tried to calm me down. I could barely get my words out before I saw her eye roll. I was starting to have enough of it. I stated firmly I wanted to leave immediately, but was met with reasons why this is important to her and we need this break. I tried to speak my case, but was told it wasn't real, and maybe just a coincidence. I was starting to believe her when I looked down and noticed my girlfriend's nails were going black and looked dead, her hair dry and breaking off, the opposite of how she usually cares for it. She looked different but the same, like a twin but who had been in the dark her whole life. I knew we needed to get out of here and fast, but I couldn't convince her. I was worried whatever had taken up residence in my girlfriend would act out, hurt her, so I comprised on the next morning. Just had to get through one more night. I went to bed scared for my girlfriend and very scared of her. I know she was still in there, so I tried to be patient and get us out of here as soon as I could without triggering anything. Slowly, through exhaustion, I fell asleep. I woke up suddenly as if someone had thrown water over me, to find Emma not next to me. Maybe she was thirsty or went to get something to eat. She hasn't eaten much since we've been here. I stood up to go and find her to make sure she was okay. As I bent down to put on my slippers, I thought about earlier that day, how uncanny it had been. There was no way it was just a coincidence. I had the exact dream and then it came true. I'm not sure what that meant, but it freaked me out. A thought flashed through my mind, of a dream I had the night before. I froze. It came flooding back to me. Me waking up and finding Emma gone, searching for her, the scratching, her crouching, and then the knife. The memory hit me like a brick and I almost went dizzy. I reluctantly stood up, went to the door and twisted the handle. There's no way this is happening. My dreams aren't coming true, are they? That's impossible. But it did happen. Only once, maybe not this time. But I had to make sure my Emma was okay. I took a couple steps down the hallway, my breathing shallow and rapid, repeating to myself that it can't be real. I turned the corner and heard a faint noise. I strained to hear, but it got louder, and then it was unmistakable. It was scratching.
I've always been a creature of habit. Wake up at 5:30 a.m., brew a pot of black coffee strong enough to strip paint, and head out to whatever dead-end job pays the bills. For the past 6 months, that job has been at Oceanic Delicacies, a sprawling warehouse on the outskirts of Port Haven, a foggy coastal town in Maine where the air always smells like salt and decay. The gig? Quality control tester for shrimp. Yeah, you heard that right. My job is to eat shrimp. Or at least, what I thought was shrimp. It started innocently enough. I saw the ad on a job board online. No experience necessary. Competitive pay. Must have a strong stomach and no seafood allergies. I figured why not? I've been laid off from my last position at a cannery. Something about automation replacing human hands, and my savings were dwindling faster than the tide recedes. The interview was a joke. A quick chat with a bored HR rep named Marlene, who handed me a form and a pen. "Sign here and you're in," she said. Her eyes glazed like she'd repeated the line 1,000 times. The warehouse was massive, a labyrinth of conveyor belts, humming freezers, and a constant clatter of machinery. My station was in a sterile white room at the back, isolated from the main floor. It was called the tasting lab, but it felt more like a clinical exam room. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, a metal table with a stool, and a one-way mirror on the wall that I swore someone was always watching from behind. Every day, I'd clock in, don a hairnet and gloves, and wait for the samples. The process was simple. A slot in the wall would open, and a tray would slide out with 10 to 15 shrimp, peeled and deveined, sometimes raw, sometimes cooked in various seasonings. I'd eat them one by one, noting texture, flavor, freshness on a digital tablet. Too salty? Mark it. Rubbery? Flag it.
off-putting aftertaste, report it. Then the tray would retract and another would appear. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. It was monotonous, but the pay was $25 an hour, plus benefits. In Port Haven, that was a king's ransom. At first I loved it. Shrimp had always been a guilty pleasure. Cocktail shrimp at parties, shrimp scampi on date nights back when I had those. The samples were premium, plump, juicy, with that briny snap you only get from fresh catch. I'd chew slowly, savoring the burst of ocean flavor, the subtle sweetness beneath the salt. My notes were glowing, excellent firmness, perfect balance of umami, no fishy undertone. I even started dreaming about shrimp, endless platters floating in a sea of cocktail sauce. But around week 3, things got weird. It started with the textures. One batch felt off, like the meat was too fibrous, almost stringy, as if threads of something tougher were woven in. I noted it, slightly chewy, possible overprocessing. The next day, another tray came with shrimp that wiggled faintly when I picked them up. I blinked thinking it was a trick of the light, but no, tiny spasms, like they weren't quite dead. Residual nerve activity, ? I typed, my fingers hesitating. In the cannery days, I'd seen fish twitch post-mortem, but shrimp? They were supposed to be inert. I mentioned it to Marlene during my weekly check-in. She laughed it off, her voice tinny over the intercom. Oh, that's just the new sourcing. We're testing deep-sea varieties. Fresher than fresh. Keeps the flavor locked in. I nodded, but a seed of doubt planted itself. Deep-sea shrimp. I'd never heard of such a thing being commercially viable. Port Haven's waters were shallow, battered by storms, not the abyssal depths. As weeks turned to months, the anomalies piled up. Some shrimp had an iridescent sheen, like oil on water, shifting colors under the lights, blue to green to purple. Others tasted metallic, a coppery tang that lingered on my tongue for hours. I started getting headaches after shifts, pounding migraines that blurred my vision. At home, I'd collapse on my couch, staring at the ceiling, feeling like something was crawling under my skin. One night, after a particularly odd batch, shrimp that popped like caviar when bitten, releasing a viscous fluid, I dreamed vividly. I was underwater, in a vast, dark ocean trench. Bioluminescent shapes darted around me. Not fish, but elongated things with too many segments. Glowing eyes clustered in rows. They pulsed with light, beckoning. I reached out and one latched onto my hand, its mouthparts unfolding like petals. I woke up gasping, my palm itching where nothing was there. The next shift, the trays came faster, no breaks between them. I'd barely finished logging one batch before another slid out. The shrimp were larger now, almost prawn-sized, with veins that pulsed faintly under the translucent flesh. I bit into one, and it squirted, warm, not cold like it should be. The flavor was richer, almost creamy with an undercurrent of something earthy, like soil after rain mixed with blood. I flagged it. Unusual temperature. Sample warm upon arrival. Flavor profile altered. No response from the intercom. Usually, Marlene or someone would chime in with excuses. Silence. My body had started to change. I noticed it in the mirror one morning. My skin looked paler, veins more prominent, especially around my neck and wrists. Bluish lines threading under the surface. I itched constantly, scratching until I bled. The headaches evolved into something worse. Whispers, faint at first, like static in my ears, words I couldn't make out, bubbling up from somewhere deep. At work, the one-way mirror seemed to fog sometimes, as if breath was on the other side. I'd catch glimpses of movement in the reflection, shadows shifting when I wasn't looking directly. The shrimp, God, the shrimp, started looking different, not just in texture or taste, but shape. Some had extra ridges along the tail, tiny protrusions like nascent limbs. Others had what looked like eye spots, dark dots that followed me as I lifted them to my mouth. I tried to quit once, went to Marlene's office after a shift, my tablet clutched in shaking hands. "This isn't right," I said. "The samples, they're not normal shrimp." She smiled, that same glazed expression. "Nonsense, you're our best tester. Top scores every week. Here's a bonus." She slid an envelope across the desk. $500 cash. I took it. Bills don't pay themselves. That night, the itching intensified. In the shower, I scratched my forearm raw, and something moved beneath the skin. A ripple, like a worm burrowing. I stared, water cascading over me, convinced it was a hallucination. But no, it happened again. A small bulge traveling up my arm, then vanishing. The dreams grew more frequent. Always the trench, the glowing creatures. But now they spoke. Not with voices, but impressions. Hunger. Ancient patience. A promise of belonging. I'd wake with salt crust on my lips, even though I lived miles from the shore. The trays never stopped. I'd eat hundreds a day, my stomach distending painfully, but I never felt full. The shrimp were alive now, unmistakably. They'd curl when touched, antenna, actual antenna twitching. Some tried to escape the tray, scuttling toward the edge. I'd pin them with a fork, force them down. The taste was exquisite agony, sweet decay, electric vitality surging through me. My notes became erratic. Sample exhibits motility. Recommend halt. Flavor induces euphoria. Potential contaminant. Eyes present. Multiple. Still, silence from the intercom. I started sneaking samples home, wrapped in napkins, hidden in my lunch bag, under my kitchen light, magnified with a cheap lupe I'd bought online. The truth stared back. They weren't shrimp. Segmented bodies, jointed legs folded tight, mandibles tucked beneath. Larval forms, perhaps, of something much larger. Deep sea horrors, harvested from trenches no sub should reach. I searched online late at night, forums about cryptic marine life, leaked documents from oceanographic expeditions, whispers of benthic anomalies, caught in trawls of the continental shelf, things that mimicked commercial species to infiltrate supply chains, parasites that rewrote hosts from within. The itching spread everywhere, my back, my scalp, between my toes. In the mirror, my eyes had changed, pupils slightly elongated, irises flecked with that same iridescence. One shift, the plot opened, but no tray came. Instead, a voice, finally, from the intercom. Not Marlene's. Deeper, resonant, like pressure waves in water. "You've adapted well. Integration phase complete." The lights dimmed, the one-way mirror cleaned, revealing not a observation room, but darkness, an abyss, lit by faint bioluminescence. Shapes moved beyond, massive, segmented, familiar. I looked down at my hands, the skin split painlessly, peeling back like a shell. Beneath, something pale and jointed flexed. Legs. Feelers. The tray arrived then, empty, an invitation. I understood. My job wasn't to test shrimp. It was to become the vessel, to carry them inland, spread the brood. The whispers clarified. We are the tide that returns. You are the bridge. I stepped toward the slot. It widened, accommodating. The air grew cold, briny. As I crossed the threshold into the wet dark beyond the wall, I felt the last of the old me slough away. Hunger remained. The eternal, patient hunger. Back in the lab, a new stool waited, a new tablet. Soon, another applicant would sign the form. I'm laying on this plate, waiting for them. I know how this sounds, but I swear I had a reason. Every once in a while, when my roommate Connor wasn't home, I'd check his room. I didn't do this to steal anything or be a snoop for the sake of it. No, I wanted to reassure myself that I wasn't living with someone who'd eventually end up on the news. Connor isn't a regular guy. He's a little too proud of his German heritage, if you know what I mean. The kind of pride that sneaks into places where it doesn't belong. Nazi jokes that land wrong. World War II facts nobody asked for. He says them casually, like he's just sharing trivia. But he always watches your face afterward, always checking for judgment. To make matters worse, he's obsessed with guns and knives. He collects them, displays them, lines them up on his wall like achievements. There's a twisted dagger mounted above his TV that he once called a real beauty, and I remember wondering why anyone would need something shaped like that unless they'd spent time imagining what it would feel like to use it. His room puts out bad vibes beyond just the murder weapons. Between morbid heavy metal posters for bands no one has heard of, and the two movie posters he has up, American Psycho and Joker, by the way, there were lots and lots of old war memorabilia that seems to always happen to be German. No old US Army helmets or Red Army Ushankas. He only had the stuff his favorites used. That included a World War II gas mask hanging on the wall, stiff and yellowed from prior use. He loved that thing and would wear it at night to freak me out. So yeah, I consider it my civic duty to search his room from time to time. Not because I'm nosy, because when someone surrounds themselves with weapons, Nazi iconography, and incel stuff, you start wondering if they're ever going to act out one of their special interests. I sat at his desk and logged into his computer. His password was his favorite movie plus the same numbers he used for everything. The numbers 12, 13, and 14. No idea the meaning behind those, but he uses them for everything. Usernames, gamer tags, passcodes. His overuse of them made guessing his password a lot easier, that's for sure. The browser that opened upon logging in wasn't Chrome. It was a Tor browser. Connor loved talking about the deep web or the dark web. Always said it with a grin, like he knew something about it everyone else didn't. At first, it almost felt stupid. Drugs, weapons, things so blatant they felt fake. I even laughed at one site offering hired killers like it was an online food menu. It seemed my fears of Connor were unfounded. He was just using the dark web to cosplay being a criminal. None of this was real. I was about to get off when I noticed a message pop up on Connor's computer through the open door. A chat app I didn't recognize. The sender's name was just a single letter. X. Curiosity won. It always does. The messages assumed I was Connor. X joked with him about always working during the matinees. X even mocked him for being sloppy and not using his ghost. Whatever the hell that meant. When I replied pretending to be sick and home from work, the response came almost instantly. They sent a link. They called it a red room. I knew what that was, but I told myself it wasn't real. The FBI says they aren't, so I clicked anyway. The screen went dark, then bright red, like a theater curtain pulling back. The chat exploded with emojis, popcorn, eyes, smiley faces. It was like a demented Twitch chat. Then the stream started. There was a young woman on screen tied up and terrified. The first bid was for her to get one of her fingers cut off and fed to her. I laughed at first. I actually laughed, thinking it was all BS. But then a man in a hockey mask stepped into frame with a knife not all that dissimilar to the ones Connor had hanging on his wall. The man in the hockey mask cut her finger off like it was a piece of meat at the deli. As she screamed, he shoved it down her throat and she vomited it back out. So he tried to feed it to her again, but this time she kept her mouth shut. So he grabbed her by the nose and squeezed until it started gushing blood. That got her to scream again, and after 3 of the worst minutes of my life, the man in the hockey mask got her to eat the finger. I won't repeat the other bids. I won't repeat what people were asking to be done to her, or how casually they typed it. I just remember realizing, in a cold, quiet moment, that Connor had more points saved up than I'd seen spent so far, and people were spending a lot. I muted the audio and nearly threw up. I ran to my laptop and considered calling the police, but I doubted that would be any good. They'd think I was making this up. So instead I tried reporting the site through the FBI's Cybercrimes Division. When I went back to Connor's room to grab the pertinent site information, a private message popped up. "I wouldn't do that," X said. I tried to ignore it until X added, "Ed. That's my name." I considered what to do next. How could X know it was me and not Connor? How does he even know who I am? Did Connor tell them about me? "Do what?" I replied, curiosity getting the better of me. "Report the site like you're trying to do right now. It won't work, Ed." "Why not?" I replied again, taking pictures of the conversation with my phone. "Nice try. I'm in your phone, too." X replied, not in the chat this time, but through my phone's messenger app. "You still can't stop me," I texted them back, hoping that taunting them would get them to overplay their hand. That's when X replied back with my full name, home address, credit card number, and the names and addresses of my parents and sister. X told me the site would be gone before anyone found it, that I'd sound crazy. Then they said something worse. "You don't want to be in the next show, do you?" They told me to place a bid. Not to save her, but to participate and implicate myself too. "All you gotta do is have him cut her. That's all," X explained. When I put in the bid, my hands were shaking so badly I almost missed the enter key. I didn't even look at the number afterward. I just stared at the screen, waiting for something to stop me. An error, a disconnect, anything. The chat froze. Then it exploded. Question marks, laughing faces, people typing things like, "What?" and "Is this a joke?" Someone accused me of wasting points. Someone else said it was boring. I felt this thin, stupid flicker of hope rise in my chest. Like maybe confusion was enough. Like maybe nonsense could derail this death machine. On the stream, the man in the hockey mask tilted his head. He looked genuinely curious. He set the knife down. I didn't breathe until I saw his hand come back into frame holding an electric razor. The sound was what broke me. That low, mechanical buzz cutting through the silence. The girl started crying immediately, like she already knew what was coming. Like humiliation hurt almost as much as everything else. She tried to turn her head away, but she couldn't go anywhere. Hair fell into her lap in uneven clumps. The chat went quiet again. Not angry this time. Watching. I felt sick, but I also felt something worse. Relief. A coward's relief. I told myself I'd done something, that I'd changed the outcome, that this was better. Then the applause started. Clapping emojis. Fire. People calling it bold. Avant-garde. Someone typed that it was poetic. That stripping her identity was more interesting than hurting her body. I wanted to scream at them that they were all insane, that this wasn't art, that this wasn't even mercy. It was a thin attempt to appease X without it weighing too heavy on my conscience. A private message popped up. Well done. Before I could even process that, another bid appeared. Bigger than mine. Bigger than anything I'd seen all night. The man in the mask stepped back so the camera could see her clearly. Her ruined hair, her shaking shoulders, her empty, exhausted eyes. He grabbed a machete. I knew what was coming before it happened. I muted the audio, but it didn't help. Her now exposed scalp erupted red as she was cleaved to death with the machete. I think somewhere between the 5th and 6th swing, she died. At least, I hope she did. When he was done, the man in the hockey mask left the machete in her skull, much to the sick delight of the chat. The stream ended shortly after. I cried until my chest hurt. I prayed that that was the end. The horrible, sickening end. It wasn't. X messaged me again. Said I had one more task to complete to prove they could trust me. Said unlike the last one, it would be fun. When I read X's final task, I couldn't help but look up from the computer screen and towards Connor's wall. The gas mask and the knife were both staring back at me. You know what to do, X said. That night, Connor came home like nothing was wrong. Headphones on, heavy metal music blasting. He barely looked at me as I watched TV in the living room. Later, from my room, I heard him settle in. The familiar clicks of his keyboard, the same browser opening, the hum of his music still blasting in his ears. Another message arrived for him. I saw it reflected faintly off the window as I stood behind his door. Ready for the show? It was from X. I picked up the knife on the wall behind Connor as he typed his response. Always, Connor replied. When the stream loaded, Connor didn't understand. He saw on the screen his own face, confused. Then as he came to realize what was going on, afraid, very, very afraid, a message popped up. Great, because tonight you're the star. X's message caused Connor to rip out his earphones and turn around to see me standing right behind him. I was wearing the gas mask, holding his favorite knife, that he loved to imply was used on Holocaust victims. I won't lie to you all. X was right. I did have fun. I had always dealt with sleep apnea ever since I was a child. My father had the same condition, so my parents didn't care that we were both choking in our sleep. When I started sleeping in the same bed with my wife, she did not find the way I sleep charming, and had me go to the doctor. That's when I started going on the CPAP machine. I always had disconcerting dreams as a kid. It was always a gamble of either eerily peaceful landscapes to horrifying torture scenes. From being in a forested meadow, watching a girl galloping through it as a half-deer centaur, to watching a man get slowly chewed and nipped by thousands of rats in a room made of hardened, scarred flesh. I was never the one experiencing it. Rather, I was watching someone else experience it. I never wanted to share my dreams, since the last time I did, I got a talking to with my school counselor and parents. When I went on the CPAP machine, my dreams changed. I was no longer suddenly appearing in a place, rather I was floating in space. Surrounding me were thousands of stars, each the size of a baseball, stretching infinitely. When I first saw it, I was in awe. I urged myself forward and swam through the sea of stars, and then I accidentally hit one of them. The star grew until it fully encompassed me. I landed on the ground and ended up in a field of sunflowers, tall enough where the heads reached my shoulders. As I wandered around, I found a clearing with a woman laying down on a soft futon. She looked up from the shadow I casted, and had a genuine look of confusion. "Who are you?" she yelled. This was the first time anyone had ever noticed my presence, so I was scared. I ran back and broke through the fields of sunflowers until I ended up back into the ocean of stars. Then the alarm woke me up. I started exploring the space every time I slept. exploring at least 2 stars a night. It was the same as the dreams I always dreamt, a 50% chance of it being either a nightmare or a dream. I once saw a man on a treadmill running while having to peel his bloodied feet from the track, as it was constantly melting into it. Stuff like that. I always thought that I was ending up in the dreams and nightmares of others, that they would soon wake up like me. One night I ended up in a dream of a small girl, around 6. It was a birthday party in the backyard with balloons and a big plastic table with a huge 5-tiered chocolate cake, and a spread of food all around it. Spaghetti, barbecue sticks, fried chicken, kids' party stuff. The one thing that creeped me out was that everybody else at the party had no face. The children and the adults all had hair and clothes, but their face was completely blank. And they were only standing and staring at the girl. The girl had light brown hair and a heavy splash of freckles. She was stuffing her face with cake and chicken. She had bright green eyes. When she saw me, she babbled with excitement and grabbed my hand to join her. I didn't want to stay, but she got a handful of cake, as big as she could, and stuffed it in my hand. I stayed and ate with her. They didn't taste like anything, so she enjoyed it more than me. Then I woke up. At work, I saw the picture of the girl on the screen. She had been dead for 6 months. Her body was found in the basement with 2 others. I stared at her green eyes and the blurry photograph, a picture taken on her birthday, with chocolate cake splattered across her freckled face. From then on, I tried talking to those I visited, those in peaceful places at least, and I confirmed my theory. They were dead. Some for longer than others. One old man in a mushroom cottage didn't have a last name, calling himself Robin's son. For a while I accepted this. I stopped trying to find their obituaries. There was nothing I could do. They were stuck in their little realms in either total bliss or total despair. All I could ever do was come in and chat with them. All the people in their calm realms were very friendly and kind. They shared coffee, teas, meals, all things that I couldn't taste but enjoyed nonetheless. I asked about when they were alive. They wouldn't remember. They knew their name, and that was about it. I guess I understood why. It's easier to be happier when you don't know what you're missing. On one of my travels, I ended up in a flat, foggy place. The floor was purely concrete and the sky was pitch black. Walking through it, I found a boy, sleeping on a bed. He had long hair, spread across the pillow, but I couldn't see his face. When I called him, he wouldn't wake up, so I left. At work, I saw what might be him. He was missing, a 16-year-old boy with long hair. I knew I had to help, at least try to find where he was last. I searched the stars. I never tried to visit a place twice, but I had to this time. It took 2 nights, searching through every star as quickly as possible, until I found him again, in the dark, foggy realms. I ran up to him and shook him awake. I shouted at him, "Do you remember where you were before you came here?" He was groggy. He didn't want to wake up, but I kept on shaking him until he sat up on the bed. I asked his name and where he lived. It was the same as the news coverage, but when I asked where he was before he came there, he drew a blank. I stayed with him for as long as possible, trying to retrace his steps. He remembered he was going to be a senior, he was bullied, and that he wanted to disappear. He wandered around town, and that was when his memory stopped. I feared for the worst, so I asked him where he usually liked to hang out. He said at the bridge at the edge of town, above a river. When I woke up, I went to the phone and called, saying he might be at the river. I hung up before they could ask who I was and waited for the news. That night they found him. His body moved downstream and was found in another town. I tried helping more, but the most I got was where they were last. It didn't help with kidnapping cases. At some point, I didn't want to go to sleep. I didn't want to float around knowing that I was only helping to find their bodies, and that I couldn't help them any further than that. At one point, I accidentally fell asleep without the CPAP machine, and I ended up in that little girl's heaven again. She was running around with the faceless kids, playing a game of tag. Soon she found me and asked me to join her. We played around for a while, eating barbecue and fried chicken, till I woke up again. This was a rule as far back as I can remember. I always just assumed it was some sort of thing about keeping me safe, so I don't pinch my fingers or burn myself somehow. I don't really become curious until I started driving my own hand-me-down at 15. Whenever I turned the key in the ignition, I heard laborious wheezing briefly before a low humming and a grunt. When I put it in drive and pressed down on the gas pedal, the car would begin to moan as wet tearing and mechanical snapping resonated loudly. It wasn't until I rode in friends' cars that I realized engines don't breathe like mine did. At that point, I only ever really rode in my parents' cars, and my own when I practiced driving. When I asked my dad about it, he was livid. I thought it was just a mundane question, but his face turned beet red, and he told me to never speak on it again, to drop the subject. I thought for a second that he would slap me across the face. Needless to say, I kept on driving without popping the hood, scared of the consequences, but I couldn't help but feel curious when I heard faint knocking sounds. Sometimes the AC sounded like it was slowly dragging air back into itself, ragged like a malfunctioning part. My friends would comment on it. They thought my car was broken. Some found it creepy. They didn't ask me to drive them around much. Help me. Help. I heard it at a stoplight one morning while driving to school. It was faint, so quiet. I almost couldn't hear it at all, but it's what pushed me over the edge. As soon as I parked, I pulled the lever under the seat and heard for the first time the pop of the hood. I got out and squeezed my fingers under the metal, preparing for whatever may lie under. I looked around briefly to make sure no one was near, and I began to lift up. As soon as I started to lift the hood, I heard a loud, pealing sound and a cry. My stomach turned and I continued my effort. I ignored the sound and jerked it up the rest of the way with a sick tear. The sight sent me reeling with nausea. A man. No, more like pieces of a man were scattered throughout a disgusting, bloody amalgamation of flesh and veins, and unrecognizable bones. Long fingers jutted out randomly, moving spastically, blood under their worn nails. A single, fleshy pink exposed lung expanded and contracted with terrible, ragged breaths. Metal tubes and wires and gears interrupted the mass, ripping through the flesh, leaving charred skin in places and intersecting at odd angles. Then I saw the face. It was stretched out, close to ripping apart. 2 eyeballs were stuck open, bloodshot red with black soot tears staining the skin around them. The nose was more like 2 open cavities that mucus bubbled from. The mouth was stretched open like the eyes, and the inside was stained black along jagged and broken teeth. It began to scream something awful. My grip slipped as I fell to my knees. The hood slammed shut, and I couldn't stop myself from heaving up my breakfast onto the pavement. My world was spinning. I went about my day without really being able to focus on much. The sight of the car had me shaken to my core. I was terrified when school let out. I'd have to drive home. I sat inside the car, my fingers tingling as they held the key right at the ignition. When I gathered the courage finally, I turned the key and I was met with the familiar grunt and wheeze followed by bones snapping and flesh rendering as I drove it home. Oil. I need oil. The death rattle beckoned from the AC vent. I tried to ignore it the best I could. Please, God, please. It was too much. I raced the rest of the way home, and my parents were both gone still. I searched the garage for oil, eventually grabbing the container and heading back to my car. I popped the hood, the sick squelching loudly entering my ears. Oil. The mouth opened as wide as it could, a putrid rotting odor emanating it. Its eyes were crying black tears. I unscrewed the lid and, with trembling hands, began to pour. The thick, yellow fluid began to flow into its mouth. I gagged as I watched the mouth guzzle it like a thirsty dog. It trickled out the sides of the mouth and coated the cracked teeth. I stopped pouring once the tears stopped flowing from its eyes. I shut the hood and carefully put the oil back in its place. This routine continued for the next week. All the while, I never confronted my dad, fearful for his response. The engine would speak to me occasionally, making requests like turning the AC down or slowing down my speed. I obliged. One night, I sat with my parents for dinner as they joked about memories from my childhood. My mom grabbed a photo album and started pointing out embarrassing kid pictures of me. My blood ran cold when I saw a familiar man in a photo holding me as a baby. "Who's that?" My fingers trembled under the table. "That's your Uncle Tommy. He was your father's brother," my mom responded. My dad smiled a half smile that seemed to hide some other emotion. "He passed away when you were real little." "Oh, I didn't know that." My fingers dug into my thigh. "How did he die?" "Colon cancer. Sad thing. Same thing that got your grandfather." He frowned a bit and stood up from the table. "I think I'll excuse myself. Those photos are great, hun." He squeezed my mom's hand and left the room without another word. "Don't mind him. Of course it's a touchy subject." She smiled at me and showed me more photos. I resolved that I needed to see what was inside my dad's car. I waited for the night to settle in, and for my parents to sleep. I grabbed my flashlight and the keys from the front room. Outside in the cold darkness, I quietly unlocked his car and pulled the lever, releasing a sick, cracking noise as I did. I trained my flashlight on the hood, and I steeled myself before lifting it with a swift motion. The rotting stench of burning flesh and oil hit me hard. The flashlight made the blood and mucus shine back at me. The man-engine hybrid groaned at me, gray hairs and wrinkled, greenish skin wrapped around its face. I knew this man. This was my grandfather. I recoiled and dropped the hood back down. "What are you doing?" The voice echoed from behind me, scruffy and demanding. I saw the shadow of my father against the hood of his car. I turned to face him, my spine like jelly. I shuddered. I couldn't think. "You know I told you to never look there, right?" He grimaced. "Always the curious type, just like Tommy." I tried to back up, but I ran into the car. "Someday it'll be me in there, you know. Someday your mother. And eventually, it'll be you." He began to step away from me. "I tried to warn you, son. Don't go telling anyone about this, or your time will come sooner than mine." He turned his back and walked back inside. My chest felt tight, and I was left cold and confused. I went inside and laid in bed, unable to sleep. The image of my grandfather burned forever in my vision. I shouldn't have written this. I know what he said would happen if I did. But I can't keep this secret. The burden is too much. It's only a matter of time before I become one of them. And when it does, I need someone to know what they're driving. What's really under the hood. I've been tracking elk in this part of the country for 20 years. I know the difference between a staggered gait caused by a lung shot and the frantic sprint of a gut-shot beast. I know how blood oxidizes on frozen moss. I know that when you put a 180-grain bullet through the boiler room of a bull elk, it dies. It might run 100 yards, adrenaline pumping the last of its oxygen, but it dies. That's the contract. You pull the trigger, physics take over, and the animal becomes meat. But the thing Hayes and I were trailing up that ridge broke the contract. We were 3 days deep into the timber, miles past the old fire breaks, where the weekend warriors stop to drink beer and pretend they're outdoorsmen. It was just Hayes and me, the gray sky, and the silence that hangs heavy in the deep woods. The kind of silence that feels less like absence of noise, and more like a held breath. We spotted the bull at dawn. It was magnificent, a heavy 6x6 rack, dark mane, breath steaming in the frigid air. It was standing in a clearing of deadfall, chewing lazily on lichen. Hayes took the shot. He's a surgeon with a rifle. I watched through the scope as the impact rippled through the elk's shoulder. The animal bucked, legs kicking high, and scrambled into the dense hemlock. "Solid hit," Hayes whispered, cycling the bolt. Pink mist. Lungs. We waited the requisite 30 minutes to let it bed down and bleed out. When we walked to the impact site, the snow was painted with bright, frothy blood. Arterial spray. Textbook kill. We found the first anomaly 100 yards in. The blood trail didn't thin out. It remained a thick, crimson ribbon, far more fluid than a single animal could possess. But it was the tracks that stopped me. "Miller?" Hayes said, his voice tight. He was kneeling by a patch of mud near a creek crossing. "Look at the spread." I crouched beside him. The elk's hoof prints were there, deep in the mud, but the stride length was impossible. Between the last step and this one, the animal had cleared nearly 15 feet without jumping. There were no impact marks, no skid of dew claws digging in for traction. It was as if the animal had simply extended its legs to unnatural lengths to step over the gap. "Adrenaline," I said. Though I didn't believe it, it's running on pure fear. "Elk don't stretch like that, Miller. Nothing does." We kept moving. The sun began to dip, casting long, bruised shadows through the trees. The temperature dropped, freezing the mud into jagged ridges. The second anomaly appeared 2 miles later. Usually a wounded animal heads downhill, towards water and thick cover. It takes the path of least resistance. This thing was climbing. It was heading straight up a scree field, a 40-degree incline of loose shale that would break a horse's leg. And the blood had changed. It was no longer bright and frothy. It was dark, almost black, and it smelled wrong. Not like copper and iron. It smelled like bile and wet limestone. "I don't like this," Hayes muttered, looking up the slope. The wind was picking up, whistling through the dead pines. "It's leading us. It's dying, Hayes. It's confused." "It's not confused. Look at the trail." He pointed. The blood trail wasn't erratic. It was a straight line. Perfectly straight. The animal hadn't stumbled once. We pushed up the scree, our boots sliding on the loose rock. When we crested the ridge, the light was failing. We entered a dense stand of old-growth spruce, the canopy so thick it choked out the sky. It was dark in there, a gloom that felt heavy and pressurized. That's when we heard it. It wasn't a bugle. It wasn't the distress cry of a dying animal. It sounded like wet wood snapping, magnified 100 times. Crack. Splurch. "Ahead," I signaled. We moved slowly, rifles shouldered. The smell hit us first, a wave of rot so potent it made my eyes water. It smelled of musk, yes, but underneath that was the sickly sweet stench of ancient, fermented meat. We found the elk standing in a small clearing, facing away from us. It was motionless. Its head hung low, the massive rack of antlers swaying slightly in the breeze. But something was wrong with the silhouette. It looked too tall. The proportions were skewed. "Drop it," I whispered. "Finish it." Hayes raised his rifle. "Miller, look at the knees." I adjusted my scope. The magnification brought the animal's hind legs into sharp relief. The knees were backwards. Not just dog-legged like a quadruped, but inverted entirely, bent sharply upward, and there were too many of them. The leg didn't go hip, knee, ankle. It went hip, joint, 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 ankle. The legs were segmented, like the limbs of a harvestman spider, folded up under the body to stimulate the height of an elk. As we watched, the creature shifted its weight. A sickening, wet clicking sound echoed through the clearing. The elk rose. It didn't just stand up, it unfolded. The segmented legs extended, lifting the torso 7, 8, 9 feet into the air. The skin on its flanks stretched tight, translucent and tearing, revealing the underneath, the hide. There was no muscle, no organs, just a cage of white, wet bone, and gray sinew moving in a complex, clicking geometry. "That's not an elk," Hayes breathed. The creature's head, still wearing the skin and antlers of the bull, swiveled. It didn't turn on the neck. It rotated 180 degrees with the sound of grinding gristle. The eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the same dark black fluid we had been tracking. It saw us. Hayes fired. The shot roared, the muzzle flash illuminating the clearing for a split second. I saw the bullet hit the chest. The hide puffed out, but there was no impact tremor. The creature didn't flinch. It simply absorbed the energy, the loose skin rippling like water. Then it moved. It didn't run. It scuttled. The multi-jointed legs moved with a horrific, frenetic speed, tearing up the earth. It closed the 40 yards between us in seconds, moving in a low, zigzagging blur that the eye couldn't track. "Run!" I screamed, backing up and firing blindly. Hayes didn't run. He froze. It's a reaction I've seen in greenhorns, but never in a veteran. His brain simply couldn't process the biology coming at him. He stood there, rifle half raised, mouth open. The creature didn't bite him. It didn't gore him. It collided with him. The long, spider-like legs wrapped around Hayes, not crushing him but pinning him. The creature's torso collapsed onto him, the elk skin draping over him like a wet blanket. I heard Hayes scream, a sound that quickly turned into a wet gurgle. I turned and ran. I ran with the reckless abandon of prey, tearing through brambles that sliced my face, stumbling over roots, sliding down the scree field we had climbed an hour ago. Behind me, the forest was filled with sounds that will never leave me. It wasn't the sound of eating, it was the sound of rearrangement. The wet snapping of bone, the popping of cartilage being forced into new angles, and underneath it all, a low chittering sound, like 1,000 insects vibrating in a hollow log. I made it to the tree line of the valley floor and collapsed, my lungs burning, my ankle twisted. I lay there in the dark, rifle pointed back at the ridge, shivering so hard the barrel rattled against my teeth. I waited for it to come for me. I waited for the clicking joints, the smell of rot. But it didn't come. Instead, silence reclaimed the woods. A heavy, absolute silence. Then, from high up on the ridge, I heard a bugle. It started as a normal elk call, a high-pitched whistle rising to a scream, but halfway through the timbre changed. The pitch dropped, gargling and warping. It shifted into a human voice, distorted and stretched, screaming a single, elongated syllable that echoed off the canyon walls. "Miller." It was Hayes' voice, but it sounded like he was being pushed through a throat made of PVC pipe and gravel. Then, silence again. I didn't sleep. I didn't move until the sun came up. I hiked out, 18 miles without stopping, without looking back. I left my gear, my pack, everything but the rifle. I reported it as a bear attack. I told the sheriff we got separated and I heard a commotion. They did a search. They found Hayes' rifle. They found his boots, laced tight, still standing upright in the mud. But they didn't find Hayes, or rather, they didn't find a body. They found tracks. The search and rescue lead, a guy I've known for years, pulled me aside at the trailhead a week later. He looked pale, shaken. He told me they found elk tracks leading away from the site where they found the boots. "But they were wrong, Miller," he whispered, looking over his shoulder. "The tracks, the stride was huge, 20 feet between steps, and the weight, the depth of the prints suggested the animal weighed 2,000 pounds. He paused, swallowing hard. "And Miller? The tracks, only 2 of them were hooves. The other 2? The rear ones." He didn't have to say it. I knew. "They looked like hands," he whispered. "Big, splayed hands pressing into the mud." I stopped hunting. I sold my guns. I moved to the city where the only sounds are sirens and the traffic. But sometimes, when the wind blows right, coming off the mountains in the west, I can hear it. I can hear the clicking. And I know that somewhere up on that ridge, there is a stag with too many joints, walking through the timber on legs that shouldn't exist. And woven into that cage of bone and rot, there is a part of it that remembers my name. Senior year of college. My previous roommate graduated and moved back home to save money. I kept dwelling on the idea of a new roommate taking his place. Someone I don't know, sharing my space. The next afternoon, 3 sharp knocks echoed through the apartment. I swung the door open and was met by a young man with dark, greasy hair hanging over his eyes, clutching a single cardboard box to his chest. Hello? Can I help you?" I asked. In a raspy voice, he replied, "I'm your new roommate. Apartment 367, right?" I nodded. "Yeah, man. Come in. I'm Ben. Nice to meet you." He reached out his hand. It trembled as he spoke. "Name's Jackson." I held the door open and ushered him inside. As he passed me, the sharp aroma of bleach flooded my nostrils. I nearly gagged. I showed him around the apartment. "Not much here, but feel free to use my dishes if you need to." He didn't respond, just nodded silently, his eyes scanning the room, like he was cataloging everything. I attempted to make conversation, but Jackson was like a brick wall. Out of sheer awkwardness, I decided to leave early for work. I said goodbye and told him I'd be home later that night. Jackson raised his hand in a stiff wave and let out the creepiest smile. When he smiled, it didn't reach his eyes, almost like the rest of his face had to catch up. I gathered my things and chalked it up to him being socially awkward. Later that evening, when I arrived home, all the lights were off in the apartment. I assumed Jackson wasn't home. I switched the lights on and swung the fridge door open. Inside were 10 packages of red meat, neatly stacked and tightly wrapped. As I stood there staring, I heard a faint croaking sound coming from Jackson's bedroom. I moved closer to his door. The croaking shifted into scratching. Then, suddenly, the noises intensified. My nerves shot through me. I banged on his door. "Hey man, everything alright?" Everything went silent. 10 seconds passed. Then, in a gargled tone, Jackson hissed, Yes. Just getting dressed." "Okay," I said quickly. "Just checking. I heard some noises." No response. I went back to my room and locked my door. For the first time since moving in, the next morning, Jackson was gone. His door was wide open. I tried to ignore it and went straight to the fridge to grab my eggs. Before I could, I noticed 5 of Jackson's meat packages were missing. I assumed he'd cooked sometime during the night. Still, curiosity gnawed at me. I slowly approached his bedroom. A tangy, metallic smell hit my nose as I peered inside. The room was practically empty, like no one had ever moved in. Except for the cardboard box. It sat unopened on his desk. As I stepped closer, a knock sounded at the front door. I recoiled. The knocking came again. I cracked the door open to see Jackson standing there, with a woman beside him. "Hey, Jackson," I muttered. He rushed inside, the woman following closely behind. "Forgot my keys," he mumbled. "Thank you." His eyes darted towards his bedroom as he shut the door quickly. "This is my sister, Amber," Jackson said. Amber cocked her head to the side and raised her hand in a stiff, unnatural wave. She never spoke. "Nice to meet you," I said softly. "Are you helping Jackson move more stuff in?" Her eyes stayed glazed on me. Jackson hissed. "You didn't go in my room, Ben, right?" I would never intrude," I said quickly. He nodded and pulled Amber into his room. He stared at me the entire time. I left the apartment soon after. That night at work, I told my coworkers everything. Kelly was the most adamant. "Ben, this isn't a joke," she said, gripping my arm. "You're uncomfortable in your own home. This guy's a stranger. Who knows what he does?" I nodded. "Did you hear about the student who went missing?" she added. My stomach dropped. "Who?" "I don't remember his name," she said, "but I heard the FBI's involved. Just trust your gut." The next morning, I decided I'd request a roommate change. When I got home, I went straight to my room and locked the door. Jackson was inside his room, as usual. Knock, knock, knock. My heart sank. Jackson? "Can we talk, Ben?" he asked. I'm about to go to bed. Please, it won't take long." I opened the door. Jackson stood a few steps back, smiling. "What do you want?" I asked. He sat on the couch, stiff and deliberate. "What makes your life?" he asked. I stared at him. "My friends, my family." He stared at me, never breaking eye contact. Then Jackson said, "Is that normal for most humans?" I looked at him perplexed. "What the hell do you mean?" His smile grew wider. "To stay under the radar, you must have friends and family." I was taken aback. "All right, Jackson, I've got work in the morning. Good night." He stood up almost robotically and headed toward his room. Before shutting the door, Jackson stared at me. "We are friends, Ben, right?" I nodded. He shut the door. The next morning, something felt wrong. Jackson's bedroom door was wide open. I don't know what came over me. Curiosity, fear, instinct. But I walked toward it. A slick, squishing sound came from inside. I hesitated. Then I looked in. Something was standing there, hunched over, trying to pull Jackson's skin over itself like clothing. The box sat beneath its feet. It twisted its head toward me in an impossible motion. I screamed and ran. At the front office, I told the woman my roommate wasn't normal. She forced a polite smile. "What's your apartment number?" 367. She frowned at her computer. "Sir, you were never assigned a new roommate." The police came, then the FBI. They told me Jackson was reported missing days before I met him. Then they asked about a woman named Amber. I barely sleep anymore. I'm still stuck in the apartment. I can't break the lease. Last night I saw it on the news. They found Jackson's body. His skin was missing. Every neighborhood has a place children are warned to never cross. A tunnel, a fence, a creek, sometimes just a street or an abandoned house. A line drawn in fear, and if you dare step past it, something bad will take you. In my town, the Forbidden Zone was a decommissioned storm drain at the edge of town. The story went that something lived inside it, something that might once have been a man. It would come out at night and prowl the nearby streets, searching for children. Once it found one, It would shove the child into a large burlap sack and drag it back into the bowels of the drain, where it would devour them whole, leaving barely anything behind. Sometimes a shoe, sometimes a tooth. Others, just a fingernail. As children, we believed every word of it. It became a common dare to see who was brave enough to approach the drain, or even step inside it. And truth be told, the kids who took that challenge too far tended to go missing. Everyone said they'd fallen victim to the bag man. Things got so bad that a curfew was issued, parents panicked, and eventually the drain was sealed off. After that, the disappearances stopped, and life returned to normal. Children were safe again. Of course, as adults, we told ourselves the truth was simpler and far less supernatural. Storm drains are dangerous places. Dark, slick, confusing mazes where a child could fall, get lost, drown, or break a neck without needing any monster at all. That was what I believed. That was what I told myself for years. Until I finally went in myself. It had been a long time since I'd come back home. Years since I'd even thought about the drain. I was standing on my parents' porch one evening, watching the sun sink behind the hills, when I noticed a faint glimmer in the distance, too far away to make out clearly, but I knew exactly where it was coming from. The drain. I stood there longer than I meant to, staring at that distant flicker of reflected light, chuckling to myself as I remembered the stories. That was when the worst idea I'd ever had crossed my mind. "Hey Hunter, want to do something cool?" I called into the house. A few seconds later, a smiling face appeared at the doorway. "What are we doing, Uncle Micah?" he asked, adjusting the Lakers cap perched on his head. "We're going on an adventure," I said, and his face lit up immediately. "But don't tell your mom. It's a secret." He nodded eagerly as I handed him my pinky, sealing the pact like it was sacred. I ran to the garage and rummaged around until I found 2 flashlights, a bolt cutter, and an old hard hat. I gave the helmet to Hunter, and he proudly set it over his cap like it was armor. At the time, I told myself this was about bonding, about making memories. I'd missed most of his childhood because of work, and despite being older than my sister, life hadn't blessed me with children of my own. It was a stupid decision. I know that now. We headed down the street toward the drain as dusk bled into night. The last of the daylight vanished behind the hills, leaving the area bathed in the sickly yellow glow of aging street lamps. Hunter skipped beside me, already flicking his flashlight over every crack in the pavement, narrating his discoveries with excitement. I smiled, even as something tight coiled in my stomach. The drain was blocked by a large wooden fence, mostly rotted through with age. I told Hunter to step back while I pried away a panel wide enough for us to slip through. As soon as we did, the stench hit us. Stale water, rust, and something sour beneath it. "Pew!" Hunter exclaimed. And I laughed, though the smell clung to the back of my throat. Beyond that was a second barrier, a rusted metal fence bolted directly over the mouth of the drain. Attached to it was a warning sign that had once been bright yellow, though now only a corner of paint remained. The word "danger" was still embossed in the metal, visible when my flashlight passed over it. I should have listened. While Hunter played with his light, I used the bolt cutter to carve out an opening. The metal groaned and snapped louder than I liked. Each sound echoed down the darkness. Eventually, we squeezed through. The moment I stepped inside, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. A strange buzzing filled my chest, like static just under my skin, and adrenaline flushed through me without reason. "What is this place?" Hunter asked, his voice smaller now as he moved deeper into the tunnel. "It's just an old drainage pipe," I said, trying to sound casual. "Pretty neat, right?" He didn't answer right away. Our footsteps echoed unnaturally, overlapping and stretching until it sounded like someone else was walking with us. "I don't know," he finally said, his voice wavering. "It's fine," I replied, resting a hand on his shoulder. He yelped in surprise, dropping his flashlight. It clattered on the ground and went dark. The sudden loss of light made the darkness feel thick, almost wet, as if it had weight to it, pressing against my eyes and skin. For a heartbeat, I couldn't move, my brain lagging behind the instinct to panic. I dropped to one knee, fumbling blindly, my fingers brushing cold concrete before closing around the flashlight. I smacked it once against my palm, then again, harder this time, the hollow sound echoing down the tunnel. Nothing. A third smack finally coaxed it back to life, the beam sputtering weakly before stabilizing. As the light returned, something deep within the tunnel shifted. It wasn't loud, it wasn't even clear, just a subtle displacement, like water disturbed far away, but it was enough to make my stomach clench. My mouth went dry, the taste of metal and ash coating my tongue, and I realized I'd stopped breathing. I forced air back into my lungs slowly, carefully, as if any sudden movement might draw attention. "Maybe that's enough adventure for today," I said, my voice higher than I meant it to be as I handed the flashlight back to Hunter. He didn't argue, he didn't joke. He just nodded, tight and quick, gripping the light with both hands like it was a lifeline. For a few seconds there was nothing but the drip of water and the echo of our breathing. I started to convince myself it had been nothing, that fear had filled in the gaps where reason should have been. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not a scuffle, not a scrape. Measured, deliberate steps echoing from deep within the tunnel, each one landing with enough weight to carry through the concrete. They came slow at first, spaced far apart, like whatever was walking didn't need to hurry. Every nerve in my body screamed at once. "Run outside now," I shouted. Hunter didn't hesitate. His footsteps pounded away from me, frantic and uneven, shrinking rapidly as he fled toward the opening. I swung the flashlight back into the darkness, the beam jittering as my hands shook. "Who's there?" I called, my voice cracking despite my effort to steady it. The light swept across bare walls, pooled water, rust-stained concrete. Nothing moved. No shape, no sound beyond the distant drip and the fading echo of my nephew's escape. I let out a shaky laugh, forcing air through clenched teeth. "You're being stupid," I muttered. "It's just a rat, or pipes settling." I turned to call Hunter back, already rehearsing how I'd laugh this off later, when something landed beside me with a wet, meaty splash, like a heavy sack dropped into a shallow puddle. The sound was too close. I turned. The beam caught a face inches from mine, skin stretched gray and slick over bone, eyes sunken and bloodshot, reflecting the light like those of an animal caught in headlights. Its mouth split into a grin far too wide, teeth blackened and broken, the stink of rot rolling off of it in waves. I tried to scream, but a hand closed around my throat before sound could escape, fingers digging in with impossible strength. The world tilted as it shoved me back, my spine slamming into the damp wall hard enough to rattle my teeth. Air vanished from my lungs as the grip tightened. From the corner of my eye, I saw the burlap sack resting against the tunnel floor. The bottom of it was soaked dark, stiff with old stains that glistened wetly in the flashlight's glow. I thrashed uselessly, my hands clawing at its wrist, my boots scraping against the concrete for purchase. It leaned closer, close enough that I could see the cracks in its skin. The filth caked into every fold. The smell was overwhelming. Decay, stagnant water, something sweet and sickly beneath it all. It sniffed me once, then again, slow and deliberate, before dragging its tongue across my cheek. The touch was cold and slick. I gagged. "Too ripe," it gurgled, its voice bubbling like water forced through mud. The pressure vanished as suddenly as it had come. I hit the ground hard, air crashing back into my lungs in a painful rush. I didn't look back. I didn't think. I ran. I burst through the fence, grabbed Hunter, and didn't stop until we were back at my parents' house. My clothes clung to me, soaked through with sweat. my chest burning with every breath. Hunter sobbed into my shoulder, his small body shaking. My sister came running out, snatching him from my arms, her face twisted with fear and fury. She never asked what happened. Hunter never understood what he'd almost been a part of, and I kept my mouth shut, clinging to the hope that silence might seal the nightmare away. It didn't. The next day, Hunter was gone. His cap was found near the old drain. After that, the disappearances started again. There's two things I can tell. The first is that it's there. The second is that it's doing its best to make sure I don't know that it's there. It's quiet, is what I mean. So quiet that I keep second-guessing myself in the night. In the day, too, even as I'm writing this. But I'm positive something is there. It's small things, just frequent, consistent. Something scratching against the hardwood floor, the sheets at the far corner, the ones hanging off the edge of my bed, sliding as something goes past them underneath. I leave clothes on my desk chair a lot. I hear those too. See, it sounds like when I used to have a pet cat, the way something small and nocturnal does moving around your space in the middle of the night, aware that you're there. But I haven't had a cat in years, and never in this apartment. I live with 3 roommates in this weird kind of place. Not spooky weird, but it's an old house that got converted into apartments by putting walls in weird places. So I have this closet that's underneath the next door's apartment staircase. The ceiling of my closet is diagonal, and it stretches really far back once you go inside. We filled it up with boxes and extra things that didn't have a place yet when we moved in, and haven't gotten around to unpacking. So it's kind of a maze, right there in my bedroom. I'm pretty sure that's where it goes during the day. I haven't checked too deep since I'm honestly worried about finding it. You're asking why I don't sleep on the couch or move altogether. Last night was the first night I felt sure it was there. Like I said, it's so on the line of being nothing that I kept dismissing it. It's just the house settling. Winter heating causing expansion or something. You know when you throw a sweater on the back of a chair and it takes an hour to fall to the ground and make a noise, even though nothing's touching it? I kept dismissing it as that kind of thing. There's always a plausible explanation. Maybe that's how it gets by. The suspicion's been growing for a while. Last night made me sure. I've been having more trouble falling asleep. Usually fall asleep to a video playing, white noise, or something. Last night my phone died. My charger was across the room. I didn't feel like getting up since it was 1 a.m. or something. So I just lay there in the dark, eyes closed, trying to make myself fall asleep. I can't get to sleep, but I guess enough time went by that it seemed like I was sleeping. I start to hear it again, just barely. You know when you have to focus to hear something, otherwise you'll miss it? Tapping on the floor from my open closet door, softer padding when it gets to carpet. It brushed up against the blanket hanging off my bed. I could feel it there. I heard it breathing and that was it. It's low to the ground, which is why I was thinking of a pet or something earlier. Who knows? Maybe it's a rat or a rodent or something. That's a plausible explanation. But this sounded like human breathing, kind of high and wheezing. I could hear that its mouth was open. My eyes opened. I couldn't help it. Maybe my body tensed. I heard the breathing stop, like it could tell. For whatever reason, my instinct was to close my eyes and pretend I was asleep. You know how sometimes you'd be up late as a kid? You'd hear your parents and you'd know to pretend to be asleep a second before they walked in? I felt like that, except cold all over. I could hear it walking again, so softly and carefully. I could feel it get closer and closer to my face. I could feel the presence of it, even with my eyes closed. The sense that something was there. The body heat of it or something. I knew if I opened my eyes, I'd be face to face with it. Part of me wanted to just so that I could know, but I couldn't do it. The worst part was that it just stayed there, that close to me, unmoving, but breathing quietly. It didn't do anything, didn't touch me, didn't go anywhere else, but just stayed there for hours. And I mean hours. I didn't sleep the whole night. At some point, I felt it leave, and minutes later, I felt sunlight hitting my closed eyes. It was dawn, 7 in the morning. That was this morning. It's almost night again. I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't sleep here tonight, but I don't want to leave it alone with the people I live with, and I know I'm going to sound crazy if I try to explain what I experienced. But I know what I know. I know that it's there. I've worked at Daryl's Pizza since I was 14. It's the only restaurant left open late into the night. It sits past the last streetlight on the edge of town. The building looks newer than it is, like it learned how to survive by pretending. Inside everything is clean, but worn down in a way that feels intentional. Red vinyl booths, cracked just enough to show their age. A pinball machine hums quietly in the corner. An old racing game loops the same track it's probably shown for decades. The smell is what gets you first. It's familiar in a way that doesn't make sense, like something you remember from before you were old enough to form memories. A few locals sit in the booths most nights. They don't talk much. They don't need to. When you look at them too long, you get the strange sense that you've known them forever without ever learning their names. Daryl usually runs the register himself. He's tall, thin, and looks like he hasn't slept properly in years. His hair is long, dark, and always looks slightly oily, no matter how often he washes it. He sweats constantly, straight into his apron, and somehow never seems embarrassed by it. He also makes the best pizza I've ever eaten. The sauce is unreal. Rich, sweet, sharp in a way I can't place. The first time I tasted it, I remember thinking something felt wrong. Not spoiled, just aware. Like it knew I was there, like it recognized me. Or maybe that was just my imagination running ahead of itself. That thought disappears the second it hits my tongue. My dad is the chief of police, and he buys Daryl's Pizza for the department at least once a week. Says it keeps morale up. That's probably the only reason Daryl hired me in the first place. Most mornings, I'm there before sunrise, making dough beside him while he stirs the sauce. He keeps the radio on low, usually My Chemical Romance, and works with the focus of someone performing a ritual he's done too many times to count. I asked him once what his secret was. He slowed his stirring, turned the radio down, and told me it was an old family recipe passed down from his great-grandfather. He said it the same way someone recites something they don't fully believe anymore. When I pressed him, he rolled his eyes and hissed like I'd insulted him. Italians. The thing is, Daryl doesn't look Italian. He's far too pale, and he hates garlic. Hates it in a way that feels personal. I found that out the hard way. I had barely finished asking about adding garlic to a pizza when his expression changed. He lifted one long, untrimmed finger, pale, almost gray under the fluorescent lights, and pointed at the door. "Get out," he said, "and never come back with garlic. Ever." I don't remember him touching me. Somehow I ended up outside. The door shut behind him, trying to piece together how I'd gotten there. The next morning, I barely had time to step inside before he was in front of me. I didn't hear him approach. He grabbed my shoulder hard enough to make my vision blur. "You didn't bring me any garlic, did you?" His voice didn't sound like his voice. His eyes looked wrong. Too dark, too sharp, like he was focusing on something just past me. "No, sir," I said. The pressure vanished instantly. He laughed, light and familiar, like it had all been a joke. My shoulder burned for hours afterward. Nothing else strange happened for a while, except the freezer in the basement. It lets out a loud sound I can only describe as screaming. I've told him more than once that it needs to be fixed. He says the noise somehow makes the sauce taste better. No one but Daryl is allowed in the basement. He says it's where he keeps the spices, the recipe, and the grinder he uses for the tomatoes. He also says there's no light down there, but that's fine because he's used to working without them. Sometimes when the noise gets too loud, he goes down and kicks the freezer until it quiets. I can hear him talking to it while he's down there. Low, teasing like he's joking with a person. He tells it he'll make sauce out of it if it doesn't behave. Sometimes I hear a softer sound right before he kicks it, something that almost sounds like whimpering. When he comes back upstairs, he's always smiling, wiping his hands on his apron. Once, early in the morning, we ran out of sauce. Daryl told me to mind the counter while he went downstairs. I heard the grinder start. A second later, the sound began, louder than I'd ever heard it. The shelves rattled. From the basement, Daryl cranked the radio. "This Is How I Disappear" blasted through the floorboards, the drums pounding hard enough to almost drown it out. I stayed where I was and stared at the front door. When he came back up, he carried 2 containers of fresh sauce. Thick, dark red. The smell hit me and made my mouth water before I could stop it. Sharp and metallic, like copper. "That's how you know it's fresh," he said, smiling at my reaction. For all his faults, Daryl calls me his friend. Daryl loves classic first-person shooters, older Call of Duty titles, Halo. He beats me every time, never rushing, never reacting too late. The strange part is how still he is while he plays. No blinking, no frustration, just a calm focus that makes me think he's spent far too long indoors, practicing while the rest of us were asleep. He lives in an apartment attached to the back of the shop. Inside, it's furnished like a tiny castle. Heavy wood furniture, thick curtains, everything built to last 100 years. He says it's an Italian thing. I don't argue. People with furniture like that usually know how to hide a body. His wife and kids are polite to the point of being unsettling. They all look alike, pale, sickly, like they've never seen real sunlight. The kids are homeschooled and speak like adults who've had time to rehearse. Before I could drive, and when my dad was busy, my grandfather used to pick me up after my shifts. He hated Daryl. Every time his old Jeep pulled into the lot, Daryl would already be standing in the front window, framed perfectly by the headlights. They'd stare at each other without moving. No words, no blinking, just waiting. I asked my grandfather about it once, after we finally drove away. He only shrugged and muttered something about late payments, his voice low and final, an answer that wasn't meant to invite more questions. My grandfather was a farmer. Daryl came from one of those old Italian families that took pride in tradition, especially buying tomatoes and fresh vegetables locally, and Daryl bought his tomatoes from my grandfather. He always had. The thing was, my grandfather was one of the biggest garlic growers around. Acres of it, pungent, overpowering, impossible to ignore, and Daryl hated garlic. I think it infuriated him that my grandfather grew the one thing he couldn't stand, and that people bought it anyway, that he depended on the very hands of despised, that my grandfather didn't need him. Every time the headlights swept across the front window and caught Daryl standing there, I felt it again, that silent hatred settling between them like a loaded gun. It was a contest of will, held steady and unspoken. I always had the sense that one night, one of them would finally blink. The blink finally came at my grandfather's funeral, held on the farm. A small wooden platform had been built near the fields, his casket resting just below it. One by one, people stood to speak. Before retiring, my grandfather had been the county sheriff. Our family had been rooted in that land for as long as anyone could remember. They talked about what the town used to be, dirty, overrun with gangs and predators who moved openly, fear treated like a fact of life. They spoke about my grandfather's actions, the choices he made, the lines he drew, how slowly, But decisively, the town changed. Crime withered, people slept easier, children grew up without learning which streets to avoid. What had once been lawless became quiet, safe, clean. The sun slipped beneath the horizon as the last speaker sat down. A few lights flickered on. A fire burned nearby, steady and low. I wasn't paying much attention until I looked up and saw the next man approaching the platform, moving slowly between the old wooden folding chairs. I froze. It was Daryl. He didn't so much walk as drift, as if the ground had loosened its hold on him. His feet barely seemed to touch the earth as he reached the steps and rose to the stand, carried upward by something unseen. When he arrived, Daryl blinked and brushed away a tear. The air shifted, then he spoke. He spoke of a great man and a great family. His voice calm, weighted with memories that no longer had a living owner. He told the story of his great-grandfather, who came to this country fleeing a place that despised him for his beliefs, and how my family had welcomed them with open arms, offering help when they needed it most. He chose his words carefully, letting each one settle before allowing the next. He spoke for a long time. No one interrupted him. No one looked away. It was as if everyone there had fallen under the same spell, breathing together, listening together, held in place by his voice. When he finally stepped down, the silence broke all at once. People stood and applauded. Daryl drifted back between the chairs. He stopped to embrace my grandmother. I didn't know what to make of it. Tears blurred my vision when I looked at my father. He stood rigid and unmoving, his expression unchanged. Not even grief crossed his face, not even when Daryl stopped in front of us. For a long moment, the two of them locked eyes. The air tightened. Everything else seemed to fall away. My father didn't blink. Daryl didn't look away. Finally, Daryl spoke. "I'm sorry for your loss." The words were gentle, almost kind, but something about them felt wrong, rehearsed, as if they had been spoken before, as if they would be spoken again. He extended his hand. My father took it. The shake was slow and deliberate. Neither of them looked down. When they released, my father's face remained unchanged, or perhaps too much had passed. Then Daryl turned to me and offered his hand. I took it. His skin was ice cold, sharp and unnatural, cutting through the warmth of the light. I felt it instantly, a shiver running through me, but I didn't pull away. Daryl nodded once, almost imperceptibly, and moved on. I walked away with my hand still cold, realizing I had just touched something I was never meant to feel. My father is different around Daryl. No jokes, no smiles. It's all business. He's still the chief of police. I've been helping run the farm, and I also work at Daryl's on Fridays and Saturdays, his busiest nights. I'm taking classes at the local community college, hoping to follow in my father's footsteps. A few days ago, I met Daryl's niece. She's my age, pale skin, dark hair, dark eyes that linger a second too long, like she knows exactly what she's doing. Her smile is sharp, dangerous. It feels aimed directly at me. Daryl has never liked her, even before she arrived. He complained about the trouble she'd gotten into. He warned me not to fall under her spell. He was right. I just didn't expect how impossible it would feel to resist. I keep wondering if this is how it starts, and whether surviving the next encounter is something I should even be hoping for. That night, Daryl left me and her to clean up when he delivered. The last couple of pizzas I was mopping, when she caught my eyes and tilted her head. That same sharp, knowing smile lingering. Uncle Daryl said it would be okay. She whispered, "I need help." Before I could think, she took my hand and led me toward the basement. I wanted to pull away, to stop, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like my hand wasn't mine. Step by step, she guided me down the stairs. The air grew colder with each step. The kitchen light faded, and shadows stretched around us, thick and suffocating. Then, from the darkness behind us, I heard the faint scrape of boots on the stairs. Daryl had entered. He was quiet, deliberate, and I felt his gaze before I even saw him. The basement seemed to swallow him, and the last bit of light disappeared, leaving only the chill and the oppressive quiet. I remember the smell first, then the sound of the grinder starting somewhere behind me. I woke up in the kitchen just before sunrise, alone, my clothes stiff with something dark and sticky. The basement door was closed. The shop was spotless. Daryl was already at the counter, humming along to the radio, stirring a fresh pot of sauce. "You should go home," he said without looking at me. "You've got another shift tonight." I didn't ask him how long I'd been out, or what happened. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock my car. I didn't look back. I'm home now, sitting at my computer, trying to get this down while it still feels real. My clothes are in the trash. My hands still smell wrong no matter how many times I wash them. I have a few hours before I'm supposed to be back at Daryl's. I don't know if writing this will help. I don't know if anyone will believe me. I just know I don't have much time left. After 36 years of living in an apartment complex, I can confidently attest that a night owl is worst kind of neighbor. Being as lucky as I am, I had one of those moving into the apartment right above mine at the start of October. It was a lady who seemed to have an endless supply of worldly goods that all needed to be put into place the moment she moved in. Every single evening, at 9 p.m. exactly, she would start either hammering away, drilling the walls, or pushing furniture across her floor, always managing to reach the noise level of an angry bull in heat. I've always had quite sensitive ears. I am no stranger to being awake at night because of bothersome noises. There is always noise in the city, whether from drunkards singing at the top of their lungs or nocturnal critters running amok in the streets. Trust me, the sheer number of times I've been woken up by a possum knocking over a trash can outside my window is ridiculous. The thing is, these disturbances would always be occasional and brief. Whenever they occurred, I could easily fall back asleep afterwards. But ever since the day that lady moved in, the night has been filled with constant sounds of her mayhem. The cacophony upstairs would go on every evening for about 3 to 4 days in a row. Then, at some point, I would hear a large thudding sound, indicating that she had brought out yet another box full of stuff that needed to be set up. This routine sent me into a hellish cycle of exhaustion. I would fall asleep late and wake up exhausted in the morning. I would then have to drown myself in coffee and go to work, hoping that I could get some sleep later in the evening. Don't tell me that I just should have confronted her. I didn't want her to think that I was just some cranky old man. Besides, I don't like confronting people. I have always felt awful whenever I've had to reprimand someone. I also didn't know her name, which I felt would have made the interaction even more unbearable. I just sat on my couch, waiting for the commotion to stop. Suddenly, 3 weeks had passed, and she showed no signs of being finished unpacking. The seeds of chaos were planted as the clock struck 9 p.m. on an unusually hot evening late into October. An evening so hot that I had to have my windows open to be comfortable. The lady upstairs started toiling away, following her usual schedule. It was just as loud as all the other days. I twisted and turned in my bed, trying to cover my ears with my pillow as I had done so many nights before. But this night was different. The heat mixed with my drowsiness and the sounds from upstairs all compiled into a thundering migraine. It felt as if my brain was swelling, trying to crack my head open and run away to escape the noise. I couldn't take it any longer. I sat up in my bed, inhaled all the air that could fit into my lungs, and yelled, "Quiet!" My yelling was followed by a large thud from upstairs. She had just started unpacking another box. I thought to myself, I couldn't believe it. She had to have heard me. My yelling was so loud that they probably heard me all the way up on the 5th floor. I stared at the ceiling, awaiting the sounds of the troublemaker and her orchestra from hell. I waited, and then I waited some more. More time passed, but there were no more sounds coming from upstairs. Maybe she did hear me. Maybe she was finally being respectful. I felt my headache subside as I lay back down. I closed my eyes, letting my fatigue carry me towards slumber. I was completely unbothered for the first night in a long time. I rose with the sun several hours later, and I didn't have to chug half a liter of coffee to stay awake. I went to work with a smile on my face and a good feeling in my body. Everything was easier. I was happier. It was paradise compared to before. I came home that evening, hoping that the night before wasn't an exception. If only I had been that lucky. After the sun had gone down, there was activity in the upstairs apartment again. This time, though, the sounds were a bit different. All I could hear was bump, 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 repeating over and over again. I couldn't place the sound. It didn't come from any tool that I knew of. I was sure of that. There were irregular pauses between the sounds, ranging from about 5 seconds to 10 seconds. It wasn't just heavy footsteps, that was for sure. The spaces between them were too big. It wasn't a hammer either. The sounds were much too quiet for that. This thought process continued as I lay in my bed that night, my weary eyes fixated on the ceiling. Maybe she's tapping her foot on the floor to a song. But the sounds are not rhythmical in the slightest. Maybe she's dropping a ball repeatedly. But why would she even do that? Is she a juggler? No, that'd be ridiculous. These were but some of the thoughts rushing through my head as the sounds kept resonating in the background. It was beyond the midnight hours before I fell asleep that night. When I woke up in the morning, the noises had stopped. I assumed that she had just started working on her apartment again. Throughout the whole day, at my work and when I went home, I silently prayed that I wouldn't hear those sounds from her apartment again. Even though they were less noisy than normal, there was something about not being able to identify them that just made them much more annoying. To my dismay, however, the noises had begun anew by the rising of the moon. Bump, bump, bump. Lying in my bed that night, I was gritting my teeth out of sheer annoyance. I covered my head with my pillow again, but it was no use. I could still hear the sounds no matter how much I tried to keep them out. They made me feel as if someone was constantly poking at my brain, molding it like a piece of clay. Maybe it was revenge. Maybe, just maybe, she was mad about my yelling and was doing this to get back at me. Maybe she just wanted to drive me nuts with her antics. I tried to fall asleep, but it wasn't happening. The sounds from upstairs echoed in my head, much louder than any of the sounds that had been there in the weeks before. It was pure agony. My heart skipped a beat as my phone started ringing. I cautiously picked it up, wondering who was calling in the middle of the night. "Hello?" I mumbled. "Peterson, where are you, man? We've been waiting for you for like 45 minutes. "Oh, hello, sir. I'm sorry, but my shift doesn't start till..." I looked towards my window. The rays of sunlight had already broken through and cast light onto my floor. Sorry, sir. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I said as I got out of bed and hung up the phone. What followed was one of the worst days I've ever had in my life. I was a walking corpse, with only one thing on my mind. What were those sounds? I eventually got home and I didn't care about relaxing. Relaxation wasn't even on my mind. All I wanted to do, and all I did, was await the sounds. I sat on my couch, staring at the ceiling, and like clockwork, the commotion started back up late into the evening. Bump, bump, bump. I couldn't take it another night. It was torture. I didn't care what she thought of me anymore. I didn't care about having to scold her. I stormed out the door and up the stairs and pounded on the door. "What is your problem?" The sound stopped, but I wasn't satisfied. They were going to start again. I wasn't fooled. I turned the door handle and walked inside. Her apartment was cold like night and as silent as a library. I walked into the living room, and that's where I found her. She was lying on her back at the foot of a small stepladder. She lay beside the corner of a wooden table. The corner was covered in a mixture of dried brown blood and long black hairs. On the side of her head was a crater of blood, hair, skull fragments, and brain matter. Both of her arms were mangled to the bone. A swarm of flies was nesting on her body. The windows in the living room stood open, taking in the autumn breeze and wafting away any smell of rot that should have been. As I stood there taking it all in, I heard some skittering. I stared in disbelief as a chubby little form crept out from one of the moving crates on the floor, where it had likely been hiding from all the noise I had made. It was a possum, currently unaware of my presence. It crawled over to the body and started gnawing at her hand. Every time the possum ripped off a piece of flesh, the hand was lifted into the air before subsequently dropping to the floor, producing a light bump.
It's been 2 weeks since my van got totaled. I'm not gonna lie, that set me back. I'd been sleeping in the rear compartment. Don't feel sorry for me. I'm the idiot who crashed it. After the accident, I had nowhere to sleep. Motel rates were double what I could afford, so I bought a cheap tent from BFC and hitched back to the lot where I used to park. I ended up in a flat section of woods by the Tukey River, past the McDonald's on Ambridge Street. It felt private without being secluded. There were public restrooms a short walk away, a 24-hour 7-Eleven, and just enough light from the nearby car park to make me feel like I wasn't completely alone. 2 days in, dead in the middle of the night, I heard a shrill scream, like a hunter gutting a deer, only to find that it survived the initial buckshot. I wound up my hand-charged flashlight and exited the tent, aiming it from bushes to branches, and to the endless black that swallowed the gaps between the trees. The woods stayed silent after that. Even the buzz of mosquitoes disappeared, but I stayed awake in my tent for an hour or so, straining my ears to hear what sounded like leaves crackling underfoot. The next morning, as I was washing my work shirts in the Tukey River, a pink and gray sneaker washed ashore, caught in the reeds that lined the bank. I retrieved it and read the tag on the inside of the tongue. Woman's size 9. Lots of things washed up in the river. Shoes, clothes, cardboard boxes, and cartons of milk. I tossed the shoe back, thinking it was another piece of junk. Later that night, I was eating a Big Mac from the Ambridge Street McDonald's, hugging my knees to my chest and trying to keep warm. Outside, the leaves began crunching again. I thought maybe a deer had smelt my food or noticed my camping light and came to investigate. I unzipped my tent and went walking into the woods following the sound. Whatever made the sound wasn't disturbed by my movement and kept creeping from tree to tree. My torchlight started to stutter, and I stopped to wind the lever and boost the charge. The light turned back on. Ahead of me, something ducked behind a tree. I froze, aiming the flashlight where I'd seen the face. An animal would have scurried away, dashed off into the thickets to escape the human presence. The light started flicking again. I tilted it down to wind the lever. Footsteps, disguising themselves amongst the click, click, click of the wind-up torch. I turned on my feet, sliding on the loose leaves, the torch tumbling from my grip, and I zigzagged between trees and rocks, sprinting back to the tent. I zipped myself inside and waited. I had no tools, no bear spray, no torch, nothing to defend myself with. I switched off the camping light and sat in the darkness, letting my ears work to their full breath. The night went silent again, as still as the surface of water. No bugs, not even the crunch of leaves. Nothing, except for one sound. Wind blowing gently against my tent. Breathing.
I worked for the county, not as a dispatcher, but as one of those people who cleaned up recordings afterward. Training material, legal review, that kind of thing. Most calls never made it past the first pass. They were boring or redundant or too chaotic to be useful. Others stayed with me longer than they should have. You learn to compartmentalize. You have to. This one slipped through. The call came in at 2:17 a.m. on a Wednesday. Residential. No address anomaly. No dropped signal. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, exactly how it should be. The caller was a woman, mid-30s, maybe older. Hard to tell. Her voice was steady in a way that didn't match what she was saying. "There's someone in my house," she said. The dispatcher followed protocol, asked for her address, confirmed it, asked if she was in immediate danger. "I don't think so," the woman said. "He's just standing there." "Standing where?" "In the hallway, outside my bedroom." The dispatcher asked if she could leave the room. "No." "Why not?" "Because he told me not to." There it was, the first thing that made me pause the audio. The dispatcher handled it well, asked for a description: male, average height, dark clothes, no visible weapon, not moving, just standing. Police were dispatched. ETA was 7 minutes. The dispatcher told the woman to stay on the line, lock the door if possible. "I already did," the woman said. "He unlocked it." That earned a note in the margin: possible hallucination, possible domestic situation, stress response. The dispatcher asked if the woman knew the man. "I don't think so," she said. Then after a beat, "He knows me." "How?" "He's using my name." The dispatcher asked her to whisper if she needed to. The woman said, "He says it doesn't matter." That was when the call quality changed. Not static, not interference. Just a subtle flattening of the sound, like the room had absorbed it. I remember leaning back in my chair when I first heard that part, rolling my shoulders, telling myself not to anthropomorphize audio. The dispatcher asked the woman to describe what the man was doing now. "He tilted his head," she said, "like he's listening to you." The dispatcher paused. You could hear it. Half a second too long. "Ma'am, is he speaking right now?" "No," the woman said, "but he's smiling." The dispatcher told her to keep her eyes on the door. "I don't have to," the woman said. "I can see his shadow under it." The dispatcher asked if there was any light on in the hallway. "No." Then how could she see the shadow? Another pause. "He's brighter than the dark," the woman said. That was where the training value dropped off. That line got the call flagged for psychological distress. I should have trimmed it there. I didn't. The dispatcher redirected, asked the woman to describe her surroundings, grounding techniques, breathe, name objects in the room. The woman complied. Bed, dresser, lamp, phone. Then she stopped. "What is it?" the dispatcher asked. "He's closer," the woman said. "I didn't hear him move." The dispatcher told her officers were en route. "I know," the woman said. "He said they won't see him." The dispatcher asked her to clarify. "He said he's not here the way they're here." The sentence is underlined 3 times in my notes. The dispatcher asked the woman to keep talking. "I don't think I'm supposed to," she said. "He's asking why you're lying to me." The dispatcher assured her no one was lying. The woman laughed, a short sound, almost embarrassed. "He says you're very good at it," she said. At 2:23 a.m., the audio picked up a second voice. It was faint, not coming through the phone, coming through the room. I replayed that section dozens of times. Checked waveforms, compared channels. It was there, a man's voice, low and unhurried. That's not true, it said. The dispatcher reacted immediately, asked who else was in the room. The woman didn't answer. Instead, the man spoke again, clearer this time. You shouldn't have told her to lock the door. The dispatcher called for backup. Her voice stayed level, but it tightened. Ma'am, if you can hear me, please respond. She can hear you, the man said. She just doesn't know which of us to answer. The woman started crying then, quietly, like she was trying not to be rude. I don't want to make him mad, she said. The dispatcher asked who he was. I asked her not to explain me, the man said. It never goes well. The dispatcher told the woman to leave the phone on and exit through the window if possible. There was a sound then, fabric shifting, footsteps, not hurried. No, the man said, not raised, not threatening, just firm. We're almost done. The dispatcher said officers were on the streets. I know, the man said. I can hear them thinking. The woman made a small noise, like surprise. He's right, she said. They're scared. The dispatcher asked the woman to focus on her voice. Which one? The woman asked. That was the last thing she said. The call ended at 2:26 a.m. Abrupt disconnect. No struggle sounds, no scream, just silence. The police report came in later that morning. Officers arrived to find the house empty, front door unlocked, bedroom undisturbed, phone on the bed, screen cracked from the inside. No signs of forced entry, no signs of exit. The woman had no history of mental illness, no domestic partner, no neighbors reported seeing anyone leave. The case was marked unresolved. I edited the call down to 6 minutes, removed the second voice, cut the stranger references, left it as a textbook example of a perceived intruder with dissociative features. That is what I told myself. 2 months later, I got a call from my supervisor, asked if I had worked on file 17-0426. I said yes. She asked why my name was spoken on the recording. I didn't understand. She played it for me, a version I had never heard. Same call, same timestamps, same voices. Except this time, when the man spoke for the first time, he said my name. Not shouted, not emphasized, like it was obvious. That's not true, Esha, he said. I told my supervisor it must have been contamination, audio bleed, suggestibility. She nodded. She looked tired. She asked me to listen to one more thing. A new call taken that morning. Different dispatcher, different address. A man on the line this time. There's someone in my house, he said. The dispatcher asked for his name. He gave it. Then he said, He's telling me you already know this part. My grandfather died in our house on a winter night, and something came for him before the body was cold. We were all there when it happened. My wife, Margaret, my mother, my aunts and cousins. My grandmother sat beside him on the small cot, her hands folded in her lap, as if waiting for instructions. She had always done that. Waited. Even when he was angry. Especially then. He had been a large man once. Broad, loud, impossible to disobey. In our house, his word was scripture. He had forbidden doctors, medicine, even prayers not spoken the proper way. When his breathing turned shallow and wet, no one argued. We were raised not to. The room changed long before he stopped breathing. Heavy, as if the walls were leaning in to listen. The fire burned hot, snapping and hissing. Outside, the fields were dark and pressed close to the windows. The house creaked and shifted with the wind, settling around us like a living thing. My grandmother never looked up. When he spoke his last words, they weren't blessings. They weren't apologies. He called her guilty. The clock struck once after that, though no hour was due. I remember it because it made my skin crawl. The sound lingered too long, like it didn't want to fade. My grandmother finally broke the silence. "He drove me to it," she said, her voice low and cracked. "Would he have spared an old woman? You know he wouldn't have. You've all seen what he did when anger took him. I stood between him and you, every time." No one answered her. We didn't need to. We knew what she meant. We had known for years. He had fallen down the stairs earlier that evening. Hard. The sound of bone on wood still rang in my ears, and my grandmother stood at the top of the stairs, her hand over her mouth, staring down at him with a look of horror I will never forget. Margaret gripped my arm. "Edward," she whispered, barely moving her lips. "Is something wrong with the clock?" I looked at it and felt a chill crawl up my spine. The glass reflected my face, pale, like I wasn't fully there. "I think we should step outside," I told her. "Just for air." My grandmother shook her head when I asked her to come with us. "Not yet," she said. "Let me sit with him a little longer." Margaret and I stepped out onto the porch. The cold slapped at us. Our breath came out in white clouds, and she clung to me as if she might float away. "Promise me something," she said. "Promise you won't become like him." "I won't," I told her, and I meant it. I swear. When we went back inside, the fire surged as if fed fresh wood, though no one had touched it. The room had gone quiet. Even the sobbing stopped. That was when I heard the sound. At first, it was distant, like an animal crying across the fields. Then it sharpened, stretched, became something else entirely, a scream that didn't belong to the living. It passed through the walls, through the fire, through us. My grandmother gasped and collapsed against the cot. My grandfather lay still beneath the blanket, his face finally peaceful. Then the footsteps began. They weren't footsteps exactly. It sounded as if the house itself were shifting, like weight pressing down from above. The air grew so cold it pinned us in place. I leaned down and whispered into Margaret's hair, "Whatever happens, don't look." She nodded, burying her face against my chest. The fire dimmed and something entered the room. I didn't see it. I swear I didn't. But I heard it breathe, a deep, hollow sound. Air dragged through broken reeds. Pain flared behind my eyes. My teeth ached. My bones felt too tight inside my skin. Then it spoke. The voice came from everywhere at once. "Who among you has been named?" No one answered. "Who has stolen from me?" My grandmother wailed. "I did," she cried. "Please, I stole from you." There was a long pause. The pressure in the room became unbearable. "You are the accused?" "Yes," she sobbed. The wind roared through the house, and the world dropped away beneath my feet. I held Margaret as tightly as I could, pressing her face into me so she couldn't lift her head. "Then look upon me," the voice said. We didn't look. When the fire flared back to life, the room erupted in screams. My grandfather lay exactly as before, but my grandmother was gone. Not dead. Gone. Her chair stood empty, no body, no mark on the floor, nothing to show she had ever been there at all. Later, when the house was quiet again, I opened Margaret's hand. Inside her palm lay the small black stone my grandfather had given me years ago. He used to say it protected him once, long ago, though he never explained how. I don't know if it saved us. I only know that my grandmother answered when something asked a question, and we didn't. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is very still, I close my eyes and remember that emptiness, the feeling of being nowhere at all, and I wonder if it remembers where I live. The siren started just after dinner. That long, wounded animal howl that makes your spine tighten even if you've heard it 100 times. I was washing the dishes at the sink. My wife, Karen, was wiping the table. The kids were arguing about who'd taken the last roll. "Cellar, now," I said. Not loud, just firm. We practice this. We live on the edge of town, south side, where the fields open up and the sky feels bigger than it should. Missouri's like that. The weather runs thick here. So does faith. I'd preached on storms before, how God sends rain on the just and unjust, how he's a refuge. I believed it. I still do. The cellar door groaned like it always did. The steps were damp. I flicked on the light, and the bulb buzzed. We filed down, the kids first. Eli, 7, Ruth, 11, Caleb, 14, then Karen, then me, pulling the door closed. I latched it. I could feel the pressure change in my ears already. The radio crackled, tornado warning, rotation confirmed, take shelter immediately. Karen reached for my hand. I could feel her shaking. She leaned close so the kids wouldn't hear it in her voice. "Daryl, what do we do now?" I didn't hesitate. "We rest in God," I said with conviction, "same as we always have." The wind started to thump against the house, low and heavy. Dust sifted from the joists. I glanced at the kids huddled on the bench, eyes wide. "Come here, guys." They huddled in, knees touching. "Let's pray." We bowed our heads. I asked God to cover our home, to put his hand between us and the storm. I said we trusted him. I meant it. The wind began to scream overhead. A freight train sound like the old folks say, only louder than any train I've ever heard. Something hit the house. The walls shuddered. Dirt sifted from the ceiling and dusted our shoulders. Ruth started to cry. I kept praying. I prayed louder. Then, as sudden as it came, the sound pulled away. The pressure eased. The radio said the cell had lifted, jogged east, spared the town center. By morning, we climbed out to broken branches and a torn-up fence. No roof gone, no walls down. Praise God. At church that Sunday, the sanctuary was packed. Folks cried and hugged. We sang louder than usual. The pastor said we'd been spared for a reason. I nodded. I thought of the prayer in the cellar and felt sure I'd been heard. It started with a rash on Eli's arm. Red, angry, like poison ivy but wetter. We tried calamine, then antibiotics from the urgent care. The skin broke open anyway. It smelled wrong, sweet and sour at the same time. Karen got a spot on her neck 2 days later, then Caleb's ankle. People around town started showing up with bandages, with scarves and warm weather. The ER filled up. The state called in help. Men with white hazmat suits started knocking on doors. A woman from the CDC took swabs. She didn't meet my eyes. "We're asking everyone to stay inside," she said. "This is temporary." It wasn't. Karen's skin darkened around the wound, sloughing like wet paper. She tried to joke. "Guess I won't be wearing my Sunday dress," she said. Then she cried when she thought I wasn't looking. They set up roadblocks. National Guard trucks idled at the exits. Phones buzzed with rumors. Bioterror. Judgment. I prayed more. I asked what lesson we were supposed to learn. They didn't gather us in person. Instead, everyone logged into a town-wide Zoom call. Faces boxed and jittery. Microphones muting and unmuting. A man with gray hair and tired eyes filled the main screen. The audio lagged for a second before he spoke. His voice flat and careful, like every word had been rehearsed. We believe the tornado aerosolized topsoil from the agricultural area and dispersed mucorals spores present in it over the town. A woman unmuted herself. What's that mean? The scientist hesitated, fingers tight on the mic. It's complicated. I pulled my phone out, thumbs clumsy. Mucor? Autocorrect fixed it. I clicked the first result and felt my throat tighten. I unmuted myself and read out loud. Mucormycosis, I said. A rare but serious fungal infection. Causes tissue death. Sometimes called, I swallowed, flesh-eating black fungus. The call went very quiet. There's no reason to be alarmed, the scientist tried to reassure us. We're working on antifungals. Containment is critical. I thought of the prayer, of the storm turning away from the heart of town, like a finger lifted at the last second. Eli didn't last the week. The infection moved fast once it reached his shoulder. He tried to be brave. Dad, he said, voice thin. Did I do something wrong? No, son, I told him. Jesus loves you. When they took his body, they sealed the bag tight. I could still smell that wrong sweetness in the house. Karen followed 2 days later, then Ruth. I held Caleb on the night when his fever spiked. I prayed harder than I ever had. I begged God to spare just one of my children. Caleb died before dawn. I'm alone now. Quarantine tape still flaps at the end of the street. The fields are quiet. The sky is clear. I sit in the cellar with the radio off and the Bible open, staring at words about refuge and mercy. I turn to a page I don't remember marking. Job. Thin paper whispering. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Below it I see another verse. Shall we accept good from God and not trouble? I close the book. My fingers itch. The skin near my wrist has gone soft, darker than it should be. It smells faintly sweet. I'm not afraid anymore. I pray that God receives me. I take comfort in the quiet promise of seeing my family again in heaven. I don't really tell people this because it sounds insane, but this is something my family has lived with for years. My aunt lives alone in my grandparents' old wooden house. The house is quiet in the day, but at night it feels wrong, like the air is heavier. Family members visit her sometimes, but nobody ever stays long. You just don't feel safe there, even if nothing is happening. When I was a kid, I had sleep there whenever there's family gatherings. At night, I would hear her talking from the hallway. At first, I thought she was just praying, but then I realized she was having full conversations, whispering, arguing, sometimes laughing softly, when she would go suddenly quiet, like she was listening to someone answer. Then she would reply again, using words I didn't understand. Not Malay, not English, nothing I recognized. It didn't sound panicked either. It sounded familiar, like this wasn't new to her. I remember hiding under the blanket, sweating, just waiting for morning. I asked my dad once what was wrong with her. He didn't look at me. He just said, a jinn. Before all this, my aunt was normal. Actually, more than normal. She was really smart, top student, talented at drawing, like scary good. Everyone thought she would have a great future. She failed her college entrance exam. She took it really hard, rode her bicycle for hours every day to go to cram school. Rain, heat, didn't matter. She tried again. She failed again. After that, she changed completely. She would suddenly get angry and destroy things, throw plates, smash glass, scream. One time she gathered every photo of herself as a young girl and burned them outside, slowly, calmly, like she was erasing proof she ever existed. The family brought Eustace to do Rugia many times. Some left early. One of them said the thing inside her had already settled in her heart, that it wasn't just attached anymore. Then one night she spoke in a voice that was not hers, lower, slower, very confident. She said there was a Karis hidden in the house, and told them exactly where it was, a place nobody remembered. When they checked, it was there, exactly there. The Eustace said it was Shirik. My grandfather took the Karis to a river at night and threw it away while praying. He thought that would end everything. It didn't. Later, my great-grandmother admitted something terrible. My great-grandfather had been feeding a jinn for years. Offerings, rituals. He wanted to pass it down to his sons. My grandfather refused, so it went to my aunt instead. They sent her to a mental hospital. Doctors checked her and said she was sane. She told them calmly, "I'm not crazy. The minister wants me. He wants to marry me." Even now, at night, you can hear her whispering prayers, crying, then stopping suddenly like she's listening, then answering back. Old people say during British rule some people made pacts with jinn for protection and power. They didn't understand you can't control something like that. You don't borrow power. You invite something to stay. My grandfather tried to break it by trusting only Allah. But that house is still not quiet at night, and whatever is there sounds like it's been there for a very long time. Edit. Right now, whatever it is seems tied to my aunt. She's old and very sick, and honestly, that's what scares the family. We don't know what happens after. No one knows who it would go to, or if it even follows normal rules. In our belief, these things exist around us all the time. You can't see them with human eyes. But that doesn't mean they aren't there. When I got home tonight, something was off. Not wrong exactly, just off. You know how sometimes you can walk into a room you've been in 1,000 times before and suddenly everything feels slightly tilted, like reality's holding its breath? That's what it was like. The air was too still. The lights seemed a bit duller, even though the bulbs were the same. I live alone, 1-bedroom apartment, 2nd floor. Nothing fancy. I jiggled the key, stepped inside, and immediately froze. It smelled different. My place normally smells faintly of coffee and dust, and the citrus cleaner I use on weekends. Tonight it smelled faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I'd forgotten to take the trash out, but when I closed the door, the sound was wrong. The latch clicked, but it sounded deeper, heavier, like the door was thicker than before. I remember thinking, this isn't my door. That's when I noticed the clock on the wall. It was the same model, cheap black plastic, but the hands were moving backwards. I laughed, actually laughed out loud, because that made no sense. I thought maybe I was just exhausted, but then my laughter stopped when I saw my coat hanging by the door. I don't own that coat. It looked like mine, navy blue, hooded, but it had a rip across the shoulder and a stain I didn't recognize. I stared at it for a long time. I even reached out and touched it. It was still damp, like someone had just come in from the rain. Except it wasn't raining. I backed up, heart thudding, and that's when I heard footsteps in the bedroom. Slow, measured, heavy. I should have left. I wanted to leave, but something in me wanted to see who or what was in there. I picked up the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, my umbrella, and pushed the door open. The light was on, my bed was perfectly made, and sitting on the edge of it was me. Same clothes, same face. Same cut on my hand from when I broke a glass last night. Only this version of me smiled when I entered. "Long day?" he asked. His voice sounded like mine, but lower, slower, like he'd been practicing. I didn't answer. I just stared. He stood up and I realized he was taller by maybe half an inch. His eyes were darker, and then I saw something else. Behind him, through the open closet door, was another apartment. An identical one. The same furniture, the same bed, except empty. He noticed me looking. "You weren't supposed to come back so soon," he said. That's when I ran. I bolted out of the apartment, down the hall and into the stairwell. I didn't stop until I was outside in the cold air, my hands shaking so hard I dropped my keys. I called the police, but I couldn't bring myself to explain. "What do you say? There's another me in my apartment that smells wrong?" They came, looked around, found nothing. Everything was normal. My coat, the one with the rip, was gone. The clock was ticking the right way again. I'm staying at a motel tonight. I don't know what's waiting for me if I go back tomorrow. But here's the thing. When I was checking in just now, I caught my reflection in the glass door. And for a split second, I swear, my reflection smiled before I did.